Since the pact can't be broken, what should you call me?
Daddy.
Awakened Necro class, legendary tier, passive. Aura, fusion, every 10 levels. Urgently requires intimate contact with the host.
Ha ha ha. A legendary necro? That's just a fancy skeleton. Ha ha ha. Getting intimate with bones, Linimo? From now on, you'll be cuddling with a pile of bones every night. SSSS. You little.
Dragon class, silver wormling, gold tier, 30% combat power boost.
From today on, you, Linimo, aren't even worthy to look up at me. Necros are just disgusting bones. But that trash tier passive? Your life is over.
For 3 years, I've kept you under my heel. Second place once. Second place for life.
Legendary bro, summon your zombie and kiss it.
Legendary is just a title. I'm locking your packed slot. You'll never rise again. Let me give you a hand. Soul binding talisman. Permanent. No unlocking. Have fun tonight.
A bone wraith? No, a goddess.
Mom.
Yuching, 5 years, you've grown.
No. Impossible. No.
High Succubus Soul Pact activated. Soul Pact. Can't break it, even in death. You know what this glowing mark means. I don't need to spell it out.
No. This can't be.
That talisman you cast yourself. It locked your mom and me together forever.
Mom, there has to be a way to break it. The Su family knows so many pact masters. There has to be a way.
It's useless. The moment you cast that seal, my life was in his hands.
I'm sorry. I did this with my own hands.
Su Yuching, what was it you just said? Wishing me a pleasant evening? Thanks, I'll make sure it is.
Dang, if I knew I could summon a high succubus, I'd have gone necro class in a heartbeat. Everyone, shut it! Yuching, don't cry. I'll have my dad find the top pack master. There's gotta be a way to break it.
You. Who could you possibly get? Even the Su family can't break a soul binding. You think your Zhao family can?
Yuching, don't be mad. I just want to help.
A loser like you? You don't even deserve to be in line. Get lost.
Necro class, figures. So sketchy. What kind of familiar stats include vital stats? Come here. How's the cultivation rate calculated?
Holding hands counts. Hugging counts. Pact cultivation counts. The closer we are, the faster it goes.
The system says a soul pact can share energy. How do we activate it?
Through a soul link, forced extraction. But your mana channels are too weak right now. Forced dual cultivation risks magical backlash. It's a succubus's instinct.
For levels in one night. Succubus Constitution is way more OP than I thought.
From now on, I'm just as familiar.
Su Yuching just handed her own mom over to Lin Mo, a legendary tier succubus. So Lin Mo is basically her stepdad now. Ha ha ha. Soul binding talismans are irreversible.
A woman with my mom's figure. And now, because of acid, she has to him.
Yuching, don't be sad. How does it want to attack with? Auntie, don't worry. I'll find someone to teach him a lesson, give you some payback.
Shut up. What can you possibly do? With your pathetic Joe family? Get out.
Su Yuqing's mom looks like this? She's way too hot.
Mom.
We'll talk about that later. Class is starting now.
Limo, you stop right there. Yuqing was being nice offering you that soul pact. And you go and hog someone else's mom? You're disgusting.
Yuqing, your taste in friends is seriously questionable.
Auntie, that's not what I meant.
You call my kid gross and trash talk the pact. But do you even know the full story? Yuqing has a pure heart. And you keep bringing up his trauma in public? That's your idea of helping?
Ugh.
If you cared, you'd help him, not make a scene. Instead, you're just milking it for drama. Kid, I'm done arguing.
Playing the overprotective mom card? Save it for the others. You think I'm stupid? Auntie, you're quite the charmer. Huh?
Damn this pack side effect.
Arg.
You little brat, you fight dirty.
Today's lesson, one-on-one familiar combat. Simple rules. Just fight until someone yields.
First match, Linimo versus Zhao Tianhao. Let's see Zhao Tianhao make a fool of himself. Ha ha ha. Linimo, summon your familiar. I'll show you what a high-tier familiar looks like.
Your mom's the familiar. Yuqing, that's not what I meant.
So quick to shove me into the familiar space, huh? Remember me now?
Nope, I'm not fighting this one.
You need to learn a lesson. Forced control, and you didn't even say hi? That's a lion. You control me, and you use fists to punch it? Are you some kind of brute? I'm a high succubus. Who told you to punch a lion in the face with your bare hands? Ugh. Help. Save me, Linimo. Give me back my body. I'll show you how to fight, ha ha ha.
What's so funny? Keep laughing and I'll roast you all.
Restrictions lifted.
Guan, relax.
Attack him.
A level 8 familiar, just handled like that.
Did you learn anything from that move?
Nope.
So, you won't force control me anymore?
You're no fun. Keep it up, and you'll spend your life in the familiar space.
Got it.
Blaze Talisman, a second-tier combat spell. Are you insane? Using that on the arena could hurt bystanders. Just die already, all of you. Ah. Zhao Tianhao was carrying a forbidden talisman. Intent to severely injure fellow students. Major demerit. End of term practical combat score reset to 0. Parents notified. Zhao Tianhao is completely finished this time.
Linemo, wait. I apologize on my brother's behalf. Don't stoop to his level. Let's exchange contacts. If there's a misunderstanding, I'll make it up.
Not necessary. If you have something to say, just say it.
Let me buy you a strawberry milk cap as an apology. Deal? It's amazing.
Beat up her brother in the morning, cozying up in the afternoon. That girl's got some serious game.
2 strawberry milk caps. Make it 3. Where do you usually train, anyway? Necro class is unique. Does that high succubus fear fire?
Too many questions. You fighting or scouting for someone?
Acting all lone wolf. How'd you even land a legendary tier familiar? I don't buy it. If you're here for your brother, just say so.
You can't take me. Save your energy. Linemo, stop right there.
Without your familiar, you're just a regular guy. Attitude?
I'm home now. You still following me?
I'm not here for the succubus. A one-on-one. You win, and we're even for what happened before.
You trained in MMA?
Scared?
Getting scared now, huh?
You can summon your succubus anytime. Not gonna use her?
Still want more? If you're not convinced, let's go again. That's the mana feedback.
This is a temporary mana trial talisman. Channel mana. Show me. You dare to compare?
Fine. Mana resonance detected. Anomalous data stream transferring.
You just awakened. Where are your resources?
Now you see the difference.
This resonance strength is insane.
His feedback energy is too strong. That girl can't handle it.
Bro, I'm at a tutoring session. I'll be home soon.
Are you out looking for Linemo?
This is all your fault. I know you figured it out.
You were the one who followed me.
That last hit leveled me up too.
Temporary resonance complete. Level increased.
Perfect.
Just another problem to deal with.
Linemo, she's a girl, dude.
Auntie Linlin.
Call me sis.
Forgot you're built different. Your stamina's insane. Didn't hold back enough.
What kind of messed up metaphor is that?
Zhao Fei Fei, Beast Tamer class, level 4.
Look, I'm level 4. 1 night of Aura Fusion. And I jumped 2 whole levels.
Oomph. Linemo level 6. Half a night, 500 EXP.
If you'd done a proper soul pact resonance with me, you'd be level 7 by now.
Enough talk. Go buy breakfast.
Hi, how can I help you? Familiar Tamer registration. So you're the one who awakened the Necro class. And contracted a top-tier otherkin? All over the forums. Place your hand here to test your level. Sorry, the equipment might be glitching. You just awakened last Thursday, right? Could you test again, please? From 0 to level 6 in 3 days. Here's your obsidian badge. Trouble? Find me. Linemo, level 6. I'm Zhao Qingyi, a level 3 researcher. I'm heading to the industrial zone. You keep the rewards. I just need the data. In or out?
Let's go.
I study familiar behavioral traceology. Help me clear the target. I get the data, you get the cash. Win-win.
It's a Crimson Viper, a hyper-aggressive fire venom serpent. The toxin will instantly ignite your mana channels, if you don't suppress it with ice-cold energy immediately. His channels will be permanently fried.
You deal with the familiar. I can power through this. Go to the innermost room on the second floor. The isolation layer there can suppress the spread of the venom.
Initiating deep level forced venom extraction. Venom clearance progress. 80%. 90%.
Do you have a girlfriend?
No, I don't need one.
Your extraction array is way too brutal. You're wrecking the place. Handle such a ferocious assault?
Aunt Linlin, I'm fine.
Call me sister. The venom was spreading too fast.
As long as I'm not dead, it's fine. Wash the clothes and return them.
So, the reason he acted so harshly was just to save me against the clock? Lin M.O., since you've already contracted my mom as your familiar, you can't contract me anymore.
Oh. Don't you want to be with your mom?
That feeling of a dominated will. Why does it feel so irresistibly compelling? I don't think I can refuse. Lin M.O., your payment. 2,000, keep it.
2,000 bucks? A legendary tier class selling out for such a pittance? Don't take these crappy jobs anymore.
Or, you support me, and I'll cover rent and utilities.
Actually, before I died, I hid away a dowry. Where? Number 18, Bayshon Road. My dad buried it back in the day.
You've been dead 5 years, yet this place is spotless. You're messing with me. Impossible.
Only my dad and I knew about this spot in the whole world. It must be my daughter, Yuching, who comes by to clean occasionally. Start digging, now.
Your dad really knew how to hide stuff, huh?
He said bury it deep to keep it safe.
Fine, you do it then. You're so good at it.
I'm a high succubus. Have you ever seen a noble succubus like me, doing grunt work like digging in the dirt? Lin M.O., you're absolutely inhuman. You're using Soul Link to force me to dig? Ugh, seriously? Ugh. Hi, Yuching.
You're just letting him trample all over you? Come up here with me. Release your control. Let him come up.
He's my familiar now, bound by Soul Pact. I can order him around however I please. Don't forget, you're the one who signed that Soul Pact for him with your own hands.
I'll do it for him. Let him rest.
Lin M.O., he's just a kid. Please, let me take his place.
Mom, don't beg him. I can keep digging.
Such a touching mother-daughter bond. Then you two can dig together.
Lin M.O., I'm gonna kill you.
Yuching, I think we're digging in the wrong spot.
How far off are we?
Just one tree over.
Move to the next one.
This is definitely the one. No mistake this time. We got the chest out. Spirit crystals boost cultivation speed. Market price is 500k a piece.
Will this even work on someone from the Necro class like me?
For standard elements. You reek of death. Using this would be a total waste. You can't absorb it at all.
If it's useless, then it's trash. Sell it to you for 500K a pop.
This was left to me by my mom. And you're charging me for it?
Your mom's long dead. She's my succubus now. Lin-Mo shot silence. I'm gonna kill you, he said flatly. Su Yuqing completely lost it. She went full feral, claws out, trying to lunge and scratch him. Yuqing, calm down. Lin Ruoxue held her daughter back. She whispered soothingly. Lin-Mo couldn't be bothered with him. He quickly sifted through the remaining items in the chest. A few old journals detailing Su Jinshan's dirty laundry, and just one letter addressed to Lin Ruoxue. The rest is junk. Don't forget to wire me the money. With that, he took the cash and walked into the living room. Mom, did you hear what he said? Su Yuqing gritted teeth in fury. She glared hatefully at Lin-Mo's retreating back. This is so unfair, she fumed. Lin Ruoxue let out a soft sigh. With a bitter smile, she pulled her wrong daughter into a hug. What can I do, sweetie? On one side is my own daughter. On the other is the master who can control me by force. Stuck in the middle, it's just helpless. The night deepened. Su Yuqing lay in her bedroom on the tatami floor. Her body was utterly exhausted. Digging that hole all day, her hands ached and throbbed. She nuzzled her mother's palm and sank into a deep sleep. She didn't know how long it had been, but a muffled, indistinct sound jolted her awake. Low breathing, the occasional faint creak of a bed frame. Her mother's voice trembled strangely. Su Yuqing's eyes snapped open. Her heart shot straight into her throat. Instinctively, her hand groped beside her. Her mother's side of the covers was ice cold. Lin Ruoxue was gone. Her heart plummeted. She slid from bed and cracked the door. The hallway was dimly lit. The door to the next bedroom was slightly ajar. Weak light leaked. She crept closer. When the sounds from inside became clearer, she couldn't make out the words but the strained rhythm. The soft, occasional thump of the tail against the bed frame, and that familiar, yet utterly foreign, trembling moan. Each one felt like tiny needles, piercing Su Yuqing's heart without a sound. She froze on the spot, as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her head. Her fingers dug into the doorframe. The fading succubus mark on her mother's lower abdomen. Mom, she wanted to push the door open to stop everything. She couldn't move a step. She knew better than anyone. If she dared go in, with a single thought from Lin-Mo, her mother would obediently send her right back out. The sound from inside the room grew increasingly unrestrained. Su Yuqing bit her lip so hard. She tasted blood before staggering back a few steps. She stumbled back to her own room, locking the door behind her. She threw herself onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. Her shoulders shook violently, but she didn't dare make a sound. It's all my fault. I'm the one who... Tears gushed from her eyes, soaking the pillow. Next door, Lin-Mo watched the EXP bar on his interface skyrocket. A faint smirk touched his lips. Name, Lin-Mo class. Error class, legendary. 76/50/70/0. SDR, 18. Dex, 17. Int, 32. Contracted familiar. Lin Ruoxue. Race. Here, legendary. 7/32/07/00. SDR, 26. Dex, 37. Int, 48. Vital stats, 98/58/95. Lin-Mo looked down at Lin Ruoxue, flushed his arms. He suddenly chuckled softly, lowering his voice. Someone was just outside the door. You didn't notice? Lin Ruoxue's body stiffened noticeably. Her eyes flew open. Yuqing? Hum. Lin-Mo reached out and pinched her heart-shaped tail tip. He squeezed her hand, teasing, eavesdropping intently. Lin Ruoxue's ears instantly burned crimson. She shot a glare, equal parts mortified and furious. But bound by the pact, she couldn't truly get angry. She whispered, you did that on purpose. You knew she was out there, and you still made me. Lin-Mo leaned close to her ear. He chuckled. Who said she'd ruin me? Considering her learning exactly what she signed up for. Lin Ruoxue was so mad she wanted to hit him. But the pact's hold still prevented it. She could only let out a muffled huff. You little brat. Lin-Mo chuckled. He patted her back. We'll continue later. We're hitting level 8 today. Lin Ruoxue gave a soft murmur of assent. The walls weren't thick. Su Yuqing pulled the covers over her head. Every sound, every whisper, I could hear it all too clearly. For her, that night stretched on forever. The next morning, as Su Yuqing emerged from her room with dark circles under her eyes, a faint commotion was already coming from the kitchen. Lin Ruoxue had changed into a clean, dark-colored dress. Apron on, tail still. A lazy blush still tinted her cheeks as she prepared breakfast. She avoided her daughter's gaze. Yet, she still managed a gentle smile. Good morning, Yuqing. Su Yuqing's throat tightened. She looked away, voice hoarse. Long silence. Morning. Now, she said with firm resolve. You and Lin-Mo should just stay here from now on. The place is big enough. I won't make a scene anymore. Lin Ruoxue's spatula clattered against the pan. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye as if it were nothing. She whispered, Yuqing. Su Yuqing lifted her head. Her gaze settled firmly on her mother. I just want to see you every day. That's all. Lin Ruoxue sighed. She hugged her. Silly girl. Mama's so sorry. Su Yuqing buried her face in her mother's shoulder. She took a deep breath, but all she could smell was Lin-Mo. Face stiff, she hugged back tighter. Muffled, she said, as long as I can see you every day is enough. Lin-Mo finished breakfast. Watching this touching mother-daughter moment, he was practically moved to tears. He stood up and said flatly, don't forget the mana crystal money. He left, crossed the living room, and headed into the yard. Su Yuqing paid for the crystals. A total of 2 million to Lin-Mo. After confirming the transaction, Lin-Mo said nothing. He simply gave a faint nod. It's Monday. You two should get to school. Lin Ruoxue was in the kitchen, cleaning up. She poked her head out to add. They left the mansion for school. A crowd of students had already gathered at the school gate when they saw Lin-Mo arriving with Lin Ruoxue and Su Yuqing. Eyes wide. They're living together. As Su Yuqing fully accepted her new stepdad, Zhao Tianhao was standing at the gate with his lackeys. Seeing the scene, his face instantly turned ashen. Limping forward, he ground out through gritted teeth. Lin-Mo, using her mom to stay? Are you even human? Before Lin-Mo could say a word, a sassy figure appeared. She stomped hard on Zhao Tianhao's foot. Oops, bro. You're hurting my foot. Zhao Feifei exclaimed with fake surprise. pretending it was an accident. Then she turned to Su Yuqing, flashing a sweet smile. Yuqing, you're here. Chapter 14. Su Hao the Freak. Zhao Tianhao gasped in pain. His other good foot got stomped on too. Zhao Yinyi adjusted his glasses, walking right between Lin Mo and Zhao Tianhao. Move, you're blocking the way, he said flatly. Zhao Tianhao's face twisted in agony, but he didn't dare lash out in front of them. He even gave Su Yuqing its fine look. Su Yuqing's mouth twitched. She kept her head down and walked faster. Zhao Feifei jogged to catch up, trying to make conversation with that sugary smile, but her eyes kept drifting toward Lin Mo. Su Yuqing gave some half-hearted replies, wondering to herself. She barely knew Zhao Feifei. They even had beef because of Zhao Tianhao. So why is she being so friendly now? She glanced at Zhao Feifei subtly. Just as Zhao Feifei's eyes wandered to the side, her heart dropped. The four of them were positioned like this. Su Yuqing, Zhao Feifei, Lin Ruoxue, Lin Mo. Oh no, she wants to link arms with you, Mom. Su Yuqing panicked. She quickly squeezed between Zhao Feifei and Lin Ruoxue, taking Lin Ruoxue's arm to walk together. She already has a stepdad. She doesn't need a stepmom too. Zhao Feifei saw the clear hostility in Su Yuqing's eyes. What a joke. She can't keep Lin Mo. So naive. But then again, these two, Yuqing and Lin Ruoxue, were serious threats. One's the campus queen, the other's a legendary tier succubus. Both looks and resources way above her own. Zhao Feifei's mind raced. She needed to team up with someone. Find an ally. Quick. Morning classes ended. The cafeteria was buzzing. Su Yuqing had just settled her mom down when she heard a snarky voice from nearby. Well, if it isn't our Miss Su. Having a cozy little family meal with a stray man and your own mother. What a happy little family picture. Lin Mo glanced up at the guy. He asked flatly, "Who's that?" Su Hao, Su Yuqing's cousin. Su Hao, with his lackeys though, deliberately blocked the aisle with their trays. He spoke loudly, making sure the whole cafeteria heard. Cousin, you've really outdone yourself this time. The dead family matriarch is now someone else's familiar, and you have the nerve to parade her around? You're a disgrace to the Su family. His goon snickered. Yeah, a nobody orphan, thinking he can touch a Su? Andy, you were once the Su family's proudest matriarch. Now you're a pet for an orphan. TSK. Su Yuqing's face instantly turned icy. She shot to her feet, her gaze locked on Su Hao. She said coldly, Su Hao, who the hell do you think you are? You have no right to speak for the Su family. My mom can be with whoever she wants. It's none of your damn business. Just because the tiger doesn't roar doesn't mean it's tame. She had to swallow her pride with Lin Mo these past few days, fine. But Su Hao dares to show his face. Su Yuqing let out a cold laugh. A trash who bullies with his family's name. Su Hao, if I remember correctly, you summoned a toad, didn't you? The cafeteria erupted in laughter. Su Hao's face flushed crimson. Humiliated and enraged, he pointed at Su Yuqing. You fool. He started to curse, but suddenly met Lin Ruoxue's faintly glowing red eyes. Charm gaze activated. Instantly, Su Hao caught a strange, intoxicating scent. His blood began to boil. He was plunged into a world filled with crimson mist. The cafeteria floor before him transformed into a soft, luxurious bed. Several women in revealing clothes appeared around him, their eyes hazy, beckoning him. Su Hao's breathing grew ragged. His mind was a furnace. Any shred of reason was flung out the window. Eyes bloodshot, he lunged at the nearest woman, pinning her down. How, gee, what are you doing? His lackey, suddenly crushed beneath him, turned pale with terror. He struggled desperately. Su Hao seemed deaf to his cries. His hands tore wildly at the other boy's clothes. Heavy breathing and muffled sounds kept coming from behind him. He pinned his buddy down and made out. The other lackeys rushed forward to pull them apart. But Su Hao was like a bull in heat right now. No matter how hard they pulled, he just wouldn't let go. The whole cafeteria erupted. Holy crap, Su Hao's lost his mind. What the hell is he doing? Screams and laughter, and the sounds of phones recording all blended together. Su Yuqing's eyes went wide. A look of intense shock and disgust flashed in her eyes. She instinctively ducked behind Lin Ruoxue. Lin Mo lost his appetite entirely and let out a disgusted tcc. Totally kill my appetite. Lin Ruoxue stuck out her tongue. The faint red light in her eyes faded as she said with a giggle, "Oops, my bad. Might have overdone it a little." His head's full of nothing but wet dreams right now. Su Hao was still going nuts on the floor, unaware he was putting on a show. A few of his lackeys scrambled back in terror. They were completely surrounded. Lin Ruoxue snapped her fingers lightly. Su Hao jolted awake from the illusion. He found himself on top of his buddy, his hands still tearing at the other guy's clothes. His mind went completely blank. In that split second, his face flushed red and his whole body gave a shudder. Whoa, the student closest to him caught a whiff of something weird. He let out a startled cry. What's that smell? Did Su Hao just piss himself? Su Hao didn't have time to process anything. He shoved his buddy away, scrambling to his feet and booking out of there. Su Yuqing watched the whole scene, feeling both shocked and utterly ridiculous. Lin Mo picked up his lunch and handed it to Lin Ruoxue. Let's go. We're changing seats. The air here will be contaminated. Lin Ruoxue nodded obediently. She held Lin Ma's lunch in one hand, her own in the other. Her tail lightly curled around her daughter's wrist. She followed Lin Mo and left. Not far away, Zhao Feifei covered her mouth. Her eyes were sparkling, a mix of shock and excitement. That succubus is brutal. Zhao Qingyi adjusted her glasses. In her other hand was her phone. It displayed Lin Ma's contact info. She hesitated. The school's vibe changed. People who originally wanted to watch drama. Now, whenever Lin Mo and his crew walk by, everyone parts ways in silence. Especially Zhao Tianhao. Just the thought of Su Hao's humiliating spectacle earlier made someone crawl into a hole and hide from Lin Mo. He kept his head down the entire evening study hall. Didn't even have the guts to look up at Lin Mo once. After study hall ended, the three of them left school. Before they even reached the old house, Su Yuqing spotted a figure standing at the front gate. Zhao Feifei. Chapter 15. Two girls full of suspicion. Zhao Feifei was wearing her school blazer, her skirt swaying slightly in the night breeze. She was holding a thermal container. Seeing them return, a sweet, sugary smile instantly bloomed on her face. Auntie Yuqing, Lin Mo, it's so late. I brought you some snacks. strawberry milk foam, and red bean porridge. I made it myself. You're right, she can't cook for crap. The strawberry milk foam was store-bought. The red bean porridge was made by the family maid. Su Yuqing's brow instantly furrowed. She wasn't close to Zhao Feifei at all. Her showing up here makes her intentions clear. Lin Ruoxue glanced at Zhao Feifei, her tone gentle, but carrying a clear distance. Feifei, it's so late for you to come over. Isn't that unsafe? Zhao Feifei shook her head with a smile, but her gaze was locked directly on Lin Mo. It's fine, Annie. I was just worried you might get hungry tonight, so I brought you a little something. Lin Ruoxue was standing right next to Lin Mo. From Su Yuqing's perspective, Zhao Feifei was basically eyeing her man. Her heart instantly dropped. She stepped forward, unlocked the door, shoved her mom and Lin Mo inside. Coldly, we're not hungry. Leave. With that, she quickly pushed the door outward, trying to shut Zhao Feifei out. But Zhao Feifei wasn't giving up. Seeing the door about to close, she immediately stepped forward, wedging her body into the gap. She got herself stuck right between the two doors. Yuqing, just let me to sit for a bit, please. It's so late. It's dangerous for me to go home alone. A vein throbbed on Su Yuqing's forehead. She pushed the door harder, her voice icy. No way. Zhao Feifei, just leave. But Zhao Feifei was stubbornly stuck in the gap. Gritting teeth. I won't leave unless you. No way. Su Yuqing cut her off before she finished. Su Yuqing shut her down cold. No room for argument. There was no way she'd let her mom drive Zhao Feifei home. Zhao Feifei's face fell. She couldn't believe Su Yuqing was gatekeeping Lin Mo this hard. Fine. Lock him down like a bus. Just you wait. Once I steal Lin Mo from you, I won't leave a single drop for you. I swear on my name. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth, shoving the door harder. The gap squeezed Zhao Feifei's body, contorting her. But she held her ground. They were deadlocked at the door. Neither backing down. Lin Ruoxue stood off to the side, watching the scene unfold, and finally sighed. Yuqing, she said, try to mediate. Let Feifei in. It really isn't safe for her this late. Zhao Feifei's eyes lit up. She immediately squeezed through the gap. Thanks, Annie. She chirped sweetly. Su Yuqing's face was stormy. She latched on her mom's arm, pulling her close protectively. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. What could she even say? Mom, Zhao Feifei is here for you. I'm protecting you. She couldn't get those words out. Zhao Feifei hummed a tune, carrying the thermos into the living room. She sat on the table. She blinked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, try it. I added some special ingredients. Lin Ruoxue and the other girl walked in. Su Wanqing stood by her mother, staring coldly at Zhao Feifei, her guard up even higher. Lin Mo took a casual sip. It's all right, he said flatly. Zhao Feifei's smile got even sweeter. Just as she was about to say more, Lin Mo stood up. It's late. Time to cultivate. With that, he headed for the bedroom. Lin Ruoxue glanced at her daughter, her eyes full of helpless resignation, and immediately followed. The living room was left with just Su Yuqing and Zhao Feifei. Feifei watched Lin Mo and Lin Ruoxue disappear into the bedroom, her eyes narrowing slightly, but she didn't turn to leave. It's so late. It's not safe for me to go home alone. Yuqing, can I just crash on your couch for the night? She blinked, her voice sugary but insistent. I promise I won't bother you guys. Su Yuqing's face darkened instantly. She saw right through Zhao Feifei's game. This girl had been eyeing her mom at school all day. Now she was just straight up refusing to leave. No, Su Yuqing said, her voice hard. Just leave, Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei acted like she didn't hear. She plopped right down on the couch. Yuqing, you wouldn't be that heartless, would you? Kicking me out this late? What if something happens? You're the campus queen bee. You're supposed to be so kind-hearted. Su Yuqing took a deep breath. She sat down on the other end of the couch and scoffed. Don't worry. It's so late. Even the dog catchers are asleep. Zhao Feifei's smile froze. She lowered her head and chuckled twice. When she looked up again, a mocking smile was plastered on her face. No matter how low I go, I'd never bind my own mother to some guy. Su Yuqing's pupils contracted, her face turning ashen. Glaring, she snapped. You want to fight? Zhao Feifei didn't back down either. She never gazed on, without a trace of fear. Bring it on. Their glares clashed in the air. Sparks practically flying. Under the living room lights. The two girls just stared each other down, neither giving an inch. Occasional, muffled little noises from the bedroom made both of them perk up their ears, only to simultaneously pretend they heard nothing. Su Yuqing's eyes were bloodshot from 2 sleepless nights, but she kept them locked on Zhao Feifei. But inside, she was cursing out Su Yuqing's entire family tree. They were in sync, yet misunderstood each other. One thought the other was into her mom. The other thought she was trying to lock Lin Mo down. Someone in the Lin family's old living room was sleepless. Morning sun streamed into the living room. Su Yuqing was slumped against the armrest of the sofa. Her eyes were veined with red after 2 sleepless nights. Meanwhile, Zhao Feifei was slumped at the other end, a tired but defiant smile on her face as she'd finally dozed off. When Lin Ruoxue came out of the master bedroom, she was stunned by the scene. She'd been cultivating late last night. She didn't expect them to have kept vigil all night. Yuqing, you didn't sleep at all? Su Yuqing immediately stood up, rubbing her sore eyes. She hurried over and linked arms with her mother. With the conviction of victor, she declared, Mom, don't you worry. Zhao Feifei stirred awake. Mumbling a bit, she stretched. Morning, Annie. Inside, she was fuming. All those good things for Lin Mo, and she got none. Lin Mo walked out of the master bedroom. Seeing the scene in the living room, his brow furrowed slightly. Without a word, he headed straight for the bathroom. Name, Lin Mo class. Necro tier, legendary. Level, 9 vital stats. Strength 20, agility 19, spirit 35. Contracted familiar. Lin Ruoxue, race, succubus. Tier, legendary level, 9 vital stats. Strength 30, agility 42. Spirit 5, 90 HP, seductive gaze, LV.3, agonizing lash, novice, LV.3. Phantom step, novice, LV.2, alluring scent, LV.1. Skills locked. Chapter 16, catfight. The aroma of breakfast soon wafted from the kitchen. Lin Ruoxue moved with practiced ease, like any ordinary housewife. Su Yuqing stuck to her mother's side like glue, helping her pass plates. At breakfast, Zhao Feifei sat at the table. A sweet smile plastered on her face, but her gaze kept drifting towards Lin Mo. Auntie, your cooking is amazing. I barely slept last night, but just smelling this makes me hungry. Su Yuqing's chopsticks paused. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she stirred her congee. Her voice was sugary sweet, laced with provocation. Yuqing, you stared at me half the night. How could I dare sleep? You might throw me out like a thief. A girl alone, late at night. It's so dangerous. Su Yuqing snorted. She slammed her bowl down on the table. Dangerous? Then why'd you come last night after dark? Zhao Feifei looked up. Put on a good face. I want you to me. Before she could finish, Su Yuqing exploded. She knew it. Zhao Feifei was absolutely after him all. Zhao Feifei, shut your mouth. Su Yuqing shot to her feet. She moved her face. Cut the act. You followed her from school all the way here. What the hell do you want? Zhao Feifei stunned. She stunned. She blinked in confusion. Yuqing Jia, what are you talking about? What am I talking about? Su Yuqing just with rage. You've been eyeing my mom since yesterday. Now you want to keep her company? You think I'm blind? Listen up, Zhao Feifei. As long as I live, you won't get near my mother. The other three at the table were utterly shocked. The other three were stunned by this statement. Lin gave her side eye. He quietly scooted closer to Lin Ruoshue's spot, whispering, "Was the doctor a little too rough at your birth? Did you hop her head or something?" Lin Ruoshue rolled her eyes at him. She pinched her nose, smiling bitterly helplessly. Zhao Feifei cut her off. So you finally figured out. Zhao Feifei suddenly lifted her head. Her pouty, hurt expression vanished in an instant, replaced by pure, unapologetic ambition and excitement. Don't you finally realized why Su Yuqing targeted her? Turns out it wasn't about Lin at all. It was about Lin Ruoshue. She slapped the table, her sweet smile now laced with a mocking edge. Bingo. I'm here for your mom. She's just stunning. I want her all to myself. I want her to be mine. Su Yuqing completely lost it. She summoned her silver wormling right then and there. The silvery white dragonet materialized beside the dining table. Its draconic aura flared, wings spread, a low warning growl. Zhao Feifei wasn't backing down either. She summoned her shadow cat. The inky black feline landed silently on the floor. Its pupils narrowed to slits. It arched its back, hissing a challenge at the silver wormling. The two familiars faced off, tension crackling in the air. Lin Ruoshue's tail went stiff. Instinctively, she stepped in front of Su Yuqing. Yuqing, wait, you got it all wrong. Feifei is actually... Mom, stop. Su Yuqing's eyes were bloodshot. She glared daggers at Zhao Feifei. She admitted it herself. And you're still defending her? Has she brainwashed you or something? Lin Ruoshue opened her mouth to speak. Seeing her daughter wouldn't listen, she sighed in defeat. She couldn't say, while Zhao Feifei was with Dad, I was busy in my familiar space. That was just impossible to explain. Linimo leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, saying nothing. He watched the whole messy drama unfold with cold amusement. A faint smirk played on his lips. Seeing Su Yuqing was fully triggered, Zhao Feifei was secretly thrilled, but made no move to clarify. She just winked playfully at Lin Ruoshue, her grin growing even more brazen. Su Yuqing had had enough. Get her. At her command, the silver wormling lunged. Its metallic claws slashed. The shadow cat blurred and dodged. A shadowy blur slashed at the wormling's wing. Familiars clashed, roars mingling with screeches. Tables were smashed to pieces, plates and bowls shattered everywhere. Even though the shadow cat and the silver wormling were both level 5. Outmatched, the wormling swatted with a claw, sending the shadow cat flying into a wall with a pained yowl. It tumbled through the air a few times before barely steadying itself, clearly already at a disadvantage. Zhao Feifei's face fell. She could see her familiar was losing. Without hesitation, she lunged at Su Yuqing and they started grappling. Su Yuqing, you absolute moron. Screw you, Zhao Feifei. She grabbed Su Yuqing's hair with one hand, yanking at her clothes with the other. The two girls instantly became a rolling tangle on the floor. Zhao Feifei had unfolded vision with Nemo, so her level was a notch above Su Yuqing's. She had the edge in both strength and speed. Hearing Zhao Feifei was going for her spawn point, Su Yuqing was trembling with rage, even though her familiar could beat the others. Her own stats couldn't match Zhao Feifei's. In no time, she was pinned underneath Zhao Feifei. Stay away from my mom. She's mine. The two girls pulled hair. Clothes ripped, screams, and panting mixed together. The scene descended into total chaos. Lin Ruoshue wanted to step in and stop them. The soul pact held her, leaving her to cry out. Yuqing, Feifei, stop it. You two, cut it out. But Su Yuqing seemed not to hear. Her eyes red as she kept commanding her wormling to attack. Zhao Feifei stood aside, a smug smirk curling her lips, but she stayed silent, letting the misunderstanding fester. Lin Mo slid his chair back, finding a clear spot to watch the show. He beckoned to Lin Ruoshue. Come here, give me a shoulder rub. Lin Ruoshue stiffened, but she couldn't defy the pact. She could only obediently walk over and stand behind Lin Mo, her hands gently pressing on his shoulders. As she massaged, she sighed softly. These two girls, on the floor, the fight grew more intense. Clothes were torn to shreds. Su Yuqing's top was almost completely open. Zhao Feifei's skirt was ripped halfway off, revealing large patches of pale skin and disheveled undergarments. Both were panting heavily, sweat mixing with dust. Their hair tangled together, neither willing to back down first. After 10 minutes, they finally wore themselves out. Gasping for air, they broke apart and each slumped to the ground. Their clothes were in tatters, chests heaving violently. Their summoned familiars vanished instantly. Su Yuqing glared at Zhao Feifei. Her eyes were bloodshot, but she couldn't find the words. Zhao Feifei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. A smug smile played on her lips. She knew the golden rule. Hit the mouth first in a fight. Suddenly remembering something, she deliberately leaned back. She let her uniform slip, revealing a vast expanse of pale skin and alluring curves. Chapter 17. Mom, I'm really sorry. Zhao Feifei struck this pose on purpose, leaning her chest forward, her gaze locked directly on Lin Mo, her voice breathy and seductive. Do you like it, Lin Mo? Only then did Su Yuqing snap out of it. A guy was just sitting there, watching this whole mess coldly. Her face flushed crimson all the way to her neck. Frantically, she pulled her tattered top tight. She shrieked, Lin Mo, you total creep. He had been quietly enjoying Lin Ruoshue's hand massage. He didn't expect Su Yuqing to pull a fast one on him. He opened his eyes and gave Su Yuqing a look. He sneered. Pulling a fast one. That's your specialty. Huh? But since you put it that way, if I didn't look, wouldn't that just be embarrassing for me? Su Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. Before she could speak, she saw Lin Mo turn his head to look at Lin Ruoshue. He said flatly, take off your clothes. Lin Ruoshue's body stiffened. Her violet eyes widened in an instant. Ah, the power of the pact cannot be defied. She pulled down her dress strap. The fabric slipped, revealing her smooth, pale shoulder, and a proud swell of her chest. Su Yuqing felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Mom, Zhao Feifei was stunned for a moment, then collapsed on the sofa, laughing hysterically. Watching Lin Ruoshue's movements, a flicker of surprise and excitement passed through her eyes. Lin Mo watched Su Yuqing's panicked face with a cold gaze. His voice was mocking. Didn't you tell me not to look? Now I'm only looking at my own familiar. Got a problem with that? Lin Ruoxue squeezed her eyes shut. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Flushed, she pushed on reluctantly. Her daughter was right there in front of her. She was nothing but a puppet, being played with. The humiliation was tearing her heart apart, yet she couldn't even get a single word of defiance out. Su Yujing completely panicked. Her voice trembled with unshed tears. Linimo, you bastard. Frantically, she yanked the tattered clothes off herself. She rushed over and tried to wrap them around Lin Ruoxue. Mom, put these on. But Lin Ruoxue mechanically threw the rags to the floor. Her movements were stiff, unyielding. The fabric landed at her feet. A single tear escaped from the corner of her tightly shut eyes, but she kept going, pulling her dress down further. Zhao Feifei sat on the ground, watching the scene unfold. Her smile faded, shock flickering in her eyes. She thought Linimo was just cold and distant. She never expected his payback to be this brutal. The guy didn't even say a word. He just used the simplest method to completely shatter Su Yujing. Zhao Feifei instinctively pulled back her earlier smugness. A sliver of fear towards Lin Imo took root in her heart. This guy is ruthless. Su Yujing's tears welled up, blurring her vision. Finally, they spilled over. She knelt on the floor, desperately trying to wrap her own clothes around her mother. But Lin Ruoxue kept throwing them off one by one. Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. All my fault. She broke down sobbing, her shoulders shaking violently, but she could only watch, helpless, as it all happened. Lin Ruoxue's movements continued. A dark succubus sigil shimmered on her skin. Su Yujing couldn't take it anymore. She knelt, begging. Let Mom go. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lin Imo glanced at her coolly. He spoke a single word. Stop. Lin Ruoxue's movement froze instantly. Her dress stopped at her waist, pale skin exposed to the air. Before either of them could even breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Mo's voice, cold as demons, rang out again. The show's not over yet. What? Su Yujing's heart sank to the sun. She instantly understood what he meant. Trembling violently, she slowly stood up. She began to remove the last few scraps of clothing she had left. Only the barest essentials remained, covering her private areas. Su Yujing looked up at Lin Imo. Her eyes filled with desperate pleading. Su Yujing clenched her jaw. Su Yujing gritted her teeth. Tears wouldn't stop falling. Lin Imo looked her up and down a few times and snorted with a laugh. So the campus queen ain't all that. Then he stood up and walked out. The moment Lin Imo left, the control over Lin Ruoxue instantly vanished. She bent down to pick up the torn clothes. Frantically, she helped the dazed and broken Su Yujing put them on. Mom's here. Yujing. Don't be afraid. Zhao Feifei had watched the whole thing. She looked at Su Yujing with a complicated expression. This girl, so high and mighty at school, proud as a peacock, the campus queen, was nothing in front of Lin Imo. Not even worth being his toy. Couldn't spark a single shred of his interest. Zhao Feifei didn't mock her. She just let out a deep sigh. Silently, she also stood up and walked into Su Yujing's room. Her clothes are ruined. He needs a new set. Only Lin Ruoxue and Su Yujing were left in the room. Lin Ruoxue pulled her daughter tightly into her arms, gently stroking her messy hair. Her voice gentle yet pained. Silly child, I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. Don't risk yourself like that again. Su Yujing finally broke down. She buried herself in Lin Ruoxue's arms and sobbed. Tears flowed like a burst dam, her shoulders shaking violently. Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was so wrong. She cried so hard she could barely breathe, holding on her mother for dear life, blaming herself over and over, like a child who'd made a terrible mistake. A soul pact. It's a soul pact. A normal pact you could maybe break, but a soul pact. Lin Ruoxue's heart felt like it was being torn apart. All she could do was gently pat her daughter's back, whispering comfort over and over. I know, baby. Mom knows. Don't cry. I'm right here. That morning, at Qingyan High School, the hallway outside the room was bustling with students. The moment Lin Imo and the others appeared, the whole place fell silent. Su Yujing kept her head down. Her eyes were still noticeably red and swollen. Her school blazer was wrapped tightly around her, hiding the faint bruises from the morning. She clung to Lin Ruoxue's arm, not letting go for a second, terrified her mother might vanish the next moment. Lin Ruoxue still wore that long, dark dress. On the surface, she seemed fine. Only her tail gave a slight tremble. She whispered reassurances to her daughter, but didn't dare say more. Terrified of setting Su Yujing off again, Zhao Feifei trailed behind them, her uniform jacket hanging sloppily off her shoulders. A fresh bruise at her mouth. Her gaze was glued to Lin Imo the whole time, a mix of weariness and something darker, more ambitious. Lin Imo walked ahead of everyone. His expression was calm, like nothing had ever happened. Holy crap, they're living together now? What's up with Su Yujing's eyes? They're all puffy. What the hell happened? Zhao Feifei is following them too. Lin Imo is out of control. Entering the classroom, Zhao Tianhao and his crew blocked the aisle. Lin Imo, what the hell did you do to Feifei? Chapter 18, Su Hao's sister. Su Wan. Zhao Feifei pushed forward, smiling sweetly. She warned, mind your own business. I'll handle my own life. Zhao Tianhao's face flushed crimson. He had to fear Lin Imo roared. Handle your own life? You didn't come home last night, and you're with him this morning? What kind of spell has he put on you? The classroom instantly erupted. Every student's eyes snapped toward them. Zhao Feifei stepped directly in front of Lin Imo. Narrowing her eyes, she warned, I told you, bro. My business. One more word, and I'll have Shadowcat bite you. Try me. Zhao Tianhao's veins bulged in anger. He tried to curse, but Lin Imo kicked his chest. Bang! Zhao Tianhao slammed into the desks at the back. The impact was deafening. The pain in his chest stole his breath. Hey, Chao. His pupils shrank. He clutched his chest, gasping. He was level 5 now. His physique was far beyond normal. Yet one kick from Lin Imo nearly put him down for good. Lin Imo retracted his foot, walked over and crouched in front of Zhao Tianhao, reached out and patted his cheek. Waist. Zhao Tianhao flinched. His face went deathly pale, but no words came out. Dead silence filled the room. Lin Imo stood up. His gaze swept the class. Anyone else want to be his hero? Settle it in combat class. Silence fell. Zhao Feifei stood beside him, pressing her lips together. Finally, she just shrugged helplessly. She'd said her piece. If you want to get his ass kicked, that was on him. Compared to what happened to Su Yujing, Zhao Tianhao was just dealing with a little physical pain. Don't want your mom to be summoned by Lin Imo and humiliated someday. School bell rings. They leave class. Zhao Feifei heads back home. The old infant state. It's already dark, but a tall, striking girl is standing at the gate. A girl with a stunning face. Lin Ruoshua freezes for a second when she sees her, and quietly explains to Lin Mo, "That's Su-Wan, Su-Hao's older sister. Her level's probably way higher than yours. Watch out." Su-Wan stands with her arms crossed, staring coldly at Lin Mo and his crew. "Annie Lin, you bullied my little brother like this. Do you think the Su family is a pushover?" Su-Hao is hiding behind a tree across the street, too scared to get close, just watching from a distance. Lin Mo doesn't even break his stride. "Come in," he says, opening the gate, and walks straight into the living room. Su-Wan lets out a cold laugh and follows him in. The atmosphere instantly turns tense. Lin Mo takes the main seat. Lin Ruoshua and Su Yuqing stand on either side of him. Su-Wan stands in the middle of the room, her gaze sharp. "Cut the crap. You messed up my brother. You owe me an explanation today." Her tone is aggressive, not hiding her intentions at all. Otherwise, the Su family won't let this slide. Lin Mo leans back on the sofa, looking at her expressionlessly. Beat the small, the big appears. He's silent, just slightly tilts his head, and gives Lin Ruoshua a look. Lin Ruoshua gets it. She says softly, "Since we're here to talk, have some water first." She turns to pour water, her movements natural and graceful. Su-Wan snorts coldly, doesn't refuse, but keeps a wary eye on Lin Mo. As Lin Ruoshua walks over with the water, her face is slightly flushed, her fingertips a bit damp. Su-Wan doesn't think much of it, takes the cup and takes a small sip. Heat surges through her, breath quickens. She stands up in a panic, knocking over the cup on the table. Water spills everywhere. "Andy, what did you give me to drink?" Lin Mo pulls Lin Ruoshua closer, sighing helplessly. So it's not just Su Yuqing. No one in the Su family has a working brain. Su Yuqing glaring hatefully at his back, but doesn't dare say anything. "Water, a succubus's fluids, are aphrodisiac. You'll be fine tomorrow." Su-Wan blushes. Her body weakens, mind fogs. She tries to summon her familiar. Her mind was completely scattered, consciousness fading away. A soft moan escaped her lips. She lunged straight for the only man in the living room. Clothes flew. A chaotic symphony of sounds filled the air. Su Yuqing's face fell, looking displeased. She glared daggers at Lin Mo's every move. Her heart ached even more for her mom. "Mom, I'm sorry." Lin Ruoshua watched with rapt attention, totally into it. Her fingers unconsciously trailed down her own stomach. Hearing the sudden apology, she was taken aback. She quickly pulled her hand back, acting all innocent. She stared blankly at Su Yuqing, clueless why she was apologizing again. Su Yuqing's face flushed bright red. She gestured wildly with her hands, struggling for words, but nothing came out. Lin Ruoshua couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The sounds flooding her ears started to make her own body feel all hot and bothered. Her head got fuzzy too, starting to babble nonsense. "It's okay, Yuqing. You just don't get it yet. You can't even imagine the kind of joy your mom's experiencing." "Huh?" Su Yuqing was utterly stunned. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. 2 sleepless nights, plus this mess, pushed her over the edge. The word just blurted out. "Mom, has Lin Mo brainwashed you?" She instantly regretted her words. "Idiot." Lin Ruoshua paused for a second. No time to deal with Yuqing's outburst right now. Her own heat fueled her, nudging Su Yuqing toward the bedroom. "Yuqing, you haven't slept properly in 2 nights. You're starting to talk crazy. Go rest in your room. I'll keep an eye out here. Nothing bad will happen." Su Yuqing, feeling guilty, tried to say something more, but Lin Ruoshua firmly, yet gently, pushed her into the bedroom and locked the door. At that moment, Su Yuqing's exhausted body finally gave out. She collapsed on the bed, asleep. A flicker of curiosity remained, while in the split second before she passed out, another wave of that familiar sound reached her ears. Who knows how much time passed? In the living room, Su-Wan lay completely spent on the couch. Eyes vacant, she stared at the tangled figures again. Her mind was a complete blank. After a moment, Su-Wan's awareness slowly trickled back. Struggling to her feet, weak all over, she snarled with rage. I'll kill you both." Smack! Lin Mo's hand struck her face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the living room. In the bedroom, Su Yuqing flinched and curled herself, frowning. She continued to sleep. Su-Wan stumbled from the slap. Her face swelled, blood at her mouth. Her mind cleared considerably, eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Just as she was about to speak again, Lin Ruoshua, panting, tried to reason. But her own brain wasn't working right now either. She couldn't think of any good words to say. It was all useless babble. "Wanner, I know you're freaking out, but just chill for a sec. Auntie, this is my first time too. How face my boyfriend?" Cuckold appears. Su-Wan's voice was choked with sobs. Her eyes were pools of utter despair and shame. Lin Ruoshua froze for a moment. Her body trembled involuntarily, her mind a complete mess. "First time's no big deal," she clumsily comforted. "You'll get used to it. Lin Mo, he's actually pretty gentle." Even she knew how insane that sounded. Her brain just couldn't process this. Was she crying from the pain, or from Lin Ruoshua's comfort? Tears mixed with the blood on her lips. She bit her lip hard. Her voice trembled, almost breaking. "Andy, how can you say that? How could it possibly be a next time?" Lin Ruoshua's ears burned bright red. Her tail unconsciously tightened around Lin Ma's waist. Try to explain just made it worse. "It's fine, really. Lin Mo, he's really good at it. Look at me. Aren't I pretty comfortable right now?" The moment she finished, she had no more time for Su-Wan. With a sharp, high-pitched cry, the living room finally fell silent. Lin Mo casually opened his status panel. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Necro class, legendary tier. Level 9, 900 over 900. To break through to level 10 requires Necro legendary spirit marrow X1. Strength, 20. Agility, 19. Spirit, 35. EXP is full, but he didn't level up directly. Lin Ruoshua, her blush not yet faded, softly crawled over, her tail gently coiling around his calf. Her voice was hoarse and satisfied from the aftermath. She slanged a voice. Passive lets familiars break through freely. They can level up directly. You still need breakthrough materials to level. The primary spirit marrow for level 10 is easy to get. You can buy it on the market. Legendary one's a nightmare. Qingyan City lacks it. As she spoke, she nuzzled her cheek lightly against Lin Ma's knee. Like an obedient pet, Lin Mo stroked her hair. Frowning, he asked, "Not even have a lead?" Lin Ruoshua's tail stiffened slightly. Her voice dropped lower. "Back in my day, legendary mana channels. Too rare. Try the association or black market. Or some competitions might offer them as a prize." Su-Wan checked her status panel. Name, Su-Wan. Class, win rare. Level, 15, 0/1500. Her pupils contracted sharply. Just a moment ago, she was only at the peak of level 14. Now, she jumped straight to level 15. Suwon's face instantly drained of color. Her body trembled faintly. Tears welled up again. But she couldn't utter a single curse. She'd been bullied beyond recognition, yet she'd leveled up. This absurd benefit filled her with both hatred and fear. A crushing weight on her chest. A phone notification chimed. Suwon unlocked her phone and held it. A WeChat message from her boyfriend at the Familiar Tamer Academy. Parents pressuring me again. They say your level is too low, that you're not good enough for me. But I'm not giving up. I promise. We'll find a way. I love you. Definitely not. Suwon stared at the screen. The floodgates broke. She clamped a hand over her mouth, stifling any sound, her shoulders shaking violently. He still wanted to make it work. While she had lost her innocence in a moment of carelessness, and her level had even increased. The sheer, cruel contrast shattered her completely. Lin and Mo had been cleaned up by Lin Ruoxiue, and had gone back to the bedroom to rest. Lin Ruoxiue sighed, suppressing her soreness. She got up and walked over to Suwon. Her voice was weary but gentle. On her about today, don't blame your second aunt. She had no choice. Her gaze was complex as she looked at Suwon's tear-streaked face. Lin and Mo is not someone you can mess with. Stay away from him. Avoid him. Having said that, Lin Ruoxiue didn't look at her again. She turned and went back to the bedroom, closing the door softly. Suwon sat on the living room floor, utterly devastated. Her phone was still clutched in her hand. Her boyfriend's messages still blinked on the screen. Slowly, she stood up. She dressed piece by piece. Step by step, she walked out of the Lin family mansion. The night breeze swept past as Suwon's steps faltered, unsteady. Hair disheveled, clothes clinging to her. Her face still bore clear tear, tracks, and redness. She walked forward as if her soul had left her body. She halted at the Lin family gate. She wiped her tears with her arm, forcing out a haughty, triumphant smile. Who had completely crushed her opponent underfoot. Suhao hid across the street, waiting. Seeing his sister walk out, his eyes lit up. He scurried over, whispering, "Sis, you handled it, right? I can tell by your expression. You must have taught that punk Linamo a lesson he won't forget." Suwon's smile froze slightly on her face. Her voice carried a barely noticeable tremble. "Oh, of course." She changed her tone, directly warning Suhao. "But his strength is nothing to scoff at. Don't provoke him again. Just steer clear." She walked ahead, Suhao beside her, his face full of admiration. He didn't notice the stains on her thigh. The siblings disappeared around the corner. Early the next morning, Linamo directly called in sick to school. He took Lin Ruoxiue to the Tamer Association. Jean Roland's eyes lit up slightly when she saw him. "Linamo, what brings you here today?" "What brings you here today, Linamo?" Linamo slapped his bank card down on the counter. His voice calm. "A primary level Necro class Manicore. Give me one." Jean Roland moved swiftly, soon fetching from the storeroom a fist-sized crystal that emitted a faint, grayish glow. After swiping the card, she slid it towards him. "What about a legendary tier Manicore?" "Any leads?" Jean Roland let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head. "There's no stock in the entire Jingyan city. Legendary tier Manicores are considered strategic resources. Only the big cities occasionally have news of them surfacing. They're priceless and hard to find." Linamo nodded, asked no more, and turned to leave. Back at the old mansion, he stored the primary level Manicore away. During the day, Lin Ruoxiue obediently stayed by his side. Her tail gently curled around his wrist like a quiet pet. As night fell, Linamo was just about to go rest with Lin Ruoxiue. Suwon stood at the open gate. She had changed into clean clothes, but they still couldn't hide the faint red marks on her neck. Suwon stood with her head lowered, knuckles white, voice trembling with shame. "I need to be stronger to be worthy of him." She bit her lip, cheeks flushed, but refusing to look up. "But your level somehow went up. It's like a thorn in my heart. I hate it. I'm scared of it. And I'm even more scared that I might start needing the shortcut." "It's okay, Suwon. You're the best. Once my level is good enough for him, I won't have to come back here." She could only console herself with these thoughts. Linamo didn't even glance her way. He pulled Lin Ruoxiue toward the bedroom. His voice was flat, not interested. Suwon stood rooted to the spot, her body trembling slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. But she held them back. She wanted to turn and leave. Then she remembered her boyfriend's text. "I'll never give up on you." She followed, standing silently in a corner, like a lost child. Her cousin, Su Yuqing, opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, just shook her head helplessly. Linamo and Lin Ruoxiue closed the bedroom door. Soon, familiar sounds began to drift out. Suwon sat on the living room sofa, hugging herself tightly, shoulders shaking. She stayed silent. The night passed. Next morning, when Linamo emerged from the bedroom, Suwon was still sitting there. Dark circles shadowed her eyes. She slowly stood up. Her voice was hoarse but resolute. "I know where to find a legendary tier Manicore." For the first time, Linamo actually looked at her. Suwon took a deep breath, her gaze shifting away. "My boyfriend brought it back from a dungeon run. Word got out, and too many people are after him. He was scared, so he gave it to me, told me to go home and lay low. I don't have it on me. It's in my safe at home." Linamo raised an eyebrow. "Well, wasn't this a pleasant surprise? Bring it at noon." At noon, carrying an unremarkable cloth bag, Linamo sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, meditating. Lin Ruoxiue stood obediently behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Su Yuqing had left for school early, so she wasn't at the old house. Suwon placed the bag on the table. Inside, a Manicore pulsed with a soft golden light. "The core is here," before she could finish. Linamo grabbed it. Gray mist erupted from his palm, engulfing him completely. His status panel went wild. Name, Linamo. Class, Necro class legendary. Level 10. Strength 1000. Agility 22. Spirit 21. Summoner skills 38. Summon one deceased woman. 1 minute. Succubus LV2. Dual fish experience S2.5. Opposite sex affinity plus 15. Can help female familiar tamers level up their familiars. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue has also completed her evolution. Contracted familiar. Lin Ruoxue. Race. Succubus. Here. Legendary. Level 10. Strength 1000. Agility 35. Spirit 45. Eyesight 60. 95/895. Charming Gaze LV4. Painful Lash. Full version. Phantom Step. Full version. Alluring Scent LV. Form. Lin Ruoxue's ink black dress fled without wind. A faint golden pattern appeared at the tip of her tail. Her entire aura instantly became much stronger. Lin Mo swallowed. Suwon's throat moved. She asked cautiously, when do we start? After Lin Mo completely absorbed the cryostal, he casually tossed the empty bag at her. So here, he teased. Suwon trembled all over, her cheeks instantly burning red. Whether from humiliation or because he hit the nail on the head, she bit her lip hard. Her voice was almost squeezed. I just want to get stronger quickly. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. He walked to the bedroom, tossing a line over his shoulder. Follow me. Suwon stood frozen for 3 seconds. Pushed by an unseen force, she followed him inside. The moment the door closed, Lin Ruoxue leaned back on the sofa, her tail swaying gently. A moment later, frantic, tearful sobs came from the bedroom. Lin Ruoxue shook her head. She picked up the phone on the table. On the screen was a message from Su Yuqing sent half an hour ago. Mom, lunch? Should I bring something back? Lin Ruoxue thought for a moment, then typed a few words back. Bring an extra portion. Su Yuqing replied instantly. Is there someone else at home? Lin Ruoxue looked at those 3 question marks. Couldn't help but laugh. Evening, the bedroom door opened. Lin Mo walked out and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. Where's Suwon? Lin Ruoxue, still leaning on the sofa, tilted her head to look at him. She's sleeping. Passed out. Lin Mo took a gulp of water and sat down beside her. Too tense. Struggled. Then cried herself to sleep. Lin Ruoxue looked at his comm profile. Poked his cheek. You seem experienced. Practice makes perfect. Lin Mo didn't dodge, replying casually. Lin Ruoxue's ears turned slightly pink, but her mouth stayed sharp. So, was your master a good teacher or not? Not bad. Lin Mo set the water glass on the coffee table. He sank into the soft sofa and closed his eyes. By evening, Su Yuqing entered with takeout. She saw Lin Mo with her mom. They were sitting really close, laughing and talking like a couple totally in love. She froze, dropping the bag. Thud. That's what you do. Lin Ruoxue's tail gently coiled out. She smiled, ruffling her daughter's hair. Eat first. The food's getting cold. Where's she? Su Yuqing can sit down. She scanned the room first. The bedroom. Still asleep? Lin Ruoxue pointed towards the bedroom. Su Yuqing walked to the bedroom door and peeked in. Suwon was lying on her side on the bed, a thin blanket over her. Her breathing was even, sleeping deeply. There were still tear tracks, not yet dry, on her face. Su Yuqing gently closed the door. She sat back down, expression conflicted. She really is. Su Yuqing opened a takeout box. Ugh, she has a boyfriend and still comes looking for Lin Mo. I thought she would. Forget it. Lin Ruoxue asked curiously. Would what? I thought she'd go at Lin Mo tooth and nail. Su Yuqing mumbled, stabbing her chopsticks angrily into the rice. Who knows if she was mad at Suwon for being pathetic or what? After eating, Lin Mo went back into the bedroom. Soon, sounds started coming from inside again. Only mother and daughter were left in the living room. Su Yuqing poked at her food box, her voice muffled. Mom, don't you think Suwon is just worthless? Having a boyfriend and still chasing after a guy like Lin Mo. She doesn't even deserve to be part of the Su family. Lin Ruoxue's hands, busy cleaning up the boxes, paused. She let out a soft sigh. Yuqing. Chapter 21. Su Yuqing suddenly realized what she'd said. No, not you, Mom. You're different. You're bound by the soul pact. You didn't have a choice. Her voice faded as she buried her face, not daring to look at her mother. Lin Ruoxue looked at her daughter like that. He ruffled her hair, knowing she blamed herself. Silly girl, don't blame yourself. In a way, if it weren't for Lin Mo, maybe we'd never have seen each other again in this lifetime. Su Yuqing was stunned. She obviously hadn't considered that, but just thinking about the humiliation her mom endured every day made her heart ache all over again. So I'm supposed to thank him for that? Lin Ruoxue sighed softly. Don't thank him. And you don't have to hate him, either. He just gave me a reason to keep going. You're the only thing that matters to me. Su Yuqing buried her face in her mother's shoulder. Mom, I'm useless. You're enough. Lin Ruoxue patted her back gently. Her voice was soft. Don't overthink it. Let's eat first. Chopsticks clinked softly in the living room, and the occasional low moan drifting from the bedroom. After dinner, Su Yuqing took the initiative to clean up. Lin Ruoxue leaned back on the sofa. Her tail unconsciously brushed against her thigh. Once Su Yuqing was done, she flew back to her mother's arms. A moment later, she suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling. Wait, since Suwon is occupied in the bedroom tonight, does that mean you don't have to go be with Lin Mo tonight? As she finished speaking, a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Her mood instantly brightened. Seeing her daughter's hopeful little expression, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but smile too, giving a slight nod. The next morning, Suwon woke from a deep, exhausted sleep. Her whole body ached as if she'd been run over by a truck. She lay in Lin Ma's bed, the thin sheet slipping down her waist. Marks from the previous night were everywhere on her skin. Sunlight leaked through the window blinds, stinging her eyes. She fumbled for her phone on the pillow. She opened her status mail first. Name, Suwon. Class, wind element, rare. Level, 16, 1, 800/1, 800. Full up. Suwon stared at the numbers. Tears welled up in her eyes. That heavy, suffocating guilt in her heart felt a tiny bit lighter. At least she was stronger now. She was one step closer to being worthy of her boyfriend's goal. She took a deep breath and opened her messages. Her boyfriend's text from last night was still at the top. Lero, babe. I talked to my family. I told them you found the legendary tier mana core yourself. They've agreed to let us date now. The core must be given to the family. Remember to bring it when you come back to school. I love you. Suwon stared at the message. Pupils constrict. The millennial cryostal. She had personally handed that golden cryostal to Lin Mo yesterday. Lero was still naively thinking it was in her own hands. Still fighting for their future. She gave away what could have swayed her family. She gave it away. Suwon's throat tightened. Tears instantly welled up. She clamped a hand over her mouth, stifling any sound, her shoulders shaking violently. Tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering on her phone screen, blurring the message completely. Gone. It's all gone. She crumpled into a ball, burying her face in her knees. sobbing until she could barely breathe. She hated Linimo. She hated herself even more. She even hated Suhao a little. Suhao. Suwon's head snapped up. Through tear-blurred vision, a flicker of cold resolve flashed. Ignoring her aches, she dressed quickly. Without a word to anyone, she rushed out. In the living room, Su Yuqing, who was about to greet her, blinked. Arm half raised, she stared at Suwon leaving. What's her deal? Su Yuqing actually wanted to thank her. Mom had the best sleep she's had in ages last night. Though, awkwardly, she wet the bed. Mom didn't say anything about it, just quietly changed the sheets again. Lin Ruoshue, remembering last night. Blushing, she said, she's upset. Let her cool off. Let her calm down first. She's upset. Su Yuqing snorted dismissively. Upset? With all that noise last night, I sure didn't see any upset. Has a boyfriend and still goes after Linimo. What a total skank. Lin Ruoshue was taken aback. She could only offer a helpless smile. She didn't reply. Su Yuqing was on a roll. Acts all prim and proper usually, and then in one night, it's completely owned by Linimo. Wonder what face her boyfriend will make when he finds out. Lin Ruoshue's fingers fidgeted awkwardly with her clothes. She had a feeling that even though Su Yuqing was talking about someone, trying to defuse it. Yuqing, enough. She has reasons. Yuqing, stop. She has her own difficulties. Su Yuqing let out a derisive laugh. Reasons? With a boyfriend, she throws herself at someone? What reason? She's completely disgraced the Su family name. Lin Ruoshue looked at her daughter's expression, shook her head slightly, and sighed. Those 5 years she was gone, they really did let Su Yuqing grow up twisted. Just then, Linimo walked out of the bathroom, fresh from washing up. Lin Ruoshue immediately went to him. Her voice soft. She said, all clean up? Breakfast is ready. Lin Imo nodded, his gaze sweeping the living room. Suwon's gone, huh? Lin Ruoshue smiled. She probably won't come back, right? After all, she left in such a hurry this morning. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. She'll be back. Lin Ruoshue was slightly taken aback. Why? She got a taste of the good stuff. Lin Imo said flatly. And this path, it's a one-way street. For her, for you, and for me. Lin Ruoshue stood frozen. Suddenly, she felt a tightness in her chest. Su Yuqing cautiously glanced at Lin Imo. She muttered, actually, I kinda hope she does come. Meanwhile, Suwon had already arrived home. This was her parents' house, not the real Su family mansion. Suwon pushed the door open, not even bothering to greet her parents. She charged straight into Suhao's room. Bang! The door was flung open with force. Suhao was lying on his bed, scrolling on his phone. He saw his sister burst in, but before he could speak, Suwon punched him square in the face. Suhao, you bastard! Suhao was stunned. Blood instantly gushed from his nose. Suwon's fists rained down on him. Each blow carried all the pent-up hatred and resentment of these days. Why do you have to mess with Lin Imo? Do you have any idea what you've done to me? Chapter 22. The Necro Class Dungeon. Suhao was beaten, scurrying for cover, but didn't dare fight back. You can only beg, sis. What's going on? What happened? What the hell is going on? Suwon's tears mixed with sweat as they fell, but her punches only grew heavier. Outside, Suhao's parents heard the commotion and rushed in. Seeing the scene, they were shocked. Waner, what are you doing? Su Jiangwo hurried forward to pull her away, but Suwon shoved him aside. Suwon was panting heavily, her eyes terrifyingly red. Don't stop me. Today I'm gonna beat this walking disaster to death. Suhao seized a chance to shrink into a corner. Mom, Dad, save me. Sis has gone crazy. Suwon stood by the bed, her chest heaving violently. She warned him, Suhao, from today on. Stay away from Lin Imo, don't mess with him again. I'll cripple you. Then she stormed out, leaving the entire family in stunned silence. Suwon went back to her room and locked the door. Leaning against it, she slowly slid down to the floor. Tears welled up uncontrollably once more. Burying her face in her knees, she sobbed quietly. I'm sorry, the Lin family stayed. Suwon's departure meant nothing to Lin Imo. He ignored her protests and put her back in his familiar space. He headed to the Familiar Tamer Association alone. The association was as puzzling as ever. Lin Imo walked up to the registration counter. Jean Roland was looking down, sorting through some documents. When she saw it was Lin Imo, her professional smile faltered as she stared at him in confusion. Lin Imo, you're back already? Jean Roland blinked. You were just asking about legendary tier Mero yesterday, and you're here at the association today? Could be. Jean Roland's eyes widened, but she immediately dismissed the thought. She quickly recovered her composure. Smiling, she said, legendary tier Mero is hard to find. Huh? Don't worry, the moment I get any news, I'll let you know right away. She cut off as Lima's status panel lit up. The number 10 next to his level made her smile freeze instantly. Name, Lin Imo. Class, Necro Class. Tier, Legendary. Level, 10. Jean Roland's breathing hitched. Her voice trembled. Lin Imo, you're really level 10? Lin Imo retracted his hand, giving her a slight nod. Register me. Jean Roland took a deep breath. Her hands were shaking as she processed the registration. She kept glancing at Lin Imo, muttering under her breath. How is this even possible? Level 10 already? Even the freaks at HQ aren't this insane. She handed him the new emblem. Glancing around, she leaned in and whispered, Lin Imo, be straight with me. How did you do it? We awakened on the same day. How are you already level 10? Lin Imo took the emblem, tossing it into his pocket, thinking back on his journey. He said flatly, blood, sweat, and tears. Whose blood and whose tears? That's self-explanatory. Lin Imo paused. Reaching level 10 meant he could contract a second familiar. But then he suddenly asked, where can I get a soul pact? Inside the familiar space. Lin Ruoshue, who had been watching the drama, flinched. The benefits of a soul pact are obvious, of course. The familiar can't resist any command, and the bond can never be broken. For most people, that's actually a burden. A pact master can only contract so many familiars. But for Lin Imo, the upside would be insane. Back in the association hall, she froze for a second. Her expression shifted slightly. A soul pact talisman? Lowering her voice. That stuff is way too rare. She quickly scanned the room, making sure no one was listening. It's almost never on the open market. Unless you're spending big at a major black market auction. Your only shot is to try your luck in a Necro Class dungeon. And the drop rate is ridiculously low. Teams at level 10 have basically zero chance. Even above level 10, it's all about RNG. And those dungeon Necro bosses are a nightmare. Her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she just remembered something. But you just hit level 10, right? You could totally go try your luck. I've actually been wanting to run one lately. Lin Imo, what do you say? Want to party up? I'll help. I don't need loot. I just want to see inside. Inside the familiar space, Lin Ruashua let out a soft chuckle. Lin Mo thinks she just wants to gauge your power. Before Lin Mo could even respond, sweet sugar laughing nearby. I'm coming too. Zhao Feifei had appeared out of nowhere. Her shadow cat lazily circled her ankles. She batted her eyelashes. Her gaze locked directly on Lin Mo. Take me with you, Lin Mo. What's one more liability, right? Might even come in handy as a meat shield if things get dicey. Jean Ruin was visibly taken aback. Stunned by Zhao Feifei's late shamelessly. A smirk played on Lin Mo's lips. He met Zhao Feifei's openly desiring stare, reached out and patted her head. Fine, you're in. We got a party. With that, he turned and headed straight for the association exit. Zhao Feifei giggled, skipping along to catch up. Jean Ruin stood there, frozen for a moment. She finally snapped to and ran after them. Wait for me. It's 10 miles outside the city. Shadow Abyss Valley entrance, lit up at night. Major factions cluster in groups, voices everywhere. Some are checking gear, others are forming last-minute parties. Even the Necro-class dungeon is dangerous. There are still tons of unexplored areas. It draws countless familiars tamer, hoping to get lucky. Nemo and his girls just reaching us. They were immediately swallowed by the lively atmosphere. Zhao Feifei excitedly looked all around. So many people. Tonight's gonna be wild. Jean Roland explained in a low voice. Shadow Abyss opens twice weekly. Tonight's the last chance. Of course it's packed. Li Ma's gaze swept calmly over the crowd. Suddenly, a grating voice cut through the noise from nearby. Well, if it isn't Lin Mo from Cloudcrest High, he followed the sound. A nondescript guy was huddled in a corner. The guy's name was Zhang Lei, a nobody student from Starlight Academy. Completely forgettable among his peers. He tagged along with a big shot to watch. Two stunningly beautiful girls flanked Lin Mo. One gentle and poised, the other bubbly and alluring. An intense wave of unfairness washed over Zhang Lei. Seriously? A guy who awakened the lowest, trash-tier necro class. It's two hotties clinging to him? What gives? Chapter 23. I'm so jealous. Zhang Lei swallowed hard. He couldn't help but push forward a few steps. His voice wasn't loud, but he made sure everyone around could hear. That's the trash who awakened the necro class. Ha ha ha. I thought the rumors were fake. I heard you have to sleep with bones to level up. That true? Zhang Lei finished and laughed at his own joke, trying to grab some attention, to feel like he mattered for once. The area instantly fell silent. Many eyes turned their way. Lin Mo turned around, his face expressionless. His gaze landed on Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei felt a jolt of panic under those calm eyes. He sneered. What? Did I say something wrong? Necro class is just... Smack a crisp slap echoed at the valley mouth. Lin Mo backhanded him. Zhang Lei was spun around a full circle on the spot. Half his face swelled instantly, blood trickling from his lip. You dare hit me? Zhang Lei clutched his face, eyes bloodshot as he roared. I'm hitting exactly who I should. Zhao Feifei also charged forward. She grabbed a loose paving stone, ready to bash his head in. But Jean Roland desperately held her back. Lin Mo, help me. I can't hold her much longer. Jean Roland's face was flushed with strain. I was using all my strength, but she was still dragging me forward. Lin Mo snatched the brick from Zhao Feifei. Before Jean Roland could even catch her breath, she saw Lin Mo slam the brick straight into Zhang Lei's head. Thought a heavy, dull impact echoed. Zhang Lei's vision went black. He went limp and collapsed, knocked out. Zhao Feifei's eyes sparkled. She clapped her hands excitedly. Nice hit. Jean Roland, on the other hand, was completely stunned. It took her a moment to process. Her voice trembled as she said, Lin Mo, you went way too hard. Lin Mo tossed the brick aside. He commented, arguing with trash like that is a waste of time. Nothing beats a good old brick. He dusted off his hands. Let's go. Into the dungeon. They headed deeper. The crowd parted to let them through. None of the surrounding teams dared to stop them. It was all Zhang Lei's own fault anyway. Even the guys from Zhang Lei's own squad didn't step forward. They just abandoned him right there. The moment Lin Ma's group stepped into the dungeon, a system prompt lit up before their eyes. Dungeon entry. Timed instance. Shadow. Abyss. Secret realm. The inside of the dungeon was dark and gloomy. A faint gray mist hung in the air. Shattered bones and withered necrotic flora littered the ground. Jean Roland explained in a low voice. This place drops necro class specific materials. Soul fragments, essence of the dead, marrow crystals, and some low tier necro gear. You can also farm rare tier summoning items and soul pack talismans. Zhao Feifei licked her lips. But the real prize is that boss, right? Jean Roland nodded. The Shadow Abyss Bone King. A LV.15 necro boss. It has a special mechanic. Only necro familiars can damage it. Other attacks are useless or backfire. That's why no one's beaten it. Teams just farm mobs, grab mats, and leave. Clearing it is pretty much impossible. Lima's eyes flickered. Only necro familiars can damage it. For me, that's the best news possible. Lin Ruashua chuckled from within the familiar space. Looks like this dungeon was tailor-made for you. Zhao Feifei excitedly grabbed Lima's arm. Then let's just go straight for the boss. Jean Roland took a deep breath. Be careful, the Bone King is no joke. The three of them press deeper. The gray mist thickens, and skeletal remains grow more numerous. Finally, ahead lies a massive mountain of bones. A colossal skeleton king, built from countless bones, slowly rises. A level 15's oppressive aura crashes down. Green nether flame flickers in the Bone King's sockets. He lets out a low, rumbling roar. Lin Mo steps forward. Gray mist swirls in his palm. The void tears open, and Lin Ruashua's figure materializes directly. Finally, my turn to shine. Lin Ruashua flips her tail. Her crimson seductive gaze meets the Bone King's furious roar. Its bone arm swings, unleashing a rain of bone spears. Lin Ruashua uses Phantom Step, instantly creating distance. Agonizing lash cracks against the Bone King as an energy whip. It ignites large patches of soul fire. Zhao Feifei's shadow cat weaves through the fray. There's elastic swarming for the periphery. Meanwhile, Jean Roland summons her Windwing Sparrow. It assists by casting wind shields and haste, buffing the trio. The battle rages intensely. Below, Lin Ruashua faces the level 15 Bone King head-on. The clash of whips and bone spears creates a deafening cacophony. The situation is crucial fast, while Lin Ruashua can deal damage. She can't end the fight quickly. Lin Mo stands at the rear, frowning. He raises his hand, gray mist churning. This is his first time using a summoner skill. A 1-minute temporary summon of a deceased female elder to fight. The summoned inherits the summoner's familiar skills. The only blood Lin Mo has touched since reaching level 10 is Su-Wan's. A translucent figure materializes. Lin Ruoxue, fighting the Bone King, glimpses from the corner of her eye. She gasps in shock. Su Qingwan looks utterly bewildered. Glancing around, wide-eyed, where is this? Why am I here? Before she can finish, Lin Mo has taken complete control. Su Qingwan's body is compelled to charge at the Bone King. Her necro-class skills, tinged with an undead aura, erupt instantly. She shouts, fighting sis-in-law, why are you here? That outfit. Lin Ruoxue lashes out with her whip. Mostly. Let's finish this first. 2 necro-class attacks land on the Bone King simultaneously. Finally, it lets out a roar of agony. Its bone armor shatters across a wide area. Face eyes light up. It's working. Jean Roland, frantic, directs her Windwing Sparrow, continuously applying buffs to the group. With necro familiars, Bone King crashes down. Finally, under the assault of 2 undead familiars, it crashes down. The Shadow Abyss Bone King has been slain. It dropped a purple glowing ring and some other loot. Lin Mo steps forward and slips the ring onto his finger. Shadow Abyss Bone Ring, Epic. Equip level, 10. Effects, plus 12 strength, plus 9 agility, plus 15 spirit. Necro class exclusive. Unique skill. I am the Bone King. Summon skeleton minions. Number scales with spirit. Max 10. After the fight, Su Qingwan's form begins to fade. She stares wide-eyed as Lin Mo pulls Lin Ruoxue into his arms. Her face is pure shock. Sis-in-law, you. Her figure completely dissipates. Only a gasp of disbelief remains. Thwack. Lin Mo turns to see Jean Roland frozen stiff. Utter disbelief on her face. She goes limp and collapses. Zhao Feifei is holding a broken wooden stick. Noticing Lin Mo's gaze, she tosses the stick aside with a grin. She walks step by step toward Lin Mo. Sister Jean's out cold. Won't be waking up anytime soon. Step by step, she closes in, licking her lips. Her eyes burn with obvious hunger. Lin Mo, during the fight, just now, I was already on chapter 24. Li Qingwan? Thud. She shoves Lin Mo down onto the soft purple moss, straddling him, hands braced on his chest. No one to interrupt us now. Let's cultivate. Lin Mo lies on the moss, raising a hand slightly. Gray mist envelopes them. High succubus physique active. Zhao Feifei's breathing grows ragged. She leans down, her lips crashing onto his. Her body presses against him, hot as fire. My level. Lin Ruoxue watches, tail lashing with envy. She wants her turn to cultivate, and fast. But Zhao Feifei isn't exactly her partner in crime. Lin Ruoxue snorts coldly. She retreats to her familiar space to handle herself. As she fades, she mutters, humph. Such a thirsty slut. Moments later, a soft moan comes from Jean Roland beside them. She seems about to wake up. Wait. Zhao Feifei's mind is blank, but she remembers Jean Roland's presence. Without hesitation, she grabs the broken stick she tossed aside, and swings it down again. Whack! Jean Roland's head lolls. Out cold again. This time, she's definitely not waking up soon. Phew. Done. Zhao Feifei tosses it away. Let's get back to what we were doing. Suddenly, Jean Roland's unconscious body trembles violently. Her eyes snap open, pupils now an eerie gold red. 9 faintly shimmering tails materialize behind her. A legendary tier, necroclass of such purity. She steps into the gray mist as she speaks. The utterly bewildered, naked girl gets tossed out. Zhao Feifei lands hard on her, but with a thud. Ow. She blinks, dazed, looking around in confusion. Clearly, she's still trying to process what just happened. But then, a pained groan echoes from within the mist. It snaps her right back to the present. Jean Roland, there's such a thing as first come, first served. Zhao Feifei roars in fury. She scrambles to her feet, ready to charge into the mist. Just as she's about to move, a cloud of pink mist drifts out from the gray haze. It envelopes her completely. Zhao Feifei's body freezes in place. She blushes deeply, gaze distant. She bites her lip. Her hands drift helplessly towards her lower abdomen. Stifled, shameful sounds escape her lips. Inside the mist, the frenzied Jean Roland's eyes glow with gold light. Perfect, she says excitedly. Now we won't be interrupted. Lin Mo frowns, sensing something's off. You're not Jean Roland. Who are you? The frenzied Jean Roland's movements halt. She cups Lin Mo's face in her hands. Leaning down, her crimson lips fiercely seal his mouth. She whispers against his lips, I'm Li Qingwan. I'll explain everything later. Only cultivation sounds in the mist. Inside the familiar space, a figure slowly materializes. A faint amused smile as she watches. Lin Ruoxue completely lost her own world. Time passes. Eventually, everything quiets down. Lin Ruoxue lets out a muffled groan, biting her lower lip. Her body trembles for a moment before she slumps, panting softly. She realizes a gaze has been fixed on her. Lin Ruoxue turned her head. Her eyes meet that amused, watching stare. Her pupils contract. She flushes crimson. She freezes, crossing arms over chest. Her legs shift awkwardly. When did you get in here? Her voice is out of his. Who are you? Get out of my familiar space now. She yells, frantically trying to straighten her clothes. Mortified, she was absorbed in front of someone. Lin Ruoxue wished she could just vanish into thin air. Li Qingwan stood barefoot on the familiar space's ground. Her snow-white foxtail swayed gently behind her. Her movements were graceful, her eyes slightly narrowed. A faint, knowing smile played on her lips. I was just following that pure necroclass aura in here. Didn't expect to catch such a show. Li Qingwan took a step forward. Her tail traced a graceful arc. Her gaze calmly swept over Lin Ruoxue's still trembling legs. I saw everything, from start to finish. Li Qingwan's tone held a hint of amusement. It was strangely gentle. That last sound you made was actually pretty hot. Lin Ruoxue choked on her own spit. Furious and flustered, she clutched her clothes. Shut up. Her voice shook. You pervert. This is Lin Mo's familiar space. You can't just barge in. I was just cultivating. It's none of your business. Her voice grew weaker, her cheeks burning crimson. She had watched Zhao Feifei claim Lin Mo right in front of her, and could only sneak in here to take care of things herself. And now this woman had caught her red-handed. This was mortifying. Cultivating? Li Qingwan let out a light laugh. Her voice was pure teasing. Lin Ruoxue was about to lose it, especially because this witch was telling the truth. She had no comeback. You just wait. Get out. Or I'll tell Lin Mo. He'll kick you right out. Tell him. Li Qingwan blinked innocently. He's a bit tied up right now. With the body I lent out. He won't be checking on us for a while. And are you sure you wanted to know exactly what you were up to in here all by yourself? That hidden nerve. Lin Ruoxue's mouth opened, but no words came out. She could only glare, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Li Qingwan relaxed a little. This new roommate might not be so bad. Seems manageable. All right, I'll stop teasing. Her tone turned serious. I've been gone for a long time, but I have unfinished business. This is the only way I could come back. Levels 1 to 10, Novice Familiar Tamer. Can contract 1 Familiar. Levels 11 to 20, Junior Familiar Tamer. Can contract 2 Familiars. Chapter 25, Master Servant Pact. That's why I had to bind myself to him. Since we're both stuck with this guy now, consider this a little icebreaker. Lin Ruoxue, her wrist caught in the foxtail, struggled weakly, but couldn't break free. She turned away, blushing. Who wants to break the ice with you? You freaky vixen. Li Qingwan chuckled. You backed off. I know a thing or two about succubi. Next time the urge hits, you can call me. Illusions. A tale to hold. I can help. Better than you dealing with it alone? We're neighbors now. After all, Lin Ruoxue wasn't having any of her fake kindness. She hissed, shut up, dead fox. Who's your neighbor? But after a moment of silence, a nagging feeling hit her. That name, where had she heard it before? She couldn't help but ask, what did you say your name was again? Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan. Weren't you supposed to have exploded? At those words, Li Qingwan froze. A flicker of something complex passed through her golden eyes. After a pause, her voice turned icy. You're well informed. She let out a cold laugh. They told everyone I exploded? Huh. The Li family and their fairy tales. After I signed a true 9-10 fox and pact. The Li family never stopped pressuring me to break the contract. They wanted to give it to a direct heir. I refused. The Nether Fox would rather die than submit. In the end, it threatened to detonate its own core to protect me. They couldn't force the transfer. So they threw me in a dungeon. For 20 years, Li Qingwan's voice grew colder with each word. Her hands trembling slightly. I died a while ago. Only a wisp of my soul was left, drifting. Now, I finally have a chance to live again. She looked up, her fox eyes burning with deep, smoldering hate. So I'm not here to compete with you for anything. I just need to borrow his power to fully resurrect. I'm going back. Collect every debt from the Li family. With interest. Lin Ruoxue was stunned. Her earlier resistance faded. Her expression shifted to pity. So that's what happened. Those Li family bastards. But then she thought of Lin Mo. She rubbed her chin, considering. Better give this fox a heads up. Don't underestimate that guy Lin Mo, though. You have no idea how ruthless he can be. Li Qingwan raised a delicate eyebrow. Spark a genuine interest in her eyes. Oh, you tell. A flicker of interest in his eyes. How ruthless. Lin Ruoxue lowered her voice. He may seem all calm and collected on the surface, but anyone who crosses him ends up regretting it. He only does things his own way. If you're planning revenge on the Li family, I'd say pump the brakes. Li Qingwan listened. Still so naive. Her eyes narrowed slightly, filled with nothing but confidence and a hunger for control. No matter how ruthless Lin is, he's just a kid who just awakened. Guys, especially at that age, are the easiest to handle. She reached out a slender finger, tipping up Lin Ruoxue's chin. Her voice was soft, but dripping with superiority. After I treat him to a few more meals, he'll be utterly hooked. Then, he'll do whatever I want. Li Qingwan have lived 2 lifetimes. You think I can't handle some brat? Lin Ruoxue watched her smug expression, opening her mouth, but only managing to choke out. Don't be so sure of yourself. Li Qingwan gave another light chuckle, saying nothing more. Outside, Lin Mo slowly sat up from the purple moss. He raised a hand and opened his status panel. Name, Lin Mo class. Necro class, legendary tier. Level, 12. SDR, 200. AGI, 461. Int, 399. Familiars. Lin Ruoxue, Succubus. Li Qingwan, 9 Shadow Fox. Hack traits, 1. Succubus Constitution. Dual Cultivation EXP plus 250%. Base affinity with opposite sex plus 15. Can help female, tamer level familiars. 2. Shadow Fox Perception. Detects all hostility and killing intent within a 50-meter radius. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on the second familiar for 2 seconds. His brow slowly furrowed. With a thought, gray mist erupted violently around him. 2 figures were summoned simultaneously. Lin Ruoxue's clothes were slightly disheveled. Her face still flushed. Lin Mo, Li Qingwan began in a cooing voice. But before she could finish, she sensed something wrong. You're severing the pact. Her pupils dilated instantly. Her seductive look turned to sheer terror. Her snow-white foxtails thrashed anxiously behind her. Necrotic force tore from her soul. Lin Mo's expression was blank. Without even a hint of hesitation, he severed it. Li Qingwan let out a piercing shriek. 9 faint tails thrashed wildly behind her, like a final, desperate struggle before death. Her remnant soul was violently ripped from the pact state. A nearly transparent, golden red light writhed in agony midair. Lin Mo, you can't do this to me. I can do anything for you. I'm useful. I'm beautiful. I can help you get stronger. Her voice grew fainter. The soul remnant disintegrated like burning. Tiny motes of light scattered and vanished from its edges. Li Qingwan was utterly panicked. Her confidence in familiar space vanished. Please don't break it. I was wrong. Everything I said was total BS. Never again. Her remnant soul teetered. Her voice choked with sobs, filled with an unprecedented, desperate humility. Lin Mo, Master, Li Qingwan will be your familiar forever. Please form a new pact. Don't let my soul scatter. The remnant soul had faded to near invisibility. Li Qingwan curled up in pain in the air. Tears of light fell like droplets. Lin Rawashua, standing beside, couldn't bear to watch. She quietly tugged on Lin Mo's sleeve. A master-servant pact isn't much worse. She knew Lin Mo too well. A familiar with its own thoughts would take up a pack slot. She said this partly for Lin Mo to hear, and partly for the struggling Li Qingwan. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Li Qingwan instantly begged a master-servant pact. I'll take it. Just let me stay by your side. I'll do anything. From now on, I, Li Qingwan, am your servant, your slave. Please, don't let my soul scatter. The transparent remnant prostrated toward Lin Mo. Her 9 faint tails hung limply. The once supremely arrogant 9-tails Netherfox now looked like a dog with its spine completely broken, humbled to the absolute extreme. Chapter 26, The Master-Servant Pact. Master, I'll never be so arrogant again. Everything I said before was just hot air. I'm just a remnant soul, a lonely ghost trying to use your power to come back to life. Please give me a chance. Let me be your servant. Lin Rawashua stood aside, clearly sensing the venom practically overflowing from Li Qingwan. She couldn't help but frown slightly. What in the world did this vixen go through in the Li family? That she'd rather be a slave than die? But after spending so much time with Lin Mo, seeing Li Qingwan looking so different from before, I actually felt a little smug inside, my tail swishing involuntarily. A smirk of schadenfreude curled at the corner of my mouth. Lin Mo stared expressionlessly at the pleading remnant soul. Your issues have nothing to do with me, he stated flatly. Li Qingwan's remnant soul shuddered violently. Its nearly transparent gold-red light flickered wildly. She curled into a tight ball midair, her voice choked with tears. Master, I understand. I asked for nothing. Just let me borrow your power to survive. I'll do anything at all. Lin Mo glanced down at the flickering, fragile wisp of soul. Fine, he said coolly. Dark mist surged from his palm, coalescing into heavy, ash-gray chains. They wrapped around Li Qingwan's remnant soul, searing a pale, gray, master-servant pact sigil into its core. Li Qingwan let out a muffled, agonized groan. Her soul convulsed violently. A moment later, the weakened remnant began to expand. Then it rapidly condensed, taking shape. Ruolan's body lay unconscious on moss. Li Qingwan's soul solidified. She stood barefoot on the purple moss, tall and lithe. Her waist was slender, almost too delicate to grasp. Full curves hinted beneath the pale, cyan gauze of her dress. Circlone gloves, light and sheer, accentuating the long, straight lines of her legs. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, catching a faint glow in the dim light of the secret realm. A waterfall of white hair cascaded to her waist. Snow-white fox ears twitched, their tips tinged a sensitive, alluring pink. 9 fluffy, snow-white tails fanned out behind her. Now they curled together submissively, the very tips trembling. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, impossible to look away from. Her gold-red fox eyes were downcast. All traces of her former confidence and superiority gone, replaced by deep fear, submission, and a hint of humiliation. She forced herself to kneel and prostrate at Lin Mo's feet, her forehead nearly touching the ground. Her long, snow-white tail spread out obediently behind her. Her voice trembled. It was utterly meek. Master, from this day forward, Qingwan is your servant. I will obey your every command. Lin Mo gave her a brief, dismissive glance. Remember your place, he said calmly. Forcing a pact with me crossed the line. If you show even a shred of disloyalty again, I will scatter your soul to the winds. Yes, master. Li Qingwan bit her lower lip. Obedient, but defiance in his golden eyes. And Mo closed his tattoo. He gestured and ordered, get them dressed. Leaving, Li Qingwan's body trembled slightly. Kneeling on the ground, she didn't hesitate for a second. She whispered, yes, master, and rose. First, she walked to Zhao Feifei's side. With a gentle wave of slender fingers, a faint mist of illusion tidied the other girl's disheveled clothes. Zhao Feifei was still under the lingering effects of the illusion. Face flushed, eyes dazed, completely at her mercy. Li Qingwan's movements were gentle, but she kept her head bowed, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Then, she walked over to Qin Ruolin. Using the same illusory mist, she held straight and close. She arranged the body she had briefly borrowed with proper posture. After finishing all this, she retreated to a position half a step behind Lin Mo. Hands folded in front of her, she said obediently, master. It's all done. Lin Mo took a glance. He turned and headed toward the exit of the secret realm. Li Qingwan immediately followed, maintaining that exact half-step distance behind him. Lin Rawashua's tail wagged happily behind her. She walked alongside with a grin, glancing at the submissive Li Qingwan. Her mood was exceptionally cheerful. Zhao Feifei rubbed her eyes and got up from the ground. She looked around in confusion. She puffed her cheeks, hoisted Qin Ruolin, and followed. Name, Lin Mo class. Necro class, legendary tier. Level 12. HP 0/100. Strength 46. Agility 12. Intelligence 39. Spirit 68. Contracted familiars 15. Lin Rawashua, Succubus. Li Qingwan, 9-tailed shadow fox. Contract traits 1. Succubus constitution. Dual cultivation EXP plus 250%. Base affinity with opposite sex plus 15. Can help female familiar tamers level up their familiars. 2. Shadow fox perception. Detects all hostility and killing intent within a 50-meter radius. Contracted familiar. Lin Rawashua. Race. Succubus. Tier. Legendary. Level 10. EXP 500/1000. Strength 35. Agility 45. Spirit 60. Vital stats 98/58/95. Unlock skills. Alluring gaze LV.4. Painful ash. Phantom step. Seductive scent LV.2. Status. Soul pact. Binding. Irrevocable. Sure life and death. Contracted familiar. Li Qingwan. Race. 9-tailed shadow fox. Tier. Legendary tier. 10,100 strength. 18 agility. 25 spirit. Vital stats 91. 56. 90. Unlock skills. Nether illusion. Can create illusions of extreme realism. Effective against single targets or small groups. Foxtail bind. 9 tails can extend freely to ensnare and restrain. Infuses nether fox energy, causing hallucinations. Lin Mo's commands are absolute. A single thought from him can shatter her soul. Master dies, servant dies. Receives a portion of Lin Mo's necro energy. Su Yuqing, with dark circles, sat on the sofa. The moment she saw Lin Rawashua return, her eyes lit up and she rushed forward. But upon seeing Lin Mo, her steps faltered slightly. The joy in her face quickly receded a few degrees. She hurried to her mother's side, linking arms with her. She whispered, Mom, you're finally back. Lin Rawashua smiled, pulling her daughter into a hug, her ample bosom pressed against her. She soothed gently. Don't worry. We'll talk about everything later. Let's get some rest first, okay? You must be exhausted these past few days. Fei, panting, dumped Jean Rulin onto the sofa, wiping the sweat from her brow. She unabashedly hooked her arm through Linmo's. She deliberately pressed her chest against his arm, cooing, phew. Last night's dungeon was wild. Sis Jean still hasn't woken up. I had to bring her back with us. You left her at the valley entrance? Her chest rose, but she said no more. She could only murmur in response, whatever you say. Chapter 27. The masked lips, Leeching One. Leeching One kept her head bowed. She gently helped Jean Rulin straighten her disheveled clothes. She remained demure and silent the whole time. But as she bent over, the curves beneath her pale green skirt swayed subtly. Zhao Feifei's eyes practically popped out of her head. Su Yuqing stared at the unfamiliar fox girl, her eyes filled with confusion. Who is she? Lin Ruoxue glanced over. She explained quietly to her daughter, Lin Mo's new familiar. Su Yuqing's expression instantly shifted. Her gaze swept over Li Qingwan appraisingly. That snow-white foxtail curled obediently behind her. The white fox ears atop her head twitched gently. She knelt demurely to the side, like a pet that had been completely tamed. Yet she was unearthingly, breathtakingly beautiful. The kind that makes your heart race just looking at her. That face of Li Qingwan, looking so much like Lin Ruoxue. You don't even need to ask. She's got to be another legendary tier summon. But just thinking about what went down in the secret realm, Zhao Feifei's blood starts to boil. She scoffs and rolls her eyes hard. Where's that he's my energy now? Why does some good girl act? Hearing this, Li Qingwan keeps her head down and murmurs, you are right, Miss Zhao. Qingwan was wrong. Seeing her like this, Zhao Feifei scoffs, angry yet satisfied. At least you know your place. Su Yuqing bites her lip. She can't hold it in any longer. Leaning in, she whispers to Lin Ruoxue, Mom, this fox girl is way too obedient. What on earth did Lin Mo do to her? Lin Ruoxue sighs. Watching Li Qingwan's utterly submissive posture, a strange sense of pity or kinship stirs her heart. She pats her daughter's hand, soothing her. Don't ask. Lin Mo knows what he's doing, ignoring everyone's reactions. Lin Mo simply looks down at Li Qingwan kneeling at his feet. His voice is calm, but an icy, undeniable command. Remember your place. Yes, master. Li Qingwan's forehead almost touches the floor. Her posture one of absolute reverence. Lin Mo states flatly, we're resting. He naturally slides an arm around Lin Ruoxue's waist, steering her straight toward the bedroom. Zhao Feifei's eyes light up. She trails them, cooing, I'll join, bang. Without even a glance her way, Lin Mo shuts the bedroom door right in her face, almost flattening her nose against the wood. Ha ha ha. A soft, mocking laugh drifts from the living room. Zhao Feifei's expression darkens. She glances at a sighing Su Yuqing and unconscious Jean Rulin, finally landing on Li Qingwan, who remains kneeling, head bowed. Zhao Feifei pauses, confused. Then she sees Li Qingwan slowly lift her head. That meek, submissive look is gone. In its place, a cold smirk and a glint of disdain arrives. Zhao Feifei frowns. What are you laughing at? Li Qingwan rises and settles on the couch, crossing her long, pale legs and resting her chin on her hand. She taunts. I thought you were someone important to the master. So you're just playing too, huh? As she spoke, a flicker of regret flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but sigh. I actually lower myself in front of a mere plaything like that. Zhao Feifei trembled with rage, her fists clenched tight, her face instantly flushing crimson. What did you just say? Li Qingwan let out a soft, mocking laugh. Her voice dripped with undisguised scorn. You followed Master desperately. Master shut you out without a word. You dare to give me attitude? Hearing this, Su Yuqing was not pleased. It was her mom who had just followed Lin Mo into the bedroom. So what was this plaything Li Qingwan was talking about? It was clear without another word. She immediately frowned and said, Miss Li, watch your language. Li Qingwan ignored her. She rose slowly, her nine tails swaying gently behind her. Her posture was elegant, yet radiated immense pressure. She stepped closer to Zhao Feifei, seeing Zhao Feifei's furious expression and tightly clenched fists. I am Master's familiar. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. Zhao Feifei's face stiffened. Her fists loosened slightly, a wave of relief washing over her. Thank God I didn't actually try to hit her just now. And what she said was the truth. No matter what the relationship is between Li Qingwan and Lin Mo, a familiar is worth more than a classmate. Seizing the opportunity, a cold glint flashed in Li Qingwan's eyes. She exhaled a dense cloud of pink mist that enveloped Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei's gaze quickly grew dazed and vacant. She blushed, her body heating up. You're using that trick again. Before her words even finished, her hands reached for herself. She began tearing off her clothes, piece by piece. Her consciousness grew foggier, and she could only gasp out curses. You're such a DCH. Su Yuqing, standing beside, was completely dumbfounded. Zhao Feifei, where are you? Li Qingwan stood nearby, arms crossed over her chest. She simply watched Zhao Feifei. You felt wrong, didn't you? Well, I'm helping you out now. Remember this. In front of Master, I can play nice. But in front of an insignificant plaything like you, I have zero patience. Zhao Feifei had completely lost her mind. Her hands fumbled wildly over her body, her breathing growing heavier. Su Yuqing was terrified, her face deathly pale. Past to act without thinking. Li Qingwan glanced at her sideways. Her voice was flat, but held a warning. You better get a clear picture too, Miss Su. Li Qingwan, maybe my master servant. I'm not someone you can step on. She turned. With a composed posture, she walked to the sofa and lay down. Her snow-white tails draped over her perfect figure. Her eyes calmly watched this boring farce. Inside, Lin Ruoxue heard the faint commotion from outside. Her movements paused slightly. Her eyes narrowed a little. She toyed with something, speaking with curiosity. Seems pretty lively out there. Lin Mo patted Lin Ruoxue's fair cheek. He said differently, just focus on your own business. In the middle of the night, Jean Rulin woke up. She raised her arm to block the glaring light. Zhao Feifei. Jean Rulin sat up groggily. Her whole body felt like it had been run over by a truck, rubbing her still aching head. Her gaze swept over the unfamiliar place. Zhao Feifei was collapsed on the floor, clothes disheveled, breathing ragged. Li Qingwan was lounging lazily on the sofa. One hand played with her own foxtail. The other hand was playing a mobile game. Su Yujing had long since gone back to sleep. Jean Rulin was fully awake now. Her voice trembled as she said, "WH, what the hell is going on?" Li Qingwan glanced at her sideways. She said playfully, "Awake, Miss Jean? It's nothing. Miss Zhao just had some emotions to work out tonight." Chapter 28. Zhao Feifei heard the voices. Her dazed eyes struggled to focus. Her face was flushed crimson, but she couldn't even form a complete sentence. Jean Rulin opened her mouth, just assuming it was Zhao Feifei's thing. Blushing, she turned away and muttered, "Damn, she's really going for it." The living room lights stayed on, until a sliver of dawn rose on the horizon. The next morning, when Lin Imo walked out of the bedroom, the living room was already cleaned up spotlessly. Li Qingwan was kneeling by the coffee table, her 9 snow-white foxtails tucked neatly behind her. The fox ears on her head twitched slightly. Head bowed. She was carefully arranging the reheated breakfast. Zhao Feifei was curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. 2 dried tear tracks still marked her face. Her clothes were messy, exhausted from last night. Jean Roland sat on the other side, her face flushed, furious at Zhao Feifei for hitting her. Seeing her in such a pathetic state, she couldn't bring herself to say anything mean just yet. As soon as Li Qingwan spotted Lin Imo, she immediately lowered her head, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Master, breakfast is ready." She shuffled forward on her knees, lifting the tray above her head. She looked a picture of absolute submission. Zhao Feifei was woken by the voices. She opened her eyes to see Li Qingwan's sickeningly sweet face. Instantly, her blood boiled. Vivid memories of last night flashed in her mind. She let a cold laugh. "Huh, you damn Foxby *TCH. You tortured me with your illusions last night, and now you're bowing and scraping to Lin Imo. You're something else." Li Qingwan didn't even look up. Her voice was gentle as she said, "Miss Zhao, I only used a little illusion to help you relax. Just used a little illusion to help you relax." She paused, her tone soft but laced with apology. "Master and Sister Lin were cultivating hard last night. I couldn't let the commotion in the living room disturb them. You seem so invested, Miss Zhao. I thought you enjoyed it that way. It seems I overstepped. Next time, I'll know better." Zhao Feifei felt her chest tighten, but couldn't find a comeback. She gritted her teeth. "Stop pretending to be the good girl here." Li Qingwan finally lifted her head slightly. Her fox-like eyes held a gentle smile, her voice still soft. "You understand, Zhao. Qingwan is merely a tool. My only purpose is my master's comfort. I'm not pretending to be good. I'm simply fulfilling my duty." Lin Ruoxue had just walked out of the bedroom. Hearing this, she paused for a moment. She muttered, "Damn Foxby *TCH. She's on another level." She was wearing one of Lin Mo's oversized white t-shirts. Her lazy gaze swept over Li Qingwan, carrying a hint of weariness. Li Qingwan merely gave a soft laugh. "You flatter me, Sister Lin. Qingwan has only been here a few days less than you. I must make sure I do everything I'm supposed to do. Otherwise, how would I be worthy of your master?" Lin Ruoxue raised an eyebrow. Her tail gave a light flick. He didn't respond. Lin Imo ate his breakfast expressionlessly. As if the undercurrents in the living room didn't exist at all, Li Qingwan knelt by his legs, serving him with elegant movements. Occasionally she'd look up, her soft glow eyes making Lin Ruoxue feel a sense of danger. Lin Ruoxue leaned on Lin Ma's shoulder, her tail deliberately brushing against the back of his neck. She whispered in his ear, "That fox is sharp, I'll admit. She's just a tool, right? Gotta admit." Qingwan's appearance had sparked a flicker of alarm in her heart. Lin Imo didn't reply. He just gave her a sidelong glance. That one look sent a chill straight through Lin Ruoxue. It suddenly hit her in Lin Ma's eyes. She was just a tool too. Li Qingwan sensed the subtle shift in the living room atmosphere. The corner of her mouth curved up. She docilely settled by Lin Ma's legs. Lin Ruoxue's eyes were locked on that white-haired head. She couldn't help cursing inwardly. That sly fox really has no shame. Her knuckles turned white, but she couldn't do a damn thing about it. She could only mutter under her breath, "You damn fox." Li Qingwan ignored the room's muttered curses. She just stayed quiet, occasionally lifting her gaze. Those soft, glowing eyes silently sought out Lin Imo, as if silently seeking confirmation. Li Qingwan straightened up. She smoothed her hair, kneeling, voice soft. Her 9 foxtails were neatly tucked away, as if nothing had happened. A faint, satisfied smile even graced her face. Jean Rulin and Su Yujing were just staring, dumbfounded. Their entire worldviews were being rebooted right before their eyes. Li Qingwan completely ignored the other stares. She stood up gracefully, her voice soft. "Master, it's about time. We should head to school." Lin Imo looked her over, a slight smile on his face. "Gotta say, this fox's playstyle is something else. Let's go." After breakfast, Lin Imo recalled both Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan. Jean Rulin had gone back to the association, so only Lin Imo and the 2 girls headed to school. At the classroom, as soon as Lin Imo sat down, Yujing and Zhao Feifei immediately flanked him on either side. Zhao Feifei wore a sweet smile, placing Lin Ma's backpack on the desk for him, even pulling out his chair. Then she deliberately leaned her body against his. Su Yujing sat next to Lin Imo, keeping her head down, pretending to flip through a book. Zhao Feifei turned her head, staring at Su Yujing's icy, aloof expression. The memory of all the humiliation she'd suffered made her blood boil. She leaned in closer, and sneered in a voice only a few could hear. "Yujing sitting so close, that was rash." Su Yujing froze for a second, her face flushing crimson. She snapped her head up, pointing daggers at Zhao Feifei. "Zhao Feifei, you have a lot of things. You're the one. We all know who the real desperate one is here." Zhao Feifei's smile faltered. Then she shot Lin Imo a flirty look. Her voice sultry. She pressed higher against him, her chest brushing against his arm. Su Yujing was trembling with rage, her fist itching to smash that pretty face. But she fired back anyway. "Zhao Feifei, you have no shame. Hey, your urges more over time. Little Zhao princess, playing nice all day. So hard for you." Zhao Feifei's grin widened. She's not playing. "Why are you getting all worked up on my behalf now?" 21 to 35 levels. Intermediate familiar tamer. 3 familiars. 36 to 50 levels. Advanced familiar tamer. 4 familiars, 51 to 70 levels. Master familiar tamer. 5 familiars. Chapter 29. Verification data. Zhao Feifei batted her innocent eyes. She sighed listlessly. All love. Su Yuqing's heart lurched violently. She felt sick. Love? That word wasn't for Lin Imo. It was aimed at her mother. She had already handed her own mother over to a guy. And now another girl was eyeing her mom too? Su Yuqing was about to lose it. She remarked, her voice uncontrollably. "Zhao Feifei, you're disgusting. You think I don't know what you're really after? Zhao Feifei chuckled softly. Yuqing, you're overthinking it. My feelings are genuine. On the surface, the two sat quietly for class. Beneath it, silent war raged, neither willing to back down. The rest of the class had no idea what was going on. Yuqing, you're overthinking it. I genuinely like him. They sat quietly in class, but were secretly at odds, neither backing down. The others had no idea what was happening. Li Ma's got a top-tier beauty on each side of him. Campus Queen Su Yuqing and Princess Zhao Feifei. I'm literally about to explode with envy. Holy crap. Li Ma's living the dream. Su Yuqing and Zhao Feifei both as study buddies. This is straight up a harem fantasy. Su Yuqing used to look at Lin and Mo like he was trash. Now they're attached to the hip every day. If I could have the Campus Queen and Zhao Feifei in class with me, I'd trade my fancy car and mansion for that in a heartbeat. How can you be this greedy? Taking both. The teacher up front is lecturing his throat raw, only to realize the whole class is basically staring at Lin and Mo. He can only clear his throat helplessly and keep going. The moment the bell rings, almost every guy in the room turns to look at Lin and Mo. Their eyes are filled with pure, unadulterated envy. In the cafeteria, the three of them eat together. Su Yuqing and Zhao Feifei are still each other's throats, their verbal sparring never stopping. Meanwhile, in a far corner of the cafeteria, a slender figure stands silently. Zhao Qingyi hides in the crowd, her gaze locked fiercely on Lin and Mo. She watches her cousin and Su Yuqing flanking him. An suffocating feeling rises in her chest, mixed with a strange, unnameable longing. After the afternoon combat training, Lin and Mo and the two girls leave the training field. Just as they reach the path behind the main building, a figure steps out from the side. It's Zhao Qingyi alone. She wears a crisp white blouse and a knee-length skirt. A pair of thin-frame glasses sits on the bridge of her nose. Her hair tucked back, cool and elegant. Her face is measured, unhurried, perfectly positioning herself to block the trio's path. Zhao Feifei blinks, confused. Sis, what are you doing here? Zhao Qingyi doesn't answer immediately. Her eyes fixed directly on Lin and Mo. Her voice is calm, but carries a hint of tension. Lin and Mo, I'm researching advanced necro class materials. Let's discuss some core data in private. Are you free now? Zhao Feifei is stunned for a second. Then her eyes light up. Sis, finally couldn't hold back, huh? Back when she specifically asked for Li Ma's contact info, Feifei had a feeling her sister was into him. Looks like their relationship is moving pretty fast. If they team up, that Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan won't stand a chance. Zhao Feifei was practically glowing, not a hint of jealousy. She even let go of Lin Mo's arm on her own. With a sweet smile, sis, you want to talk to Lin and Mo alone? I won't get in your way. I'll head home and wait for you guys. Take your time, no rush. She then grabbed Su Yuqing and left. Su Yuqing was pulled along by Zhao Feifei, but inside, she felt a wave of relief. Another girl throwing herself at Lin and Mo. That should take some pressure off Mom, right? She even felt a little happy about it. As long as Mom's burden is lighter, nothing else matters. In a softly lit archive room, shelves were packed with ancient necro class texts and specimen logs. The moment Zhao Qingyi closed and locked the door, her facade completely crumbled. Her breathing grew heavy. Her eyes behind her glasses instantly welled up. She turned, leaning back against the door, her hands gripping her skirt tightly. Lin and Mo. The coolness in her voice was gone, replaced by a clear tremor and long-suppressed craving. Zhao Qingyi practically lunged at him, pinning Lin and Mo down onto a chair in the archive. Her hot breath hit the side of his neck. I missed you so much. Ever since that day, I couldn't stop thinking about you. As she spoke, she frantically tugged at her own clothes, revealing large patches of pale skin. Lin and Mo grabbed her wrist, frowning. Where's the data? Zhao Qingyi shuddered all over. Her cheeks burned crimson, biting her lower lip. She whispered, I already wrote it. Lin and Mo released her hand. Zhao Qingyi, trembling, pinched the collar of her blouse and pulled it down slightly. Beneath her collarbone, a line of delicate, tiny script was revealed, except it was written backwards. A flicker passed through Zhao Qingyi's eyes. She glanced almost imperceptibly toward the corner. Lin and Mo understood instantly. He grabbed a fistful of Zhao Qingyi's hair, dragging her to the full-length mirror in the corner. He slammed her face against the glass. In the mirror, Zhao Qingyi's face was pressed out of shape. Her eyes were hazy, filled with shame, utterly unable to hide the excitement in her depths. This way, all the backwards writing became perfectly legible. Lin and Mo smirked. He whispered right against Zayakinji's ear. Who knew you had such a wild side? Forcing her to face the mirror and watch her own messy reflection. His other hand traced the now readable script, slowly sliding down. How could this girl be so thirsty? Inside the familiar space, even Li Qingwan was stunned. Lin Ruoxue, looking clearly not herself, clenched her thighs. Her breathing was ragged. She licked her lips, heart-shaped pupils fixed on Li Qingwan. Get away. Li Qingwan's fox ears twitched, but she couldn't dodge Lin Ruoxue's pounce. Lin Ruoxue's level was far above hers, and her true form was a succubus. Her psychic power completely overwhelmed Li Qingwan's. Li Qingwan excelled at illusions, but in this close-quarter suppression, she couldn't fight back. Soon, she was pinned to the ground by Lin Ruoxue. Her 9 foxtails were entangled by a single succubus tail, leaving her only able to let out faint whimpers. At the mirror, Zayakinji's face was pressed to the glass by Lin and Mo. She saw her disheveled, unrestrained self in the reflection. Li Ma's finger traced each line of data, inch by inch. With every point he verified, her body trembled violently. Here, 17. Zhao Qingyi hadn't just written data on the front. It was on her back, too. Every inch of skin hidden by her clothes was completely covered in scribbled stats. Lin and Mo had no choice but to flip her over and back again. Front, back. Every line of mirrored text became legible in the glass. Repeatedly checked and verified by him. Chapter 30. Su Wan pays another visit. A while later, Zhao Qingyi managed to prop herself up. She put her glasses back on, seeming to return to her usual cool, collected self. But the marks on her cheeks and body were impossible to hide. She knelt beside Lin and Mo, gently helping him dress with tender movements. Once done, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Later, can I find you at the Lin estate? Lin and Mo stood up, glanced at her, and said, suit yourself. A flicker of joy passed through Zayakinji's eyes. A slight smile touched her lips. She straightened her clothes, tucking her messy long hair behind her ear. Once again, she was the icy, proper Miss Zhao. Thank you, she murmured softly. She followed Lin and Mo out of the archive room. Inside the familiar space, the Lin family estate, 11 p.m. Only one lamp was on in the living room. The dim light fell on Su Wan. She had been waiting here for a full 4 hours. Even Su Yuqing had gone back to her room to rest. She held her phone in her hand. The screen was still on the chat history with Li Ro. Li Ro 1-1. Zhou takes students to Qingyun High for guidance. Are you in Qingyun City? Don't miss me too much, okay? Suwon stared at this message for a long time. Finally, she replied with one sentence. I'm busy. I've been working hard on my cultivation. Li Ro replied quickly. Li Ro, okay, then get some rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Just a few minutes later, Li Ro sent another message. Li Ro, Wan, are you really okay lately? I feel like something's off with you. Suwon, I'm fine. Suwon locked her phone screen and let out a soft sigh. Her cultivation rate was just too slow. If Li Ro knew about her current situation, she'd be so disappointed. She had to improve herself faster. Only then could she keep up and be worthy of Li Ro. Familiar footsteps sounded from outside the door. Linamo pushed the door open and walked in. Suwon immediately stood up. Her voice held a trace of barely suppressed urgency. She whispered, "You're back." Linamo changed his shoes, glanced at her, and said, "Wait for me." Suwon nodded. Her cheeks flushed, pushing down her guilt. Summoning her courage, she walked up to him. I want to cultivate one more time. Lin Mo didn't say much. He walked to the master bedroom. Come in. Suwon bit her lip, took a deep breath, and followed him. In the master bedroom, the gray mist slowly rose. This time, Suwon took the initiative more than ever before. She used this to suppress her guilt and comfort herself, telling herself it was for power. Su Yujing froze, slowly pulling the blanket down a little. The anger on her face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of relief. As long as it wasn't Mom, anyone else was fine. Su Yujing obediently closed her eyes. Listening to sounds next door, she drifted to sleep, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. The next morning, Linamo was eating breakfast prepared by the two familiars. The bedroom door opened. Legs shaky, Suwon leaned on the wall as she walked out. Her hair was still a little messy, and her cheeks were flushed. Seeing everyone eating in the living room, her steps faltered. Suwon bit her lip. She forced herself to the table and sat. "Thank you," she said softly. Linamo didn't even look up, just grunted in response. Kept eating his breakfast. Lin Ruoxue quickly placed a bowl of kanji in front of Suwon. "Thanks, Annie Su," she replied softly. Bowed her head and took small, careful sips of the kanji. Last night's exhaustion left her legs weak. The guilt in her heart lessened a bit more. Her level went up again. At this rate, I'll be worthy of him soon, won't I? Li Jingwan pushed a plate of sliced fruit towards her. Her fox ears twitched slightly as she said calmly, "Miss Su, have some." Suwon nodded and gave a soft hum. The next morning, the faculty building at Qingyun No. 1 High buzzed with activity. The white coach bus slowly pulled up to the school gate. Young people in uniform filed off the bus one by one. Leading them was a woman with a gentle, refined air. A woman in her early 20s wore a light gray trench coat. Her long hair was simply tied back. Following behind the row were over a dozen students. They were young, but radiated noticeable mana. A whole level above most of the local students present. In academy uniforms, intricate badges hung at their waists. The disdain in their eyes was plain to see. The students here, hardly any of them are even level 10. That's normal. There's always a gap between high school and college. But I heard there are a few decent students this time. We can give them some pointers. Though the words sounded polite to the ears of Qingyun No. 1 High students, they carried a distinct whiff of condescension. Chapter 31. Jose. Linimo had just stepped into the school building. When he ran into this group, Li Ro was at the front. Seeing the crowd, she smiled slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a guy behind her suddenly spoke up. "So you're that Linimo?" The speaker was Jose, level 16, from a familiar Tamer Academy, Wing class. He looked Linimo up and down, his gaze appraising. His tone was casual. "Rumor has it you awakened a legendary tier Necro class, and even turned the Su family's dead matriarch into your familiar. TSK. That's quite the move." The moment he finished, Su Yujing's face instantly changed. Her head snapped up, her eyes fixed on Jose. She snarled, "Who are you calling a familiar?" Jose clearly didn't expect Su Yujing to react so fiercely. He paused, then chuckled. "Just repeating what I heard. Don't get so worked up, Miss Su. No offense meant." Su Yujing's chest heaved with rage. Fire practically blazed in her eyes. Her mother is now Lin Mo's familiar. Hearing someone else say it so casually, how would she possibly hold back inside the familiar space? Lin Ruoxue lets out a soft sigh. Her voice carries a hint of helplessness and pity. This silly girl. Li Ro furrows her brow and turns around. Her tone clearly shows her displeasure. "Jose, that's enough. Watch your mouth. No matter what. Lin Ruoxue is Su Wan's aunt-in-law. Given that connection, I can't just stand by and do nothing." Jose shrugs, dropping the subject. He turns to look at Lin Mo instead. "So Lin, if the rumors are true, what's your level now? Hit 10 yet?" He pauses, then continues. "Our academy actually has some research on the Necro class. If you're interested, we could chat about it during the exchange." Lin Mo glances at him, his voice flat. "No need." Jose raises an eyebrow. Lin Mo continues. "I'm not interested in your academy stuff. Not interested in those who think they're better." Jose's expression darkens slightly. Lin Mo doesn't look back, leading the others away. Li Ro stands there, watching them leave. A slight frown creases her forehead. She glances at Jose, lowering her voice. "Jose, we're here for an exchange. Not to start trouble. Tone it down." Jose smirks, saying nothing more, but the look he gives Lin Mo's retreating back is clearly hostile. Inside the familiar space, Lin Ruoxue sips the bubble tea Su Yujing bought her. She says gleefully, "Little Lin Mo, you've made another enemy." "Whatever," Lin Mo replies in his mind. Lin Ruoxue blinks. Jose is seriously annoying. "You turn me into a familiar? Please." It was clearly my Yujing's doing. She finishes, then quickly shakes her head. No, can't blame my Yujing for that." Lin Mo's step falters. This succubus's train of thought. Sometimes even he can't keep up. The afternoon exchange officially begins. Other academy students guide and sparring classes. Jose specifically heads to Lin Mo's class. Jose stands on the platform, smiling at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, since this is an exchange, all right then, let's have a friendly little spar. Don't worry, we'll go easy on you." Lin Mo stood at the base of the platform, looking up at him. "Fine." He raised his hand, and a gray mist instantly surged forth. "But don't say I didn't warn you. If you lose, you better pack up that superiority complex of yours." Lin Ruoxue stepped out from the black mist. Dark, ink-like dress trailed down her ankles. Her heart-shaped tail swayed slowly behind her. She glanced at Jose across the way. She blinked. "Seriously? You're making me fight again? Can't you send Li Qingwan instead?" Inside the familiar space, Li Qingwan, not yet level 8, was puzzled. Girl, the opponent's level is clearly not low. And when you go, the moment Jose saw Lin Rochue, his pupils contracted slightly. He'd heard Lin and Mo had a legendary succubus. But seeing her in person still sent a jolt through him. Wing rock. Jose didn't dare to be careless. He directly summoned his contracted beast. A huge bluish-gray rock, wingspan 3 meters, emerged. It circled in the air above the platform, stirring up gusts of wind. Lin and Mo stood on the platform and raised his hand again. Gray mist turned in his palm once more. A second figure coalesced from the mist. Li Qingwan stepped onto the platform barefoot. Her pale cyan dress swayed. 9 tails fanned out. Her eyes were lowered. Her aura silenced the crowd. 2 legendary tears. A student below the platform exclaimed in shock. Jose's expression completely changed. 1 legendary familiar was already troublesome enough. Lin and Mo actually had 2, but he was, after all, a student of the Familiar Tamer Academy. He quickly steadied his mind. He gritted, so what? 2 legendary familiars? Where do you get the resources to raise them both? The level gap is still here. Plus, with my command, enough to handle this. He acted immediately. He gave the direct order. Windwing rock. The Windwing rock shrieked, wings beating hard. Solidified wind blade shot at Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan. The reason Jose only had this one summon was because he had poured all his resources into the Windwing rock. He kept its growth pace perfectly matched to his own level. So both Jose and the Windwing rock were level 16. The next moment, Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan both moved. Lin Ruoxue flickered. A blackish-purple whip extended from her palm. Flashed straight at the gale-winged eagle's wings. At the same time, she unleashed her charm power, trying to disrupt the mental link between the eagle and Jose. Li Qingwan immediately activated Nether Flame illusion. The arena's scenery instantly twisted. The world and the eagle's eyes began to collapse. Countless azure flames erupted from cracks in the ground. The illusion's realism was incredibly high, causing the eagle's movements to become noticeably sluggish. Simultaneously, Li Qingwan's foxtails rapidly extended, wrapping towards the eagle's body with a faint azure glow. She wanted to bind it directly with her tails. The gale-winged eagle was a level 16 gold tier. Under Jose's frantic commands, it forcibly shook off part of the illusion's effect. Its wings beat violently, pulling back hard. It unleashed a denser, sharper barrage of wind blades in retaliation. Li Qingwan's tail bind didn't fully lock it down, only snaring one of its wings. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxue frowned slightly. Li Qingwan, back me up. As soon as she spoke, her whip erupted with even greater power. She released a more potent wave of charm energy, throwing the eagle's mind into brief chaos again. Chapter 32. Into the fight. Li Qingwan quickly seized the opportunity. Her tails retracted while she maintained illusion. Azure flames kept erupting on the eagle's body, scorching its feathers and flesh. The eagle let out a pained shriek, struggling violently in the air, but was yanked hard by Lin Ruoxue's whip. He couldn't fully escape Li Qingwan's illusion and bind. Jose stood on the platform, his face growing uglier. He kept mentally commanding the eagle. But Lin Ruoxue's charm and Li Qingwan's illusion interfered, caused the eagle's movements to grow increasingly chaotic. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. He urged the eagle to attack once more. Yet, under Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan's coordinated assault, though the eagle fought stubbornly, it couldn't gain the upper hand. Lin Ruoxue's whip lashed relentlessly, constantly disrupting its mind. Li Qingwan used illusions and binds to limit it. One attacked, one controlled. Their teamwork was nearly flawless. Moments later, the eagle was battered and bruised, its wings charred black, its movements growing sluggish. Seeing it had lost most of its resistance, Lin Ruoxue yanked her whip, slamming it down. Thud Gale-Winged Raptor is knocked out cold. Jose stands at the edge of the arena. His gale-winged raptor has completely lost its ability to fight. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan are standing there, looking utterly unbothered. Lin Ruoxue lets out a yawn. She says to Lin and Mo, "That's a wrap. That big bird was pretty tough." Lin and Mo remarks flatly, "Come on." Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan retreat to Lin and Mo. Dead silence blankets the entire venue. The students from Qingyan High are stunned at first, then erupt into thunderous applause. Holy crap, Lin and Mo is insane. No wonder the campus queens are willing to follow him. The familiar tamer students look sour. Jose stands rooted, his chest heaving. He stares at Lin and Mo with complex look in his eyes. He thought his level 14 strength would at least make Lin and Mo sweat, but he never expected to lose so decisively. Lin and Mo looks at him. His voice is calm as he states, "You lost." Jose's throat works. He says nothing, lowers his head, and walks off. Liro stands by the sidelines. She hadn't expected Lin Mo's 2 familiars to be that powerful. Their seamless teamwork was terrifying. Who would willingly become someone else's familiar, anyway? And Mo ignores all those silence. He steps off the platform directly. After Jose's loss, the atmosphere in the training ground shifts noticeably. The familiar tamer students, who were still riding their high horse, don't look so smug anymore, especially seeing Lin Mo's familiar's coordination. They've even toned down their trash talk. But the exchange isn't over yet. Next up are matches for the other students. Qingyan High's stronger students take the stage. Although they're still mostly at a disadvantage overall, they're no longer being completely steamrolled like before, especially when Su Yuqing steps onto the arena. The sidelines fall into a hush. Her opponent is a level 17 familiar tamer. His summoned beast is a level 15 rock armor bear. Seeing Su Yuqing, the guy smirks slightly. His tone is casual as he says, "So you're Su?" "Huh?" "Heard you're pretty good." Su Yuqing gives him an expressionless glance. She doesn't respond, just summons her familiar. A flash of silvery white light. A sleek silver wormling appears on the arena. Its wings spread, draconic pupils cold and sharp. It let out a high-pitched roar. "Roar. Gold tier, huh?" The guy raised an eyebrow. He sighed in relief. Phew, its level's not that high. The battle began. The silver wormling's wings flared. It closed in on the rock armor bear with lightning speed. Claws and tail worked in tandem, darting and weaving. It unleashed silvery dragon's breath, maintaining pressure. The rock armor bear's defense was insane. But against the silver wormling's agility, it couldn't gain the upper hand right away. But halfway through the fight, the 3 familiar tamer guys grew impatient. "Rock armor bear, stop playing around with it." One yelled, "Just crush it." The bear let out a low growl. and charged forward, trying to slam its massive bulk directly at Su Yuqing. Everyone from Qingyan High's faces fell. Are you serious? That's so low. You have a huge level advantage, and you pulled a cheap shot? Going straight for the tamer? That's not a real fight. The familiar tamer guy sneered, replying proudly. It's called battle strategy. You wouldn't get it. Su Yuqing's expression tightened. Before she could speak, her silver wormling broke off its attack, returning to her. It took the bear's full-on charge head-on, but Su Yuqing's rhythm was completely thrown off. She gritted her teeth. She ordered the wormling to resume its hit-and-run tactics, but under its tamer's commands, the bear grew fiercer and fiercer, relentlessly closing in. Finally, with one heavy blow, the silver wormling was sent flying. It slammed into the barrier and went limp. Su Yuqing had lost. She stood on the platform, recalled her wormling, and turned to leave. Li Ro immediately approached her, offering a bottle of water. You okay? She asked, concerned. Su Yuqing paused, surprised. She looked at her eyes full of suspicion. A sudden, unwarranted kindness? Her mind warned. There's always an angle. She took the water, but didn't drink it. Instead, she asked coolly, what do you want? Li Ro seemed momentarily caught off guard. He smiled gently. Nothing. So I got a tough match. Thought you could need some water. Is AnimeNexus your mother? I've been wanting to meet her for a while now. Hearing this, Su Yuqing's suspicion instantly deepened. She shoved the water bottle back into Li Ro's hands, glaring daggers at her. She warned, listen up. Stay away from my family. Li Ro jumped, startled by her sudden outburst. She just stood there, holding the water bottle, completely frozen. Su Yuqing didn't spare her another glance. She turned and walked towards Lin Ruoxue. Li Ro stood rooted to the spot, a jolt of panic shooting through her. Su Wan told his family about us. His family doesn't approve. Her hand tightened around the bottle. A complicated wave of guilt washed over her. Because of his relationship with her, Su Wan was under so much pressure from his family. Even his little sister knows, and she hates my guts. Li Ro watched Su Yuqing's retreating back. She let a soft sigh. Her eyes held a lingering worry and helplessness. She picked up her phone, opened TikTok, and tapped on baby's chat. Staring at the little bear avatar that was Su Wan, she whispered, I'll figure something out. I promise. Chapter 33. I'm not Su Wan. The streamer event finally wrapped up at 8 p.m. A small welcome banquet was held in the school's main auditorium. It was hardly to thank the Familiar Tamer Association for coming, and hardly a formal closing ceremony for the exchange. Lin Mo, Su Yuqing, Zhao Feifei, and the others as student reps for Qingyan High were naturally required to attend. The auditorium lights were soft, tables laden with drinks and hors d'oeuvres. Familiar tamers lost their swagger, especially with Lin Mo in the room. They toned down their voices and attitudes noticeably. Lin Mo sat in a corner. The glass in front of him barely touched. He was only here out of courtesy, making an appearance. On the other side, Li Ro kept drinking. She sat in an inconspicuous spot, pouring glass after glass, her face already flushed. Su Yuqing's warning from earlier, dripping with hostility, kept replaying in her head. She thought, drank, spiraled. Drinking fueled more thinking. Ms. Li slowed down. A student from the association beside her whispered a reminder. Li Ro waved a dismissive hand, her speech already slurring. I'm fine. One more. She stared down at her phone screen, her gaze unfocused. The screen was still in the chat at her face. She'd sent a message, but there was still no reply. Her fingers tightened around the glass. The feeling in her chest grew more and more sour. She knew Su Wan's family pressure. Even his little sister despised her. Thoughts worsened. Alcohol muddled them. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Mo got up to use the restroom. As he was leaving, she kept splashing cold water on her face, head down, trying to sober up a little. Her hair was messy, sticking to the sides of her face. Her complexion was flushed and unnatural red from the alcohol. Lin Mo glanced at her. He walked out without a word. When Li Ro suddenly looked up, her previously dazed eyes suddenly trembled. She instinctively took 2 steps forward. Reaching out, she grabbed the sleeve of Li Ma's shirt. Li Ma's steps halted. He turned to look. Li Ro's eyes were still watery. She leaned in, sniffed, and suddenly froze. That scent, it was so familiar. The faint, clean fragrance Wan always wore, mixed with a hint of something else, something unfamiliar. Li Ro's mind went completely blank. She clutched Li Ma's sleeve desperately. Her voice trembled, thick with alcohol. Wan. Lin Mo frowned. You got the wrong person. But Li Ro acted like she didn't hear. Her eyes red. She stared at him, voice hoarse. Wan, you finally came to see me. I thought your family scared you off. As she spoke, her eyes began to well up. Lin Mo frowned and was about to shake off her hand. When Li Ro suddenly lunged forward, she wrapped her arms around his, voice cracking. Wan, don't go. Oh, okay. No matter what family say. I won't let go. I won't give up. He frowned deeply. The lights in the restroom were dim. Li Ro dragged him into the stall at the very end. Drunk, she locked the door, losing all reason. She pushed Lin Mo back against the door. Her hands fisted tightly in the front of his shirt. Her lips, smelling of alcohol, pressed against his. Lin Mo frowned, about to push her away forcefully. When Li Ro suddenly clung to him tighter, a sob in her voice. Wan, don't push me away. I really like you. Seeing her completely out of control like this, Lin Mo pushed away again. He spoke in a low voice, giving the woman one last chance. I'm not Wan. But Li Ro acted like she didn't hear. She stood on her toes and kissed him again. The action was full of obvious desperation and need. The alcohol had her completely lost in her own fantasy. Her hands fumbled clumsily at the buttons of Lin Mo's shirt, frantically tugging at Lin Mo's clothes. Lin Mo didn't push her away in the end. He wrapped an arm around Li Ro's waist instead, pinning her against the door with a detached coldness. They were tangled up in seconds. The only sounds left were muffled gasps and the rustle of clothes. Li Ro was wasted. She was practically hanging off Lin Mo. Wan. She sobbed. Lin Mo didn't answer. He bit her neck, his movements rougher. Just then, faint footsteps sounded at the entrance. Su Wan walked in carefully from outside. She just reached the bathroom doorway when she heard the soft noises from inside. She froze. Her brow furrowed slightly. She was here because Su Yuqing had called her. Su had gotten drunk outside and started a fight with some kids from the Familiar Tamer Academy. Having no other choice, she'd come to Qingyan High, even though she'd been trying to avoid Li Ro. But Li Ro wasn't even here. She was about to wash up in the bathroom when she heard that. TSK. Kids these days are so desperate, she thought with a sigh. She was about to turn and leave them to it. Her gaze caught on fabric under a stall door. That jacket looked familiar. It was Lean Moss. Suwon paused, then let a soft, knowing chuckle. Take it easy in there, she teased. Without another glance, she turned and left the bathroom. Inside the stall, Leroy's body went rigid. That voice was way too familiar. It was like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her head. The alcohol haze cleared in an instant. Her legs, which had been wrapped around Linimo, slowly unwound. Nowhere to retreat. She endured, face pale. Tears welling in her eyes. Leroy stared fixedly at Linimo. His features came into focus. Her voice trembled. You're not 1-1. Linimo didn't stop. He let out a low chuckle. Told you had the wrong person. Leroy bit her lip hard, her body shaking violently. Her eyes welled up with fresh tears. Even though the alcohol fog had lifted from her mind, she still couldn't think straight. She finally saw the person in front of her clearly. It wasn't Suwon. It was Linimo. Leroy's tears broke free instantly. How could you? She pushed weakly. Lima's voice remained eerily calm. I gave you a chance, Leroy. She leans against the door, hands covering her face, shoulders shaking violently. It's like she finally realized what she just did. Shame, panic, regret. It all hit her at once. But she was too weak to stop Lima's movements. She could only bite her lip hard, trying to hold it in. Muffled sobs still escaped through her clenched teeth. Outside the restroom, Suwon leaned against the hallway wall. A smirk. Sound from inside. She'd already guessed what was going down. That guy really is a walking succubus magnet. Chapter 30 isn't even out yet. Oh hi, missed chapter 34 completely. Who knows how long passed? Linimo straightened his clothes and stepped out of the stall. The area outside the restroom was empty. Suwon had left long ago. Linimo stood at the sink and splashed water on his face. Her reflection in the mirror showed his calm, expressionless eyes, as if nothing had happened at all. Back in the stall, Leroy was still slumped against the door, hands over her face, body trembling slightly. The alcohol haze had mostly cleared, leaving only the overwhelming shame and regret. She knew exactly how big a mess she'd made. By the time Linimo returned to the old Lin estate, it was almost 11. The lights in the living room were still on. Suwon was sitting on the couch. She was only wearing a large, oversized white shirt. Hearing the door open, she looked up. She met Lima's gaze, smiling. Back so soon? That was quick. Linimo glanced at her, but said nothing. He went to the bedroom, about to close the door. Suwon hurried over. She twirled a strand of her hair. That girl outside. She was quite loud. TSK, you really know how to have fun. Linimo replied flatly. She was drunk. Suwon let out a light laugh. She squeezed in, sighing. Drunk's no excuse. If she trailed off mid-sentence, as if suddenly remembering something. Her voice faltered. She was clearly thinking of someone else who liked to drink. But then, considering her own current situation, she shook her head. Her tone turned somber. Forget it. Never mind. With that, she closed the bedroom door. Leaning against it, she looked at Linimo. The playful glint in her eyes slowly faded, turning serious. She stared at him for a couple of seconds. She asked, cultivate with me tonight? Linimo gave her a sweeping glance, but didn't answer immediately. Suwon pressed her lips together. And I just feel like my progress is totally stalled today. I want to speed things up. Linimo said flatly. I'm beat. Suwon's movements hitched. She stared at Linimo for a few seconds. The pleading look in her eyes slowly dimmed. She bit her lip and didn't push it further. Just gave a small nod. Hum. She turned and walked to the bed. Sat down with her back to Linimo. Oversized shirt fell to her thighs, revealing pale legs. Hands on lap, clenched slightly after a silent moment. She spoke softly and get some rest early. I know you're pretty drained from being out today. It's just, I really feel so slow today. Linimo watched her deliberately pitiful act. No feeling in his heart. He watched her performance coolly. After a moment, Linimo said flatly, go to sleep. Suwon glanced at him, pouted, but still nodded obediently. She switched off the bedside lamp. The bedroom fell quiet. Suwon leaned back against the headboard, hugging her knees, her gaze a bit empty. She waited for Linimo for so long today. She really wanted to get a good cultivation session in. Didn't expect to get shut down. It wasn't that she didn't get it. It just left a bad taste. He's just too tired. You should rest too. Inside the familiar space. Lin Ruoshue sighed, said helplessly, trying to console her. Suwon acknowledged. In the dark, back turned to Linimo, she curled up slightly. Meanwhile, Leroy sat alone on the hotel bed, hugging her knees, eyes vacant. She kept replaying what happened. The more she thought, the more ashamed and scared she felt. She had no idea how to face Suwon, or how to face herself. Her phone screen lit up. A message from Suwon. Suwon, Ro. Don't drink too much. Remember to rest early. Leroy stared at the message, tears falling again. She typed back with trembling fingers, Leroy, I'm sorry. Sent it, tossed phone aside, covered face with hands. Her shoulders shook violently, clueless how to deal with tonight's fallout. Next morning, the scent of porridge drifted from the Lin family old house's kitchen. Suwon was up earlier than usual. She changed into a clean white shirt, hair in low ponytail. She busied herself in the kitchen. Her mood was clearly much better than yesterday. Movements light, a hint of an unstoppable smile playing on her lips. Compared to before, she now had a bit of a wifely vibe about her. Su Yuqing sat at the dining table, sipping warm water. Her eyes occasionally flicked towards Suwon in the kitchen. Her brow furrowed slightly. She couldn't understand why Suwon, who clearly had a boyfriend, could so casually come looking for Linimo. What embarrassment to the Su family. She cursed inwardly. She looked away, fearing eye infection. As Linimo came out of his room, Suwon was just setting the breakfast on the table. Breakfast is ready. Eat, then go to school, she said softly to Linimo. Linimo gave a slight nod and took a seat. Halfway through the meal, Suwon suddenly spoke up. Her voice gentle. She asked, is the porridge to your liking today? Linimo just grunted in response. Say more. Su Yuqing let go. Why do you care if he likes it? She said sarcastically. He's not your husband. The air instantly went still. Suwon visibly paused in her movements. She lifted her head to look at Su Yuqing. Her smile stiffened slightly. Linimo also glanced over Su Yuqing. Under the combined gaze, Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed a little, but she still shot Suwon a glare. Seeing herself, she finished started. Just keep in mind, don't embarrass the Su family. Suwon pressed her lips together and ultimately didn't respond. She just lowered her head and continued eating. Breakfast concluded in office house. After finishing his meal, Linimo got up to change for school. Su Yuqing stood up as well. Perhaps feeling her earlier words were a bit harsh. She hesitated for a moment before saying to Suwon, cousin, Linimo and I are heading out first. Suwon stood at the dining table, her body went slightly rigid. She forced a smile on her face. Go ahead. Be careful, Su Yuqing said, biting her lip. She didn't say anything else. Su-won stood there, watching the retreating figures. Her smile faded. She leaned on the table, silent. She checked the time and changed, and left the house alone. Lin-mo and Su Yuqing walked toward the school. Su Yuqing's mood was clearly off today. She was scowled the whole way. About halfway there, Su Yuqing suddenly spoke up, her voice full of displeasure. She has a boyfriend, yet she comes to see you so shamelessly. I really don't get what she's thinking. Lin-mo ignored her. Su Yuqing glanced at him sideways. Don't you think that's super sketchy of her? Don't you think she's acting really strange? Lin-mo shot her a cold glance. What's it to me? Su Yuqing hesitated, furious but too scared to act. Chapter 35, Misunderstanding. But she has a boyfriend. Aren't you afraid her boyfriend will find out? Not your business. Lin-mo didn't even look at her, dismissing her with one sentence. Su Yuqing's face stiffened. She know why. Lin-mo had just laughed when Zhao Feifei spotted him and rushed over, asking eagerly. Lin-mo, I don't so early. Later, even teacher Liu was MIA. Did you walk her home? Poor Lin-mo answered after sitting down. Su Yuqing walked in from behind, her face icy as she cut in. Shut up, Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei jumped, startled by her sudden tone, turning to Su Yuqing. Whoa, what crawled up your ass? Su Yuqing sat, annoyed. None of your business. Zhao Feifei smirked. What's it to you? Lin-mo aren't even close. Oh wait, I forgot. You can call him Daddy. Su Yuqing's head snapped up, glaring at her, her face flushing crimson instantly. She yelled, Zhao Feifei. Say that one more time. I dare you. Zhao Feifei didn't back down. Smirking back, what? Su Yuqing was so mad, she almost leaped. If you keep running your mouth, I'll rip it off. Zhao Feifei laughed. Ooh, triggered. What's wrong, Yuqing? Bad morning? Or is that what you really wanted to call him all along? Su Yuqing was fuming, her chest heaving, her hands gripping her clothes so tight her knuckles turned white. Just as she was about to retort, a knock sounded at the classroom door. Liu stood outside, leaning in slightly with a gentle voice. Sorry to interrupt. May I come in? The classroom fell silent instantly. Liu was wearing a light-colored blouse today, with subtle makeup, but the exhaustion was still clear in her eyes. She paused briefly, then walked in with a smile. She saw Su Yuqing and Zhao Feifei facing off. She paused briefly, then smiled and walked in, trying to ease the tension. What's all the shouting about? You guys making a scene. Zhao Feifei raised an eyebrow, immediately shut up, and slunk back to her seat. That's like family member right there. Way out her league to mess with. Su Yuqing's gaze shifted from Zhao Feifei, landing on Liu, her eyes growing colder. She suddenly remembered Liu's interest in her mother. A wave of disgust instantly surged in her chest. Liu noticed Su Yuqing's stare. Her smile faltered slightly, about to speak, but Su Yuqing scoffed first, a cold, mocking sound. Ms. Liu, how convenient. Liu was taken aback. Is something wrong, Su? Su Yuqing stared her down, her tone blunt. There's something I need to ask you. You're that obsessed with other people's moms? Is your gender identity that messed up? The classroom fell deathly silent. Liu's face instantly drained of color. She immediately assumed Su Yuqing meant Su-won. Her heart clenched, voice trembling. Su, you got it all wrong. It's a misunderstanding. Su Yuqing didn't elaborate further, just kept her cold, disgusted stare. Ms. Liu, stay the hell away from my family. With that, she turned and sat back down, not giving Liu another glance. Liu stood frozen, face pale, lips trembling, fighting back tears. She completely misinterpreted Su Yuqing's words, thinking the warning was about staying away from Su-won. Zhao Feifei sat nearby, eyes wide. Shocked Su Yuqing would go after Liu so directly. Lin-mo sat at his desk, calmly flipping a book. Liu stood in silence for a few seconds, finally whispered, sorry for the disturbance, then turned and left the classroom. Su Yuqing watched her leave, her eyes still icy cold. In a private office at the far end of the admin building, Su-won leaned back in a chair by the desk, hands folded in her lap, expression complicated. She hadn't really wanted to see Liu today, but after a sleepless night, thinking it over, she decided to come anyway. Too many people saw her step in at the banquet. The lie was already useless. She thought she could handle this calmly. But actually sitting here, I realized I'm not as calm as I thought. The office door swung open, and Liu walked in. The moment she saw Su-won, she froze completely. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Won. Her voice trembled as she rushed forward. Then she suddenly remembered she was tainted now. She stopped just 2 steps away from Su-won, not daring to get too close. Su-won looked up at her, sighed and said, "Who sit?" Liu didn't sit. Just stood there, hands clenched tightly, heart aching. Won, I just found out that you've been under so much pressure from my family. Su-won frowned slightly, looking at her with confusion. What pressure? Believe family likes to throw money at people. Back when they found out about us, someone came to find me, slapped a 50 million bank card in my face, told me to leave you. A joke. A measly 50 million. Honestly, if you hadn't shown up in time back then, I might have actually taken it. Tears streamed down Liu's cheeks. The bullying and humiliation of the last 2 days finally overflowed. She arms around Su-won, sobbing. You've been carrying this huge burden from my family all along. It's my fault. I'm useless. Su-won frowned, gently patting Liu's back. Asked softly what on earth happened. Liu looked up at her through tear-blurred eyes. Sniffed a couple times. Picked the most acceptable recent event. After a moment's thought, she spoke up. Won, actually, Yuqing already knows about us. Su-won's body went rigid. She shot up from her chair. Her face went deathly pale. Voice panicked. What? This? Impossible. Liu was startled by her sudden reaction. Tear-streaked, he trembled. Won, stay calm. Su-won stared at her intently. Asked frantically, how do you know? How does Su Yuqing know? What did she say to you? Liu was flustered by the barrage of questions. Her voice was full of hurt and concern. She's been targeting me since yesterday. Today, I finally understood. She must already know about our relationship. That's why she said all those things. Wan, don't be scared. I'll figure something out. Chapter 36. The agitated Suwon. Suwon rubbed her temples hard. Her expression was frighteningly grim. All she can think about right now is one thing. Su Yuqing knows about her and Li Ro. She already knew about her and Lin Mo. And now she knows about her and Li Ro too. How the hell is she supposed to keep her thing with Lin Mo hidden now? Suwon's breathing hitched, her voice tight with panic. What exactly did she say? Tell me her exact words. Li Ro wiped her tears, voice trembling. She told me to stay away from her family, and that I have an interest in other people's women. Wan, is it my fault? Suwon stood frozen, her face paling then flushing with anger. She's completely freaking out now. Yuqing clearly knows about her and Li Ro, which means her thing with Lin Mo is totally exposed. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Look, Ro, don't jump to conclusions. I'll handle this. Don't reach out to me for a while. And don't attack Yuqing either. Got it? Li Ro bit her lip. Wan, am I making it hard for you? Suwon didn't deny it. She didn't confirm it either. She just turned away. I have to go. Li Ro immediately tensed up. She grabbed the edge of Suwon's shirt, her voice small. Wan, are you going to see Yuqing? Suwon stopped in her tracks. Back to Li Ro, a flicker of exhaustion passed her eyes. I need to find out just how much she knows. Li Ro's grip tightened slightly. Be careful then. Suwon pried her hand loose and left. She left the office. Li Ro leaned against the desk, her body trembling slightly. Tears started falling again. Meanwhile, Suwon, once out of the office, slumped against the hallway wall, her chest heaving. Her mind is a complete mess right now. Suwon took another sharp breath and pushed herself off the wall. She can't just sit here and take it. She needs to figure out exactly what Su Yuqing knows. Testing the waters beats nothing. And sent a message to Su Yuqing. Suwon, Yuqing, you free right now? We need to talk. Not long after the message was sent, Su Yuqing replied. Su Yuqing, classroom. Suwon, clench her phone. She has no idea if going to see Su Yuqing is the right move. But she has to do something, or she's going to lose it. Suwon shoved her phone back in her bag. She turned and headed toward the lecture building. The third floor hallway was already dead quiet. Suwon hurried to the classroom door. Su Yuqing scrolled her phone. Seeing her enter, she slipped the phone away. You're here. Close the door. Suwon shut the door. She walked up to Su Yuqing. I want to talk about today. Su Yuqing watched her. She assessed him silently. Suwon took a deep breath. Your attitude to Ms. Li Ro. I heard about it. Su Yuqing raised an eyebrow, her tone different. So? Suwon pressed her lips together. She continued, Yuqing, could you maybe stop targeting her like this? She hasn't really done anything that bad. Su Yuqing stared at her for a few seconds. Then she suddenly smiled. So you're here to plead your case? Suwon's heart jumped. She shook her head quickly. No, it's just, I think letting things go on like this isn't good. Everyone's watching, you know? Su Yuqing leaned back against the desk. Her tone was still calm, but a faint chill had crept into it. Suwon, you came to see me today? For Li Ro? The question made Suwon flinch inwardly. I don't want things worse. I just don't want to see things get worse between you. Su Yuqing was silent for a beat. Then she said, you and Li Ro are close? Suwon's body stiffened noticeably. Forcing herself to stay calm, she shook her head. Not really. We just run into each other a few times around campus before. Su Yuqing didn't press her. She just gave Suwon a cool look. To talk me down? Leave? I'm not going to change my mind about her. Just because you showed up once. To change my view of her, she needs to protect her own mother her own way. She won't let her mom get hurt a second time. Suwon knew her visit today was pointless. If anything, it just made Su Yuqing more suspicious. She stood up, her voice weary. Then, I'll go. Su Yuqing didn't try to stop her. She just gave a slight dismissive nod. Suwon reached the door. When Su Yuqing suddenly spoke up again, Suwon stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her. Su Yuqing met her gaze, her tone calm but laced with a warning edge. Keep her distance from some people. Suwon is still her cousin. Keeping her away from that abyss named Lin Mo is for the best. Suwon shuddered, nodded quickly, and hurried out of the classroom. As she left the building, the wind felt chilling. The talk with Yuqing didn't go at all how she'd planned. Su Yuqing clearly already had her own conclusions. Her visit today was straight up interpreted as pleading for Li Ro. Even worse, that final warning from Su Yuqing made her heart race. Suwon clenched her fist tight. She was starting to feel things were spiraling out of control. Su Yuqing now knows about her and Li Ro, and about her connection to Lin Mo. If those two things got linked and spilled, Suwon leaned against the pillar outside the building, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Can't just stay passive anymore. What she needs most right now is power. If she's strong enough, she can have some room to maneuver before everything blows up. And her fastest way to get that power right now is Lin Mo. Suwon pulled out her phone. Her finger hovered over the screen for a long time, but she finally dialed Lin Mo's number. It rang 3 times before he picked up. Yeah, Lin Mo's voice was as calm as ever. Suwon nervously gripped the phone. Lin Mo, are you free? Oh, yeah. Lin Mo was silent for seconds, then asked where. Suwon bit her lip and whispered the small woods behind the school. 10 minutes. After hanging up, Suwon leaned back against the pillar and let out a long sigh. She didn't know if this was the right move or not, but she was out of other options. There were few people in the woods behind the school. Lin Mo was leaning against a tree. He saw Suwon approaching quickly and gave her a questioning look. Suwon stopped, her face clearly troubled. She took a deep breath and roughly explained what happened with Su Yuqing today. She didn't mention her own relationship with Li Ro. Just said Su Yuqing's recent attitude towards Li Ro was really weird. Su Yuqing's recent attitude towards Li Ro has been very strange, and she's worried things might get out of hand. Lin Mo listened quietly, saying nothing. He just kept watching her. Suwon felt a pang of guilt under his gaze and lowered her voice. Lin Mo, my head's a total mess right now. I'm scared Yuqing will just keep escalating this. I want to get stronger. Her voice trailed off. Lin Mo looked at her, his tone flat. You want to do a dual cultivation? Suwon nodded, a clear plea in her voice. Yeah. Lin Mo was silent for a moment before speaking. Fine, but I have a condition. Suwon looked up at him. Lin Mo continued. You mentioned having info on the Millennial Cryostal before, right? Suwon paused, then nodded. Lin Mo watched her. Give me the legendary Cryostal's location. It now reached the dual location. Suwon stiffened slightly. She didn't actually have the precise location. That cryostal was something Liro found. But if she asked Liro, she could probably get some useful intel. Suwon bit her lip. I can ask around. The moment I have solid info, you'll be the first to know. Linamo considered it, then gave a single nod. Fine. Inside the space, then Roshua lounged lazily on a chair. Her tail flicked idly. She was munching on fruit Li Qingwan had sliced for her. Hearing the conversation outside, she raised an eyebrow. Li Qingwan sat nearby, her foxtail twitching slightly. TSK, desperate already, little miss. Guess she's really backed into a corner. Lin Ruoshua sighed, a note of helplessness in her voice. She's gotta be freaking out right now. Once Yuqing gets serious, she's a force to be reckoned with. Li Qingwan glanced at Lin Ruoshua, a mischievous smirk curling her lips. After all, there's Li Ro outside now too. Lin Ruoshua rolled her eyes. So what? Less work, more happy. Li Qingwan's smile widened. She continued teasing. She's about to dual cultivate with Linamo again. You think she'll get more and more hooked on him? Lin Ruoshua was silent for a moment. Her tail gave a light flick as she said, her voice complex. Maybe she hasn't even realized herself, but she's already too far gone to let him go. Deep in the grove, Linamo looked at Suwon and said calmly, fine. After saying this, he turned and walked deeper into the woods. Suwon stood her ground, her chest heaving a couple of times. She pressed her lips together, but ultimately followed him. The light was dimmed deep in the woods. Suwon was led by Linamo to stand beside a tree trunk. She stood quietly. Linamo's movements were direct and cold, devoid of any extra emotion. Suwon bit her lip. She clutched his clothes, voice low. Just as the two were about to begin their cultivation, a figure passed by on a path not far away. Liro was already in a bad mood today. Her family was starting to pressure her again, her mind a mess. She had just wanted to take a walk behind the academy. Faint sounds came from deep in the woods. Suppressed panting, like someone training. Liro's steps halted, her face instantly turning ugly. She stood there, glaring in the direction of the woods. She cursed who from this school dares mess around behind campus. Angrier by the second, she cursed again, even lower, so shameless. After cursing, Liro glared at the woods and left quickly. Her mood was already bad. Now she was just plain irritated. She headed straight off in another direction. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Suwon's eyes flew wide open. Her entire body froze instantly. She had heard it. That was Liro's voice. Suwon, terrified, clamped a hand over her mouth. Tears welled up. She dared not move or make a sound. She could only bite her lip hard, letting the tears pool in her eyes. Linamo sensed something was off with her. He glanced down at her, his voice dropping even lower. What's wrong? Suwon kept her hand clamped over her mouth. She shook her head frantically. The tears finally spilled over. Right now, her mind was just a complete blank. Her body trembled slightly from the shock. She never imagined Liro would pass by here. Those curses felt like a thorn in her heart. Suwon's tears just wouldn't stop falling. She couldn't even dare to cry out loud. She just covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Linamo watched her like this. His movements slowed, voice calm. What's wrong? Keep cultivating or stop? Suwon shook her head, tears brimming, voice a whisper, laced with a clear sob. She desperately wished to enter a trance faster, and she wished Liro would just hurry up and get far away. Please don't let him discover it was here. A moment later, the rustling in the grove finally began to subside. Suwon leaned against the tree trunk, breathing heavily, her clothes disheveled and draped over her. Tear tracks on her pale face, breath ragged. Liro's voice from earlier still sent a chill through her. Linamo had already straightened his clothes. He leaned nearby, said calmly about the cryostal. Soon. Suwon kept her head down. Murmuring, I know. Her mind was a complete jumble. She heard every single word of Liro's tirade clearly. She knew he'd just been ranting offhandedly, but she still couldn't help the guilty shivers. Her biggest fear right now was Liro finding out about her and Linamo. If Liro knew, then he'd given a legendary tier, cryostal, to Linamo, and that she was sneaking around to dual cultivate with him. Suwon didn't dare think further. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. What's done is done. All she could do now was try to handle the fallout, like speeding up her cultivation. She turned to look at Linamo, her voice weary. I'll ask about the cryostal as soon as I can. I'll let you know the moment I hear anything. Linamo glanced at her, didn't say much, just gave a nod. Fine. Suwon didn't linger. She looked down, straightened her clothes, said softly, I'll go. Linamo didn't try to stop her, just leaned against the tree, watching her retreating figure, his gaze impassive. Suwon hurried out of the small grove. The wind felt chilly on her skin, damp with a fine sweat. Her chest felt heavy, a mix of fear and guilt. As she walked, she repeated to herself over and over in her mind, Liro can't find out about any of this. At least not now. At the same time, she was painfully aware that she had to ask Liro about the legendary tier, cryostal next. The moment she brought it up, Liro would likely get suspicious. Suwon rubbed her temples, a massive headache pounding. I'm kind of regretting rushing to find Linamo just now. Meanwhile, Liro was in a seriously bad mood. Walking behind the school earlier, Wood's noise annoyed her more. Now her head's all messed up. Too bad Suwon has zero time for her right now. Walking back to the dorm, she was muttering under her breath. This is so damn annoying. Everyone's just looking for trouble. All she wants is to get back fast and use something to cool down. Right now, Suwon just wants to find a quiet spot to chill. So she heads to a cafe near campus. Sitting by the window, Suwon stares at her phone for a long time. Finally, she sends Liro a message. Roro, are you free? I want to talk. Not long after the message is sent, Liro replies, I'm in the dorm. Come over. Seeing this reply, Suwon's chest tightens for no reason. She just hopes Liro won't be too sharp today. Back in Liro's dorm room. She's still carrying the chill from the wind. She tosses her jacket on a chair, sits on the edge of the bed, her eyes looking kind of empty. Ever since Su Eugene publicly targeted her in front of everyone, she's still down, feeling worse. She really wants to reach out to Suwon, but she's afraid of being a bother, so she just keeps it all to herself. Deep down, she's actually really uneasy. Suwon's been acting weirder lately. Busier, and less likely to text her first. She can't shake the feeling Suwon's hiding something. That feeling is like a knot in her stomach. Sour and tight. When her phone buzzes, she checks it accidentally. Seeing it's a message from Suwon, She pauses for a second. After line, she tosses the phone aside, leans back against the headboard, and whispers to herself, "Wants to talk. What's up with her suddenly wanting to see me today?" Leroux rubs her temples, feeling like everything's just getting more and more annoying lately. On one hand, the pressure from her family is huge. Suwon's attitude makes her anxious. She's even starting to get this nagging suspicion. Is Suwon avoiding her? But she's too scared to ask. But she didn't dare to ask. She stared at it for 2 seconds before finally putting it away. Honestly, this thing felt more like Suwon's real boyfriend. Suwon stood outside Leroux's dorm room. She took a deep breath before reaching out to knock. Leroux's eyes lit up when she saw who it was. She immediately stepped aside to let her in. Her voice held a hint of joy. "Come in." Suwon entered the dorm and closed the door behind her. She barely steadied herself when Leroux walked over. Leroux wrapped her arms around Suwon's waist from behind. Her face broke Suwon's shoulder. She whispered, "What made you suddenly decide to visit me today?" Suwon's body stiffened slightly. She actually found herself comparing Leroux's embrace to Lima's. A wave of intense guilt washed over her. She raised her hand to gently pat the back of Leroux's hand. Her voice softened deliberately. "I just want to see you." Leroux didn't let go. She nuzzled Suwon's neck. "Avoiding me lately? Won, have you been avoiding me lately?" Suwon's heart sank like a stone. She knew she had been keeping a lot from Leroux recently. She had been cutting back on their time together. She turned around, cupping Leroux's face in both hands. "I'm not avoiding you. Things have been busy. I'm not avoiding you. Things have just been busy." Leroux stared at her for 2 seconds. Then suddenly, she turned her face to Suwon's. "You came to see me because you need something." Suwon was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "I wanted to ask about that legendary tier marrow. Back then, did you only find one piece? Are there any other similar leads?" Leroux clearly froze. She stared at Suwon, a frown on her brow. "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" she asked, confused. Suwon's heart began to race. "I'm trying to boost my power lately," she explained. "I heard it helps with breakthrough. I just wanted to ask." Leroux fell silent for several seconds. Her expression grew complicated. She pulled her hands free and stepped back. Wan, after you took that marrow, you never told me. You never told me what you did with it." She paused, her voice dropping a little. "And that thing was for the necro class, right? You're not a necro. Why would you need that kind of marrow?" Suwon's chest tightened. She hadn't expected Leroux to go straight for the jugular. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Leroux stared at her, her gaze growing heavier. She didn't press further, just gently bit her lower lip. "You never told me." The dorm fell into silence. Suwon could clearly feel Leroux's mood shift. She felt guilty, but didn't know how to cover it up. Leroux looked down at the floor, mumbling one. "Are you hiding something from me?" Suwon's heart sank like a stone. She knew she'd pushed too hard this time, and she dragged out Leroux's curiosity and unease along with it. Leroux didn't push her anymore. She just turned around, her back to Suwon. "I'll find other leads for you soon." She paused, then added in a small, hurt voice. "But next time, you can just tell me if something's up." Suwon stood there frozen, watching Leroux's back. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Leroux was clearly upset now, but she was holding back from asking more. That restrained look just made Suwon feel even worse. The dorm was quiet for a long time. Finally, Suwon pressed her lips together. She looked at Leroux's slightly slumped shoulders. Suddenly, her chest felt tight. She knew Leroux was really bothered by this, and she knew she was hiding a lot from her. Suwon didn't say anything else. Instead, she walked forward and gently hugged Leroux from behind. She pressed her face to Leroux's neck, whispering sorry. Leroux's body stiffened for a second, but she didn't pull away. Suwon rested her chin on Leroux's shoulder. Her voice was soft. "I didn't mean to keep things from you. It's just some stuff I haven't figured out how to tell you yet." Leroux still didn't turn around, just asked quietly, "Have you figured it out now?" Suwon was silent for 2 seconds. She didn't answer. Instead, she slowly let go. She walked around to face Leroux, cupping her face in both hands. She looked at her seriously. There was still a trace of hurt and bitterness in Leroux's eyes. But under the covers, her hand slowly reached for her phone. Screen brightness on minimum. She stared at the chat page. She hesitated for a long time. In the end, she sent a message to Linimo anyway. "Suwon, Linimo, I asked today. They said they only found one for now. Haven't come across any other since." It wasn't long before Linimo replied. "Linimo, are you sure?" Suwon stared at the message, then typed again. That's what she said. But she promised to keep an eye out for me. She'll let me know if there's any new info. Linimo, okay. Suwon stared at the brief reply. A strange emptiness settled in her chest. She waited a bit longer. Seeing Linimo didn't send another message, she shoved her phone back under the covers. Meanwhile, her also had her eyes closed. Her breathing was steady, like she was fast asleep. But her hand was also under the blanket, fishing for her phone. She stared at the screen, her expression conflicted, before finally sending Linimo a message. "Leroux, Linimo, I have a lead on a legendary tier, Cryostal." Linimo replied almost instantly. "Linimo, what lead?" Leroux stared at the message. Hesitating for a moment, she continued typing. "Ro, I found a location a while ago that might have one. If you're interested, I can trade that info for 1 session of dual cultivation with you." This time, Lima's reply was slower. "Linimo, deal." Leroux looked at the short reply. Strangely, she felt a wave of relief. She typed another question. "Leroux, when works for you?" "Linimo, tomorrow night. The woods behind the school." Leroux was silent for a beat. Then she slowly put her phone away. Just today, she called her shameless. And now, tomorrow, she'd be going to that very same spot. The two of them still lay in an embrace, their bodies pressed close together. Yet, both their minds had already drifted to the same person. The next night, 7 p.m., Leroux stood inside a convenience store near the school's back gate. She held an unopened bottle of water. She'd been standing there for almost 10 minutes, but she couldn't bring herself to walk towards the woods. She'd deliberately worn a more form-fitting shirt tonight. She'd even styled her hair. Standing by the glass window, she could see her own reflection. Her expression held a hint of nervousness, and a flicker of anticipation she didn't even want to admit to. She glanced down at her phone. The chat log from last night with Linimo was still open. "Linimo, tomorrow night. School woods." Leroux locked her screen and took a deep breath. She knew exactly why she was here tonight. Trade a legendary Cryostal lead for 1 session with Linimo. She needs power, something to shake off this constant, gnawing anxiety. But she can't stop thinking about Suwon. Ever since Suwon left at midnight, she's been tossing and turning. Every time she closes her eyes, images flash. Suwon on his knees before her, and Linmo's cold, demanding hands. She knows it's messed up, but she can't help it. Lero twists the cap off her water bottle, takes a sip, screws it back on tight. In the end, she turns and heads for the grove. Deep in the trees, Lin Imo leans against the trunk. He sees her approach, his gaze just a flicker of acknowledgement. Lero stops a few feet away, hands clenching slightly. She keeps her voice steady. I'm here. Lin Imo pushes off the tree, tone flat. So, the lead. Lero doesn't answer right away. She studies him for a second. She realizes, being around Lin Imo always makes her tense. It's a different kind of tension than with Suwon. Totally different vibe. She takes a deep breath. Okay, I found a hidden dungeon. Once, called the Shadow Rift. I managed to get inside, and I got a legendary tier millennial cryostal from it. Lin Mo's eyes sharpen, just a fraction. Lero presses on. The place isn't fully cleared yet. From what I could tell, there's probably more high-level loot in there. It's tough, but not impossible. With the right prep, you could farm it. She hesitates, her voice dropping. I'll give you the exact location and the access method. In exchange, I want a power boost. Fast. Lin Imo is quiet for 2 beats. Fine, he adds, voice still even. But I have a condition. Lero looks up at him. After we're done, Lin Imo says coolly, you tell me everything. Every detail about the rift. Lero presses her lips together, then nods. Deal. Lin Imo doesn't say another word. He just turns and walks deeper into the woods. Lero stands there, her chest tight. Finally, she follows. Same time, Suwon's place. Suwon is slumped on his living room couch, staring at his phone. No message sent. He's been on edge all day. She just couldn't stop thinking about it, wondering if Lero had already noticed something. She really wanted to text Lin Imo right now, to find out what he was up to, but she was afraid of looking too desperate. In the end, she tossed her phone aside and slumped back on the couch, letting out a long sigh. She suddenly remembered Lero's look last night when she asked about the cryostal. That wounded, restrained look. Suwon rubbed her temples hard. Things were spiraling out of control. This is all that bastard Suhao's fault, Suwon muttered under her breath. Chapter 40, Suwon. Suwon rubbed her temples hard. Things were spiraling out of control. This is all that bastard Suhao's fault, Suwon muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, deep in the grove, Lin Imo had Lero pinned against a tree trunk. His movements were direct and detached. Lero bit her lip, her hands clutching his clothes, her breathing growing ragged. Right at the most intense moment, Suwon's face flashed in Lero's mind. She squeezed her eyes shut, forcing the image away. By the time she emerged from the grove, it was past 11 p.m. The night breeze hit her face. She pulled her collar up and started walking along the path back to the dorms. The lingering heat inside her hadn't fully subsided, making her unconsciously clench her thighs as she walked. This was the first time she'd sought out Lin Imo herself. The time in the girls' bathroom, that was a drunken mistake. This time, she'd mustered the courage herself. Traded intel on the Shadow Rift for this. She knew exactly what she was doing. Knew the fallout if Suwon ever found out. But she came anyway, for the power boost. Lero looked down her phone at Suwon's unread message. Just sitting there, she stared at it for a moment. In the end, she didn't reply. It wasn't that she didn't want to. She just didn't know what tone to use. She locked her phone, pocketed it, and kept walking. Back at her dorm, she showered, changed into pajamas, and lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Her mind flickered between the image of Suwon kneeling before her and the memory of Lin Ma's movements. She rolled over, burying her face in the pillow, and whispered a curse at herself. I'm losing it. He still carried the chill of the night air. He saw Suwon on the couch, just gave her a brief glance, and said, wait for me. Suwon immediately stood up. Her voice held a barely contained urgency. I want to see you. Lin Imo didn't ask further. He went straight to the master bedroom. Come in. Suwon bit her lip, took a deep breath, and followed. The moment the bedroom door closed, gray mist surged from Lin Ma's palm. It instantly pulled Lin Ruoshua and Li Qingwan into the familiar space, leaving only Suwon behind. Suwon stood by the bed, hands clenched slightly. She said softly, Lin Imo, today I asked about the millennial cryostal. I'll keep an eye out for you. Lin Imo took off his jacket, tossed on a chair, and turned to look at her. Go on. Suwon's throat felt dry, her voice dropping lower. She seemed bothered that I asked about it. I'm afraid she might get suspicious. Lin Imo walked up to her. He reached out, pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. So? Suwon, under his gaze, felt her heart skip a beat. Biting her lip, she pleaded. So I want to cultivate again. My progress is too slow. I need to be faster. Lin Imo stared at her for 2 seconds, then let a short laugh. Suwon, you're getting better at making excuses. Suwon's cheeks flushed instantly, but she didn't argue back. She just reached up to undo the buttons of her blouse. Her movements were stiff, yet carried a stubborn resolve. Please, Lin Imo wasted no more words. He pushed her onto the bed. Clothes soon scattered on the floor. Suwon's hands gripped the sheets tightly, knuckles turning white. Her breathing grew more ragged. Lily Rose's face kept flashing in her mind. Every time she thought of her, her body couldn't help but tremble. Lin Imo noticed her strange reaction. He didn't stop. Instead, his movements became rougher. Who are you thinking about? Suwon bit her lip hard, her voice trembling as she said. And no one. Lin Imo lowered his head, biting her earlobe. He murmured lowly, liar. Suwon's tears welled up instantly. She forced them back. All she wanted now was to enter the cultivation state quickly, to empty her mind fast, to not think about all that messy stuff. Gray mist and a seductive fragrance filled the air. The room held only stifled gasps and the faint creak of the bed. By the time the cultivation ended, it was almost 2 a.m. Suwon leaned against Lin Ma's chest, her body still trembling a little. Her hair is messy, face tear-streaked. Lin Imo stroked her back. Watch the cryostal. Keep an eye on the cryostal. Suwon gave a soft hum, her voice a bit hoarse. I know. She doesn't linger. She gets up quickly and starts getting dressed. Her movements are fast, like she's trying to escape something. Halfway through buttoning her shirt, she suddenly stops. With her back to Lin Imo, she says quietly, Lin Imo, about us. Don't tell anyone. Lin Imo leans against the headboard, watching her fleeing back. He just replies indifferently. Not my problem. Suwon's body stiffens slightly. In the end, she says nothing. She finishes dressing quickly and leaves the master bedroom without a backward glance. The living room lights are still dim. Su Yuqing is leaning against the arm of the sofa, hugging her knees, her eyes red. She's clearly been waiting here a long time. She wanted to see her mother earlier, but what she got instead was Su-won walking out of the master bedroom. The door closes. She meets Su Yuqing's disgusted eyes. The air instantly goes still. Su Yuqing slowly stands up. Her gaze sweeps over Su-won's shell hair, her slightly swollen lips, and the shirt that's clearly just been put on. A sneer curls at the corner of her mouth. Cousin, you're really diligent. Su-won steps falter. Her face instantly turns ugly. Yuqing, Su Yuqing doesn't give her a chance to speak. She cuts her off coldly. You have a boyfriend, don't you? You have a boyfriend, and you're still crawling in Alima's bed? Just how thick is your skin? She steps closer, her voice growing colder, laced with undisguised loathing. You're a disgrace to the Su family. You know exactly what you've done, and you still have the nerve to come here again and again. You're disgusting. Su-won pales at her words. Her hands clench. Yuqing, don't. Yuqing, don't say that. Don't say that. Su Yuqing scoffs. My mom is bound by soul pact. She has no choice. But you crawled up here of your own free will. Every time you come, you act like nothing's wrong. Do you think everyone else is blind? Su-won's chest heaves. Her eyes well up instantly. She opens her mouth, only to find she can't muster a single word of rebuttal. Because Su Yuqing is right. Because Su Yuqing is right. She really did come here on her own, again and again. Su Yuqing watched her in this pathetic, speechless state. She turned away, voice full of contempt. Show your face again, I'll tear you apart. With that, she walked straight to her room without looking back, slamming the door shut. Chapter 41. Together. Bang. Only Su-won was left in the living room. She stood there, her body trembling slightly. Tears finally spilled over, unable to be held back. She looked down at the screen in her hand. Leroy's name still sat there quietly on the screen. All she felt was a tightness in her chest, a mix of shame and misery. In the end, she didn't stay long, leaving the old house in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Lin Mo leaned against the headboard. He heard a commotion outside, but didn't go out. He just closed his eyes calmly. Mists swirled as Lin Ruoxue emerged from the familiar space. She looked at Lin Mo, her tail giving a light flick. Her voice held a trace of helplessness. It seems Yuqing can't stand Su-won more and more. Lin Mo didn't open his eyes, just said casually, not my damn problem. Lin Ruoxue sighed. She straddled his lap, arms around his neck. Her tail coiled around his waist as she whispered, so now, should I? Lin Mo opened his eyes. He glanced at her, then suddenly pushed her down beneath him. Gray mist surged. In Su-won's distant home, Su-won lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Her mind was filled with Su Yuqing's words, dripping with disgust. She buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled. It's off, she said. Su-hao's fault. Morning light through the window. Air held the night's sweetness, succubus scent. When Lin Mo opened his eyes, Lin Ruoxue was lying on his chest. The heart-shaped tip of her tail gently brushed over his abdomen. Her violet eyes were half-lidded, lazy and satisfied. Her black dress had long been tossed to the foot of the bed. Her snow-white skin shimmered with tiny specks of light in the sun. You're awake. Lin Ruoxue's voice was soft and sticky, carrying the huskiness of just waking up. Little one, you were especially fierce last night. You made my tail go all numb. She deliberately nudged the tip of her tail into Lin Mo's hand. The tip gently curled around his finger, like a coquettish plea or demand for affection. Lin Mo didn't speak. He just casually rubbed the base of her tail. Lin Ruoxue immediately let out a suppressed little moan. Her body went soft, pressing even closer into his embrace. The gray mist in the familiar space suddenly rippled. Li Qingwan stepped out from within. She was still in that pale green gossamer gown. 9 white fox tails swayed gently. Her crimson eyes held lingering amusement. A faint smile curled her lips. Did Master sleep well last night? Sister Lin's tails really are even more clingy than my own foxtails. Lin Ruoxue lazily lifted her gaze. Her tail, however, directly flicked against Li Qingwan's face. Enough, you vixen. Peeping last night was bad enough. Now you dare come out and start trouble? Li Qingwan struck by the tail tip on her cheek. Instead, gently leaned her face closer, letting the tip of Lin Ruoxue's tail brush against her own lips. Don't be mad, Sister Lin. Qingwan just want to check on Master's condition. She turned to look at Lin Mo, then shivered slightly. Master, would you like me to examine you? Lin Mo glanced at her and spoke flatly. Come here. Li Qingwan immediately obeyed, crawling onto the bed. On the other side of Lin Mo, her 9 foxtails consciously spread apart, creating a barrier between Lin Ruoxue and herself. Yet, one tail sneakily snaked around Lin Ruoxue's waist, gently coiling around it. Lin Ruoxue narrowed her eyes. Li Qingwan kissed Lin Mo's chest softly. Qingwan heard the commotion outside last night. No, her voice growing softer and softer. Her cheeks tinged with a faint pink. And now I really want Master to punish me. Lin Mo reached out and pinched one of her foxtails. A twist. Li Qingwan immediately let out a trembling whimper. All 9 tails shivered at once. 2 of them directly wrapped around Lin Mo's arm, seeming to beg for mercy, yet also craving more. Lin Ruoxue watched the scene. Flash unwilling past her eyes. She imitated Li Qingwan's move, actively straddling Lin Mo's waist. Her hands braced against his chest. Her tail, however, deliberately looped from behind Li Qingwan, entangling one of Vixen's foxtails. Li Qingwan, don't think the pact changes things. You can steal my spot. I have a soul pact. I was here way before you. Li Qingwan, her tail ensnared. She buried her face in Lin Mo's neck. Muffled, she said, Sister Lin, Qingwan wouldn't dare think that. Qingwan just wants to make Master feel even better. She brushed her tail over his abdomen. Fur, the tip of her tail carried a faint death flame energy. It also brought a strange, tingling numbness. Lin Mo watched the 2 familiars vying for his attention on him. A slight smirk curling the corner of his mouth. With one hand, he pressed down on Lin Ruoxue's waist, while the other grabbed one of Li Qingwan's foxtails. He gave a sharp pull. Simultaneously, both women shuddered. The tattoo on Lin Ruoxue's brow instantly glowed. Li Qingwan's foxtails all unfurled completely, wrapping the 3 of them entirely in a blanket of snowy white fur. A gray mist and pink fragrance spread. Hours later, Lin Mo checked his status panel. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Necro class, Legendary tier. Level, 15, 0, 1500. Strength, 52.12. Agility, 44.9. Spirit, 75.15. After all these days, plus this morning's simultaneous dual cultivation, his experience points had skyrocketed. Lin Mo had shot straight up to level 15 in one go. His stats had risen along with it. Familiar. Lin Ruoxue. Race, succubus. Grade, legendary. Level, 14, 321,400. Strength, 38. Agility, 48. Spirit, 65. Vital stats, 98/58/95. Unlock skills, alluring gaze, painful lash, phantom step, seductive scent. Passive, minor AoE allure and dual cultivation boost. Soul pact, no harm, life shared. Familiar, Legion 1. Race, 9-tailed fox. Grade, legendary. Level, 10, 0/1000. Strength, 28. Agility, 35. Spirit, 48. Vital stats, 91/56/90. Unlock skills, nether illusion, foxtail bind. Status, Master Servant Pact. Cannot disobey any of Lin Ma's commands. Master dies, servant dies. Pack exclusive passive. Cultivation rate. Linimo recalled both of them into his familiar space. Before disappearing, Ruoxue bit his earlobe and whispered a complaint. Next time, don't let that vixen wrap herself around you first. She kissed his hand, then vanished. In the living room, Su Yuqing sat curled up on the sofa. Her eyes were red and swollen from sleeplessness. She recalled Su Wan leaving the master bedroom. Seeing Linimo come out of the master bedroom, she immediately stood up. Her voice with disgust. She said, "You had that shameless woman over again last night, didn't you?" Linimo glanced at her, offering no reply, and simply walked over to sit at the dining table. Chapter 42. The Sister Duo. Lin Ruoxue was summoned from space. Having changed into a clean set of loungewear, she walked out with a bowl of reheated porridge. She could tell Su Yuqing's state at a glance. Sighing softly, she placed the porridge in front of Linimo, then turned and waved to Su Yuqing. "Yuqing, come have breakfast." Su Yuqing bit her lip and walked over to sit down, but she stared daggers at Linimo. "This is my home. Don't let that woman come here again." Linimo took a sip of porridge, his movements pausing slightly. He looked up at her with a cool, detached gaze. Su Yuqing pressed on. "Linimo, this is the home of me and my mom. You can stay, but a woman like Su Wan, I won't allow her to set foot in this door again." Linimo put down the bowl of porridge. His voice was calm, yet carried an icy, unyielding chill. "If you don't like it, you can get the hell out." Su Yuqing froze instantly. Lin Mo continued, his tone devoid of any warmth. "I decide who comes and goes here. Your mother is my familiar now. She listens to me. As for Su Wan, she comes of her own free will. If you can't stand it, then get lost yourself." Su Yuqing's face flushed bright red. Her voice trembled. How dare you say that?" Lin Mo had already stood up. He walked to the door without looking back. "Don't waste your breath in front of me." Su Yuqing stood there, her chest heaving. Her eyes instantly welled up. She bit her lip hard, but couldn't get a single word out. Lin Ruoxue watched the scene unfold. She sighed helplessly, offering no words of intervention. She just quietly followed behind Lin Mo. Meanwhile, inside the familiar space, Li Qingwan observed everything happening outside. She smiled faintly. After third period, the classroom buzzed with activity. Lin Mo sat by the window, leaning lazily back in his chair. He left Li Qingwan and the others in his familiar space. Zhao Feifei sat to his right. She angled her body, blazer slightly open. She nudged his shoulder with her arm, smiling sweetly. Her voice sugary sweet. "Lin Mo, what do you want for lunch? I'll go buy it for you." Before Lin Mo could answer, another figure approached from his left. Zhao Qingyi adjusted her thin-framed glasses. She sat down quietly on Lin Mo's left, holding a few books. Her movements were natural, yet she slowly edged closer, her thigh almost brushing against the side of Lin Mo's leg. "Lin Mo," she said coolly, "I need to double-check some of the data from the last lab session. Are you free at lunch? I can go over it with you." Zhao Feifei's smile instantly froze. She turned to look at her cousin, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but she didn't say much. "Cousin, you're here too. Perfect timing. We can all have lunch with Lin Mo together." Zhao Qingyi didn't look at her. She just shifted slightly, leaning even closer to Lin Mo. Her voice was calm, but carried a hint of possessiveness. "No need. Lin Mo and I have something to discuss privately." Zhao Feifei's smile slowly faded. She narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, she leaned into Lin Mo as well. Her chest pressed directly against his arm. Her voice was sickly sweet, but laced with gunpowder. "Cousin, what's that supposed to mean? Lin Mo isn't your property. You just barging in like this? Isn't that a bit much?" Zhao Qingyi finally turned to look at her. Her gaze behind her glasses was calm. It held a chill. "A bit much, Feifei? When you're the one clinging to him all day long. You think it not too much?" The class fell silent. Several classmates started sneaking glances their way. Zhao Feifei's expression darkened. She outright moved her chair closer to Lin Mo. Her thigh pressed down on his leg. Her voice, sweet yet barbed, said, "So what if I cling to him? At least I'm doing it out in the open. Last time in the lab, I was the one who let you have your turn." Zhao Qingyi's breath hitched slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. She placed her book on Lin Ma's desk, leaning almost halfway against him. Her voice remained even. "You let me? Are you joking? Since when do I need your charity?" Zhao Feifei was officially pissed. She directly wrapped her arm around Lin Ma's, pressing her chest firmly against him. Glaring at Zhao Qingyi, she said, "Zhao Qingyi, you old hag, trying to steal my man? What have you even got to offer?" Zhao Qingyi didn't back down either. She immediately grabbed Lin Ma's other arm. She fired back. "At least I don't rely on family to barely level up." Lin Mo values real strength. Each girl clung to an arm, pressing against him. Each girl clung to one of his arms, pressing against him from both sides. Pressing their chest against him with full force. Eyes brimming with pure hostility. The classroom instantly exploded. "Holy crap, the Zhao sisters are having a full-on catfight right here. And it's all over Lin Mo? This is next-level drama." Zhao Feifei gritted her teeth, threatening in a low voice. "Zhao Qingyi, you better let go right now, or I'll have my shadow cat shred your uniform this afternoon." Zhao Qingyi adjusted her glasses, sneering, "Try it. Let's see who cries first." The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Lin Mo sat in the middle, his face expressionless, letting the two of them fight over him. He spoke up calmly. "Are you two done yet?" Zhao Qingyi and Zhao Feifei both turned to look at him. In unison, they snapped no. No sooner had they spoken. They glared at each other again, holding on even tighter. Their bodies were practically fused together. After the bell rang, the guys in class were still in a state of shock. Their gazes kept darting between Zhao Feifei and Zhao Qingyi. Feifei and Zhao Qingyi each had one of Lin Ma's arms in a death grip, refusing to let go. Bodies pressed tightly against Lin Ma's chest. Zhao Feifei smiled sweetly, but her voice held a trace of mockery. "Aren't you usually Miss Ice Queen? What's with the sudden clinginess? Afraid I'll steal Lin Mo away?" Zhao Qingyi countered calmly. "Feifei, you think clinging to Lin Mo 24/7 makes him yours?" Zhao Feifei's expression faltered for a second, but she shot back quickly. "Oh yeah? Like you're any better?" Stop pretending to be pure. Writing your vital stats on yourself. Lin Mo verifies them inch by inch. TSK. Zhao Qingyi's breathing hitched slightly. She didn't back down, voice icy. At least when I play, I don't fantasize about chaining Lin Mo to my bed, turning him into your personal little toy. Their argument grew more heated, though they kept their voices low. The surrounding classmates could hear every word clearly. A deathly silence fell over the classroom. Only the two girls' sharp, hushed whispers remained. Lin Mo spoke up again, his tone flat. Lunch. Zhao Feifei immediately beamed a sugary smile. I'll go buy it for Lin Mo. She cut in. Sis, don't you worry about it. Zhao Qingyi gave her a calm look. And stood up directly, holding on Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo, I know a new private kitchen that just opened. It's quiet, perfect for a private chat. Zhao Feifei narrows her eyes. She immediately grabs Lin Mo's other arm. Private chat about what? Lin Mo is having lunch with me. I've already ordered. The two girls each pull on one of his arms. They head for the classroom door, neither willing to back down. Lin Mo is stuck between them. He's become the center of their little competition. Students in the hallway make way, staring mouths agape at the scene. In a private dining room, Zhao Qingyi pushes Lin Mo down into the center seat. Then she sits on his left. Zhao Feifei picks up a piece of meat and puts it in Lin Mo's bowl. Her voice sickly sweet. Lin Mo, eat more of this. It's good for you. The other girl, meanwhile, puts some plain vegetables in his bowl. Her voice calm. Lin Mo, eat this. Too much meat isn't healthy. Something lighter suits you better. Zhao Feifei instantly isn't having it. She grits her teeth with a smile. What's your problem, sis? Lin Mo likes meat. What's wrong with me giving him some? You have to go easy on everything. The awkward lunch in the private room finally ends. Lin Mo puts down his chopsticks and stands up, expressionless. He says flatly, I'm leaving. Without a backward glance, he pushes open the door and leaves. Only Zhao Feifei and Zhao Qingyi remain in the room. The air goes still. It's thick with a tense, explosive energy. Zhao Feifei is still kneeling on the floor, her clothes disheveled, chest heaving. Her face is flushed, streaked with tears. She glares at Zhao Qingyi. Her voice is hoarse but furious. Zhao Qingyi, are you happy now? Lin Mo's gone. Are you satisfied? Zhao Qingyi is also kneeling nearby. Her shirt is practically wide open. Red marks cover her pale skin. She adjusts her crooked glasses. Happy? Weren't you scheming every day on how to steal Lin Mo away? Now that he's gone, shouldn't you be the one crying? Zhao Feifei's tears start falling again, fueled by anger. She suddenly scrambles over. She grabs Zhao Qingyi's, yanking it back hard. You bitch. Pull back hard, you bitch. You started this mess. Now you act high and mighty? After forever. The two girls finally collapsed on the floor, completely spent. Their clothes were practically in shreds. Red marks and tear stains covered their skin. Zhao Feifei glared at Zhao Qingyi, panting heavily. Her voice was hoarse as she rasped. You got me this time. But next time, I won't let you win. Zhao Qingyi was also catching her breath. She sneered coldly. Anytime. I'm ready. The sisters lay on the floor, locked in a stare down. Their eyes burned with pure rage and a refusal to back down. 7 p.m. at the Lin family mansion. Soft lamplight filled the rooms. The aroma of dinner wafted through the entire house. Everyone ate in tense silence. Yuqing occasionally glanced up at Su Wan sitting across from her. The disgust in her eyes was impossible to hide. Su Wan, meanwhile, head down, acting as if she was completely oblivious. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. It wasn't urgent, but steady and firm. Solid. Authoritative. Su Yuqing put down her chopsticks. She shot her mother a questioning look. Lin Ruoxue's tail stiffened slightly, but she said nothing. I'll get it, Su Yuqing said, standing up. She opened the door to a middle-aged man. Dressed in a charcoal gray suit, his hair perfectly groomed. His features were stern, radiating authority. For Su family guards stood behind him. Familiar tamer badges were clipped at their waists. Su Yuqing froze. Dad? Su Zhenshan looked down at his daughter. A gentle smile touched his lips. Yuqing. Daddy's home. In the living room, every single motion halted at once. Lin Ruoxue's knuckles turned white where she gripped her chopsticks. Her tail beneath the dark dress went rigid as a board. The heart-shaped tip trembled slightly. Su Wan lifted her head. Her expression instantly became complicated. Of course she knew who Su Zhenshan was. As family, she had to call him second uncle. Lin Mo, seated at the head of the table, didn't even lift an eyelid. He kept eating. Dad, why are you back? Su Yuqing's voice held both surprise and a thread of unease. She'd always been a little afraid of the stern, unsmiling father. But ever since her mother passed away, Su Zhenshan was always away on business. Father and daughter had seen each other only a handful of times. I heard some things. Su Zhenshan walked into the living room, back to see. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present. It lingered on Lin Ruoxue for 2 seconds. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. That smile made Lin Ruoxue's tail tremble even harder. Ruoxue, his voice was gentle, as if calling an old friend after a long separation. 5 years. I'll come to take you home. Lin Ruoxue didn't answer. Su Zhenshan's smile didn't falter. Why so quiet? You left so suddenly back then? I couldn't even bury you. The three of us can be a family again. Uncle. A voice cut him off. Su Wan stood up, a perfectly polite smile on her face. She walked over to Su Zhenshan. Uncle, long time no see. I'm Su Wan. Do you remember me? Her smile hid a trace of barely noticeable tension. Her positioning was deliberate, just blocking Su Zhenshan's path to Lin Mo. Su Zhenshan glanced at her, his brow furrowed slightly. Su Wan, what are you doing here? I came to catch up with Yuqing. Su Wan's smile remained, her tone casual. Uncle, you must be tired from your long trip. Why don't you come sit in the living room first? Have some tea. Su Yuqing stood by the door, watching her cousin's unusual behavior with a slight frown. Since when was Su Wan this eager to please her dad? Su Zhenshan ignored Su Wan. His gaze went over her, landing on Lin Mo. You must be Lin Mo. Lin Mo finally put down his chopsticks, leaning back in his chair. He looked up. What's up? One of the guards behind Su Zhenshan scowled, about to step forward, but Su Zhenshan raised a hand to stop him. The kid's got guts. Su Zhenshan walked to the dining table. He looked down at Lin Mo from his full height. But guts won't put food on the table. I'm here today to take my wife home. As for you, the Su family can offer you compensation. Enough for you to start a new life in another city. Before Lin Mo could speak, Su Wan cut in. Uncle, there might be a bit of misunderstanding here. Enough. Su Zhenshan shot her a cold look. You're just a junior from side branch. Know your place. The smile froze on Su Wan's face. Her fingers clenched slightly at her sides. She glanced back at Lin Mo. Her gaze held a hint of something complicated. She just stepped in to stop Su Zhenshan, risking being cast out of the Su family entirely. But Su Zhenshan didn't even give her a second glance. Chapter 44, Family Affairs. Lin Rawashua sat beside Lin Mo. Tears welled in her eyes. 5 years. This man was standing before her now. He feigned kindness, offering to take her home, as if he hadn't poisoned her years ago. Su Yuqing finally sensed something was off. Dad, what did you just say? To take your mother home. Su Jinshan turned to his daughter. He sighed. Yuqing, you're still young. There are things you don't understand. Your mother is bound by a pact. It's not her true will. I will find a way to break the pact and set everything right. Su Yuqing's mouth opened slightly. Her eyes darted instinctively toward her mother. Lin Rawashua remained utterly motionless, but her eyes were rimmed red. What a soul pact. Mom said it can't be broken. She's wrong. Su Jinshan waved his hand. The Su family knew the best pact master in Qingyan. Even if a soul pact can't be broken, there are ways. For example, killing her again. A calm voice cut through Su Jinshan's words. The entire living room plunged into dead silence. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. He looked at Su Jinshan. His gaze was deathly calm. What did you say? Su Jinshan's expression finally shifted. I said Lin Mo stood up, his hand toward Lin Rawashua. Come here. Lin Rawashua's body gave a violent shudder, as if an invisible shackle had been released. She rose and walked to stand beside Lin Mo. Her tail slowly rose behind her. Her violet eyes fixed on Su Jinshan, burning with 5 years of hate. Rawashua. Su Jinshan stared at the undisguised hatred in his wife's eyes. He paled. Don't look at me. What happened then? Lin Rawashua finally spoke. Her voice was still that lazy, soft drawl, but it carried 5 years of accumulated ice. Su Jinshan, do you really want to stand here in front of Yuqing and recount what happened that year? Su Yuqing stood in the doorway, watching the standoff between her parents. She was frozen in place, completely paralyzed. She'd never seen her mother look at her father like that. It was more than coldness. It was pure hatred. Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? Su Jinshan took a deep breath. A gentle, practiced smile slid back on his face. Yuqing, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. She's not herself right now. The pact is messing with her head. Lin Mo cut him off. He raised his palm, a swirl of gray mist churning in it. A faint, ghostly figure materialized within the fog. An elderly woman with silver hair, dressed in a simple cheapao. Her kind face bore a clear resemblance to Su Jinshan. Su Jinshan's pupils constricted violently. Mom, the spirit of old Mrs. Su looked around, confused. Her gaze finally landed on her son. Her lips trembled slightly. Jinshan, how have you aged so much? Lin Mo's level 10 unlocked skill. Blood Echo. Summon a deceased female elder spirit. And the only Su family blood he'd ever touched was Su Wan's. Su Wan and Su Jinshan shared the same bloodline. It was enough to call forth old Mrs. Su. With a thought from Lin Mo, the old woman's eyes cleared instantly. She turned slowly. Her gaze passed right through Su Jinshan and settled on Lin Rawashua. Rawashua? Her voice shook. You should be. Lin Rawashua looked at her former mother-in-law. Tears finally spilled over. Annie Su. Su Yuqing was completely shell-shocked. She stared at the spectral old woman. That was her grandmother. Grandmother she'd only seen in old photographs. She was so stiff she couldn't speak. Su Wan was equally mind-blown. To summon old Mrs. Su using her blood. This skill was way more terrifying than she'd imagined. The spirit of old Mrs. Su turned slowly in midair. Her eyes found her son once more. This time, there was no kindness in her gaze, only a clarity that pierced through life and death. Jinshan, her voice was terrifyingly calm. In front of your mother. Say it again. How did Rawashua really die? Su Jinshan's face went completely pale. He took half a step back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Mom, what are you talking about? Rawashua, she died of illness. Liar. Old Mrs. Su's voice wasn't loud, but it hit Su Jinshan's chest like a sledgehammer. You think your mother saw nothing from the other side? What did you put in the health tonic you gave Rawashua 10 years ago? You thought I didn't see? The slow bone eater poison. Colorless, odorless. Had a little every day. 3 months later, heart and lungs fail. No abnormality show. Old Mrs. Su's voice grew colder. Do you deserve Rawashua? Do you deserve Yuqing? Afraid Rawashua would find you stealing Lin family assets. So you came up with this vile, underhanded scheme. Enough. Su Jinshan roared out, veins bulging on his forehead. You're not my mother. You're Lin Mo's illusion. An illusion. Old Mrs. Su's mom's habit. Think about this. Is the birthmark on your lower back round or square? At 8, you stole 20 yuan for a candy figurine. How long did father beat you for? Could an illusion know? The color drained completely from Su Jinshan's face. Su Yuqing leaned against the door frame. She looked soul-sucked, staring at her mother's portrait. She looked at her grandmother's ghost. She looked at her face, stripped of all weakness. 18 years of belief came crashing down in that moment. Dad, is what Grandma said true? Her voice was tiny, so small it was almost inaudible. Su Jinshan didn't answer. He couldn't even bring himself to meet his daughter's eyes. True. Su Jinshan, he was screaming in her face. Mom, didn't die of illness? You killed her? You killed. Her body slid down the doorframe, collapsing to the floor. She covered her face with her hands, shoulders shaking violently. The silver wormling burst out from its familiar space. It spread its wings, shielding Su Yuqing, and roared at Su Jinshan. Su Wan stood to the side, her expression equally grim. She instinctively took half a step closer to Lin Mo. That tiny movement was caught by Su Jinshan. Su Wan, you're siding with him? Su Jinshan found a target, jabbing a finger at her. You're a Su. You want to betray the Su family. Selfish. She tried to speak, her throat locked. Betray the Su family? She'd already betrayed them. From the moment she first stepped into the Lin family's old mansion. From the moment she drank that glass of water. She lost the right to represent Su family, but she didn't dare say it. She had a relationship with Lin Mo in front of all these people. Chapter 45, The Lash. Lin Mo glanced at Su Wan with intervening. Slow down. Old Mrs. Su's ghost turned to Lin Mo, gaze respectful. Continue. Tell us everything Su Jinshan has done all these years. Chapter 45, The Whip. Lin Mo glanced at Su Wan. He did not intervene for her, but spoke calmly. Old Mrs. Su's spirit turned to Lin Mo. With a respectful look, she continued. About all the things Su Jinshan has done these years. Spill it. Every last detail. Su Jinshan's face goes pale. Shut up, guards. 4 of his family guards stepped forward, summoning their familiars. 2 rock-tusked boars, a gale hawk, and a flame serpent. The combined aura pressure of the 4 familiars erupts, making the entire living room vibrate. These guards Jinshan brought are all level 15 or higher. Lin Mo doesn't even bat an eye. Lin Rawashua flicked her tail. Her alluring eyes instantly glow crimson. The movements of all four familiars slow down simultaneously. The mental suppression from a legendary tier succubus is a total curb stomp against these low-tier beasts. Li Qingwan's gray mist swirls. 9 snow white fox tails unfurl in the air. Li Qingwan lands barefoot. Her gold-red fox eyes sweep the room, a faint smile curling her lips. The master isn't playing around this time. Lin and Mo gives a slight nod. Illusion. Now, the 4 Sioux family guards freeze in place. The same vision appears in all their eyes. Snow white tails tighten with each struggle. Ghostly blue foxfire erupts from cracks in the floor. Souls scorched, they collapse, familiars gone. 10 seconds. Every bit of combat power Jinshan brought is wiped out. Su Jinshan stands there, looking at his fallen guards, the vanished familiars. The 2 legendary tier pack masters beside Lin and Mo, and his mother's all-seeing eyes floating in the air. He turns to Lin and Mo, lips trembling. What do you want? Lin and Mo stands up. He walks right up to Su Jinshan. You came for your wife. He tilts his head. Lin Ruashua walks over, standing beside Lin and Mo. Her tail rises behind her, its tip pointed directly at Su Jinshan. Was she your wife or your prey? Lin Mo's voice is quiet, but every word cuts like a knife. When you poisoned her, did you think she's my wife? When you said to her face you'd take her home, did you remember she'd been dead for 5 years? When you face your daughter, ever think how she grew up without a mother? Su Yijing huddles by the door. Hearing the last words, tears pour from her eyes. Su Jinshan finally breaks. You think I wanted this? He roars, his voice hoarse. The Lin family's empire is massive. What right did a woman have to control it? She's auditing, seizing everything. I waited 10 years to get my hands on the Lin family's fortune. I won't let her ruin it. The living room fell dead silent. After a moment, Lin and Mo let out a soft, cold laugh. He turned his gaze toward Lin Ruashua. Did you hear that? Lin Ruashua didn't answer. Her tail gave a slight flick. Formant, lash extended from its tip, morphing into a long, violet-black energy whip. Crack down viciously across Su Jinshan's chest. Crack. Su Jinshan was sent flying backward, slamming into the wall. His shirt exploded, revealing a deep, charred whip mark that cut to the bone. That one was for the poison 5 years ago. Lin Ruashua took a step forward. Tears shimmered in her violet eyes, but her voice was ice. Crack. The second lash landed across Su Jinshan's back. This one is for Yuqing. You made her live a lie for 5 years. Made her believe her mother died of illness. Made her grow up raised by a murderer. Su Yuqing was sobbing, gasping for air. Mom, stop. Lin Ruashua didn't stop. Crack. The third lash struck Su Jinshan's legs. This one is for me. I was blind to marry you. Using the tip of her tail to lift Su Jinshan's chin. Thank you for killing the one back then. Otherwise, I never would have had the chance to stand before you again and whip myself. Su Jinshan, covered in blood and filth. His lips trembled as if trying to speak. But Lin Ma's voice came from behind. Enough. Lin Ruashua's tail instantly retracted. The power of the act made this means impossible. He's still useful. Lin Mo walked over and crouched before Su Jinshan. He held a drop of blood. When Lin Ruashua landed that first lash, he conveniently collected Su Jinshan's blood. His blood is more useful than your cousin Su Yuqing's. If we run into other Su family members later, we can summon the old lady Su directly. Killing him is a waste. Su Wan flinched slightly at the words, your cousin. Lin Mo was talking about her. I was dragged out of the old mansion by 2 barely standing guards. The ghost took one last look, gave a slight nod, then vanished into motes of light. The living room was a wreck. Overturned chairs, shattered dishes. Whip marks scorched through the walls, bloodstains on the floor. Su Yuqing was huddled by the door. Ease drawn her chest, her face streaked with tears. The silver wormling quietly curled up by her leg, occasionally nuzzling her arm with its head. Lin Ruashua walked over to her daughter and knelt down, reaching out to wipe the tears from her face. Yuqing, don't cry. Mom doesn't blame you. Su Yuqing threw herself into her mother's arms. Mom, I'm sorry. I really didn't know. I didn't know anything. Lin Ruashua's tail gently wrapped around her daughter's wrist, as gentle as when she used to lull her to sleep 5 years ago. Silly child, you didn't know anything. Su Wan stood at the kitchen doorway, watching the mother and daughter embrace. She learned too much today. Su Jinshan killing his wife. Lin Mo's bloodline summoning. Lin Ruashua's pent up hatred for 5 years. Each one made her blood run cold. Today, she stood in front of Lin and Mo right in Su Jinshan's face. She'd already completely severed ties with the Su family. She wanted to leave, but her feet felt nailed to the floor. Lin and Mo walked up to her. Thanks for today. Su Wan's head snapped up. She thought Lin and Mo was mocking her, but Lin Mo's gaze was calm. When the door opened, you stepped in front of me. Even if it was useless, at least you had the guts. Su Wan froze. She hadn't expected Lin and Mo to notice that detail. Lin and Mo said nothing more, turning to walk towards the bedroom. Passing by Lin Ruashua. Let's pause for a moment. You stay in the living room with Su Yuqing tonight. Lin Ruashua was slightly taken aback. Complexity flickered in her violet eyes. Her tail gave a slight sway. The bedroom door closed. Gray mist swirled as Li Qingwan was summoned. She knelt by the bedside. Her 9 foxtails spread out obediently. Her fox ears twitched slightly as she whispered softly. Master, is tonight Qingwan's exclusive time? You pinched one of her foxtails and gave it a gentle tug. Haven't you always wanted this? No one's competing with you tonight. Chapter 46. It's all yours tonight. A long-suppressed joy flashed in Qingwan's fox-like eyes. She leaned close to Lin Mo's ear. Her voice as light as a secret. Master, Qingwan finally gets to have you all to herself. Whenever Sister Lin is around, Qingwan only gets half. Tonight, Qingwan wants everything. Gray mist and pink fog swirled, engulfing the room. In the living room, Lin Ruashua held Su Yuqing in her arms. Her tail gently pats her back. Su Yuqing's sobs gradually subside. She lifts her head, looking at her mom with swollen, red eyes. Mom, I'm starting to think Lin and Mo isn't so bad after all. Lin Ruashua freezes for a second. Why? Because today he let you be the one to hit that guy. If it weren't for him, you might never have gotten your revenge. Su Yuqing's voice gets quieter and quieter. She's talking to herself, though he's usually so mean. He let you stay with me today. He seems okay. Lin Ruashua gently strokes her daughter's hair. She doesn't say a word. Su Wan, hearing the kitchen doorway, lets out a soft sigh. Su Yuqing's feelings towards Lin and Mo are slowly shifting. Hey, the fear depends. For this not so bad feeling now. Everyone who's walked this path knows exactly what the next step is. She's living proof of herself. Without disturbing anyone, she quietly pushes open the courtyard gate and vanishes into the night. The next morning, Linimo opens his status panel. Name, Linimo. Class, Emerald Class, Legendary Tier, Level 17, HP, 0/1700, Strength, 55, Agility, 12, Spirit, 47, Familiar, 9, Contracted Familiars, Lin Ruosh Shue, Succubus Soul Pact, Jingwan, Nine-Tailed Nether Fox Master Servant Pact, Succubus LV.2, Dual Cultivation EXP X 2.5, Affinity plus 15%, Nether Fox Perception, Effect Hostility / Healing Intent with Infidium, Contracted Familiars, Li Jingwan, Race, Nine-Tailed Nether Fox, Tier, Legendary, Level 12, EXP 0/1200, Strength, 31, Agility, 39, Spirit, 52, Vital Stats, 91, 56, 90, Unlock Skills, Nether Illusion LV.2, Foxtail Bind LV. 2. Nether Fox Flame. New. Li Jingwan is sprawled on Lima's chest. Her nine tails splayed messily across the bed. Her breathing hasn't quite settled yet. She lifts a finger, igniting a wisp of ghostly blue flame. Dancing lightly in the air, the flame gives off no heat. It sends an eerie shiver straight to the soul. Master, Jingwan unlocked a new skill. Linimo glances at the panel and nods. Nether Fox Flame deals extra damage to soul-type targets. Next time we fight, Jingwan can join in. A flicker of pride, almost imperceptible, passes through her eyes. Suddenly, Su Yuqing's voice comes from outside the bedroom door. Breakfast is ready. My mom's sent me to get you guys. She hesitates, then adds cautiously, "Are you decent?" Li Jingwan lets out a light laugh. She replies in an intentionally sweet voice. "Not yet, Miss Su. Want to come in and have a look?" It was quiet outside for a moment. "No, I'll wait at the table." The sound of hurried footsteps fade away. At the dining table, Lin Ruosh Shue had put her apron back on. She served hot congee, looking better than yesterday, after personally whipping Su Jinshan, as if a 5-year burden was lifted. Su Yuqing sat across from them, eyes red, but spirits lifted. Seeing Lin Mo come out of the bedroom, she turned away, pretending to scroll her phone. Lin Mo sat down and glanced at the table. "Where's Su-Wan?" Lin Ruosh Shue handed him chopsticks. "She left last night. She wasn't looking too good, so I told her to go home and rest." Su Yuqing snorted coldly. Good riddance. But that scene last night, her being a Su standing there, was just awkward as hell. Lin Ruosh Shue hesitated to speak. Actually, the moment Su-Wan stood in front of Lin Mo last night, she was already risking being disowned by the Su family. But she didn't want to say that to her daughter just yet. After breakfast, Lin Mo stood. "Off to the association. Finals are coming up. You two stay home and study." Su Yuqing opened her mouth, but in the end, only managed to say, "Got it." After Lin Mo left, she muttered under her breath, "Was he worried about me?" A slight smile touched the corner of Lin Ruosh Shue's mouth. She pretended not to hear and kept clearing the dishes. Su-Wan's home. Su-Wan lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Her phone screen lit up with a message from Li Ro. "Li Ro, Wan, I heard something happened with your family. Are you okay? Do you want me to come over?" Su-Wan stared at those two messages for a long time. Finally, she typed out a few words. "I'm fine, Li Ro. Don't worry about me." She put her phone down, turned over, and buried her face in the pillow. Su Jinshan is a murderer. The Su family's foundation is rotten to the core. But Li Ro is from the capital's Li family. The Li family has business with the Su family. If Li Ro knew the truth about Su Jinshan, would it just be another obstacle between them? Su-Wan pulled the covers over her head and let out a long sigh. She decided not to tell Li Ro for now. At least, not until she figured things out. She was speechless. Qingyun City Tamer Association Branch. Lin Mo tossed the guard's tamer badges onto the counter. Qin Rulin picked one up and examined it. Raising an eyebrow, Su family emblem. "You got into it with them?" "Yeah." Qin Rulin doesn't press further. She puts the emblems into a file folder. Su Jinshan left Qingyun City first thing this morning. Someone saw him at the station, wrapped in bandages, limping badly. Lin Mo shows no reaction. Will the association cause any trouble over this? Nope. Qin Rulin's lips curve slightly. "My dad said the Su family didn't even file a report themselves. The association has no reason to get involved." Lin Mo nods. Qin Huaishan is the branch president. Qin Rulin is his only daughter. That connection is the ultimate shield in Qingyun City. "Oh right, about that Shadow Rift you asked about." Qin Rulin pulls a file from a drawer and slides it over. "I checked the association's copy records. Shadow Rift is a hidden instance. The last time anyone went in was 3 months ago. A teacher from the Familiar Tamer Academy. Name's Li Ro." Lin Mo's eyelids lift slightly. She brought out a legendary tier Marrow Core. The team only explored less than a third before retreating. The shadow line debuffs inside are too intense. You can't handle it without a holy type support. Holy type, right? Qin Rulin nods. The Shadow Rift's main mechanic is shadow corruption. It continuously weakens the stats of non-shadow targets. A holy type aura can counter that effect. If you want to go in, you'll need to team up with a holy type Familiar Tamer. Lin Mo closes the file. "Any recommendations?" Qin Rulin thinks for a moment. Her eyes suddenly light up. "Actually, yeah, there's one. The new combat practice teaching assistant at Qingyun First High. Gui Ran, 23. Holy type, elite tier. Her familiar is a holy light unicorn. You haven't met her yet." Chapter 47. Gui Ran. Lin Mo shakes his head. He was on leave most of last week. "I can pull her file for you. Don't bother." Lin Mo stands up. "I'll go find her at school." Qin Rulin watches his retreating back. Hesitates, then calls out, "Lin Mo, if you're short on support for the instance, I can go too." Lin Mo doesn't stop walking. He raises his hand and waves slightly in acknowledgement. Qin Rulin sits back down, propping her chin in her hands. She stares in the direction he left. A small, unconscious smile touches the corner of her mouth. Qingyun High Training Ground. Gui ran in the ring. White uniform, sleeves rolled up. Her wrists were toned, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Her features were sharp and cool. She had the serious vibe of a new instructor. Su sitting 3 rows below stage. Whispers spread. The new teaching assistant is so strict. 23 and already a teaching assistant at her school. She was top 5 in her class, an elite Saintlight user. Can't compare to Lin Mo, of course, but still impressive. Gui Ran clapped her hands, the sound crisp and sharp. "Quiet. I'm taking over today's combat training. Random sparring draws. Focus on familiar battles. Fight until the buzzer." The screen lit up. Names starting to scroll. The screen stopped. First match. Lin Mo. Gui Ran glanced down at the roster. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Is Lin Mo here?" No one answered from below. A few students exchanged looks. Lin Mo took the day off again. Present. Gui Ran picked up her pen to mark the attendance sheet. Zhao Feifei raised her hand from the ranks. A sweet smile plastered on her face. "Ms. Gu, Lin Mo had some business at the association today. We'll be back soon." Another girl nearby muttered under her breath. Lin skipped class like 3 times last week, and now he's ditching again? Zhao Feifei immediately whipped her head around glare. The smile stayed, but her tone turned sharp. What's it to you? It's none of your business if he's absent. The other girl shrank back, not daring to say another word. Guiran gave Zhao Feifei a look, said nothing, and continued roll call. She drew a circle next to Lin Ma's name on the attendance sheet. Not an X, not an absence mark, just a circle. As the match ended, the training hall door opened. Lin walked in. The whole place went silent. Zhao Feifei's eyes lit up. She immediately scurried over, her school uniform skirt fluttering. Lin, you're back. Pulled out a sports drink, still beaded with condensation. Held it out with both hands, the smile sickly sweet. Guiran stood on the stage, her gaze coolly sweeping over the scene. Lin took the water from Zhao Feifei, looked up at the stage. Guiran closed the attendance book. You're 12 minutes late. Had some business at the association. What's more important than class? The Shadow Rift dungeon. The moment he said it, a few students below started murmuring. The Shadow Rift is a hidden dungeon. Most people haven't even heard the name. Guiran's expression finally shifted a little. She pushed up imaginary glasses on the bridge of her nose. You want to enter the Shadow Rift? Do you have a saint-like unicorn? Lin got straight to the point. I need a holy type support to handle the shadow corruption. Name your price. Guiran stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. Do you even know what tier the Nether Rift is? A hidden hardcore dungeon. Level 10 S, enter a meat grinder. What's your level? Lin raised his hand. His status panel lit up. Name, Lin class, Necro class, legendary tier. Level 17. The whole class erupted. Holy crap, level 17. He was only level 10 last week. 7 levels in a week. Is he even human? Zhao Feifei stood beside Lin her chin tilted up slightly, proud as a little hen guarding her treasure, as if she had a hand in Lin Ma's leveling up. Which, to be fair, she kinda did. Zhao Qingyi, standing in the back, also adjusted her glasses. Her gaze fixed on Lin. She'd been quietly tracking his level since the incident. From level 12 to 17 in less than a week. That rate shattered her understanding of necro cultivation. She scribbled a few lines in her notebook. Guiran's pupils contracted, then she regained composure. Level 17. She nodded. Seriously, you're qualified for the Nether Rift. But I have one condition. Forget about the loot. I don't need that stuff. Guiran crossed her arms, slowly stepping down from the platform. But I get full independent data log for the entire run. Legendary tier, necro class performance in a high-level dungeon. That's the focus of my next paper for the association journal. You be my research subject, I'll be your support. Fair trade. Before Lin could answer, Zhao Feifei was already protesting. She took a step forward, placing herself between Lin and Guiran. She smiled sweetly, but her eyes were all suspicion. Professor Gu, I thought you were here as a teaching assistant. Since when did that involve teaming up with Lin? Guiran glanced at her, tone flat. Research requirements. Research requirements. Zhao Feifei tilted her head. Her voice sharpened. After the research, will you follow up? Maybe move into the Lin family mansion for a few days? For convenient 24/7 data collection? A few students in the audience couldn't hold back their snickers. Guiran wasn't provoked. Instead, she considered it seriously. If ever possible, proximity yields more data than remote logging. No. Zhao Feifei cut her off, firm. Sweet smile on her face was now pure, unadulterated. The old house doesn't have enough rooms. Not enough rooms? A cool voice came from the back row. Zhao Qingyi closed her notebook, pushed up her glasses, and walked over at a leisurely pace. She stood next to Zhao Feifei. Her voice was calm, but carried a subtle stance. As far as I know, the Lin family's old house has 5 bedrooms. Only 3 are currently in use. If Professor Gu is just here for research, staying one night shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Feifei whipped her head around, staring at her cousin in disbelief. Zhao Qingyi, whose side are you on? Zhao Qingyi pushed up her glasses, replying unhurriedly, I'm on the side of scientific research. That's not what you said last time in the archives. Science needs objectivity. You're just ganging up on me with Professor Gu. The 2 sisters started arguing right then and there. The surrounding classmates were all stunned. Rumors of the sisters fighting over Lin spread schoolwide. But them publicly arguing on the training field was a first. Guys secretly recorded. Chapter 48, Dungeon. Guiran stood to the side, completely uninterested in these high schoolers' internal drama. She walked right past the 2 arguing, stopping in front of Lin. When are we going to the dungeon? Lin glanced at Zhao Feifei, who was still arguing with Zhao Qingyi. Then at Zhao Qingyi, who was rolling up her sleeves. He said flatly, tomorrow. We'll do prep work today. Good. I'll wait for you at the training field after school. We can test my and the Holy Light Unicorn's attributes. See how compatible we are. Zhao Feifei's ears perked up, immediately stopped arguing with her cousin, and turned back. I'm going tomorrow too. Zhao Qingyi pushed up her glasses. Calmly added, I'm going too. I can handle data analysis. Lin dungeon run excludes dead weight. Zhao Feifei and Zhao Qingyi both rose on the spot. A slight smile tugged at Guiran's lips. This was probably the most satisfying moment of her day so far. But then Lin changed his tone. Wait at the valley entrance. It'll be useful later. Zhao Feifei's eyes lit up again, but then narrowed suspiciously. Useful for what? Lin didn't answer. Turned and walked towards the classroom. Zhao Feifei stood there, stunned for a couple seconds. Her face flushed. He's not. Thinking dual cultivation? At the valley entrance is wilderness. Professor Gu's there too. Zhao Qingyi pushed up his glasses. Ears red, face calm. Don't say it so loud. Guiran heard it. He wrote a line in his notebook without changing his expression. Subject's charm exceeds expectations. Succubus physique? Need more data. Early next morning, at the entrance to the shadow of his valley, Lin Guiran, and Qingyi informed the team and stood at the valley mouth, waiting outside in a milk tea shop. The 2 sat facing each other. One was holding a shadow cat, drinking milk tea with a sulky face. The other was flipping through notes, pretending to study. They had 2 folding chairs and a backpack full of emergency supplies. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were on a picnic. Inside the face, Lin leaned back about 10 chair. Her tail propped up her chin as she teased in a lazy tone. Little Lin this Professor Gu might seem cold. Her figure in that uniform, TSK. Even prettier than Feifei. Li Jingwan knelt nearby, cutting fruit. Hearing this, she raised eyebrows slightly. Sister, praising another woman's figure right in front of Master. Are you looking for a rival for yourself? Lin Ruoxue flicked her tail, knocking over the fruit plate in Li Jingwan's hand. Just stating facts about her figure. She's nowhere near me. Yes, Sister Lin is truly unmatched. Li Qingwan calmly picked the fruit back up. But Master seems quite polite to this Professor Gu. He wasn't this courteous to other women before. When Su Wan came, he didn't even give her a proper glance. Lin Rashiwe's tail paused for a moment. She turned her head to look at Li Qingwan. What are you trying to say? Nothing. Li Qingwan lowered her head and continued cutting fruit. Mouth curled. Just confirming. If this Professor Gu also moves into the old mansion, does that mean we'll have one more neighbor? Squeezed through a narrow crevice. Opened up after passing through. A huge underground cavern, floating with faint greenish light specks. The ground was covered in a layer of gray moss. The air carried a faint scent of decay. Entered hidden dungeon, Shadow Rift. Difficulty, hard. Shadow corrosion. All non-shadow attribute targets. All stats -15. Shadow, toxin rising. Summoning circle lit. A holy unicorn emerges from the summoning circle. Its white body glows, horn shimmering gold. Lower head without joy. A soft, white radiance emanates from its horn. The light envelopes the three of them. Holy aura activated. Shadow corrosion effect neutralized. Attributes restored to normal. Qin Rulin lets out a sigh of relief. Thank God for teacher Gu's holy unicorn. I heard a team came in last time without a holy type. They were all knocked out by shadow toxin halfway through. Don't get complacent. Gu Yiran scans the surroundings. Her fingers fly across her notebook. The holy aura lasts for 15 minutes. Cooldown is 3 minutes. We have 0 protection during that cooldown window. Clear the trash mobs around us before the cooldown ends. Stay safe. The first part of the dungeon goes smoothly. Shadow Bat's health halved by Pain Lash. Li Qingwan's illusions lock down the rest. Gu Yiran's unicorn finishes them off with holy bolts. Windwing Sparrow maintains agility buff. Mid-dungeon, Shadow Toxin starts stacking up. Gu Yiran's holy aura cooldown. 45 seconds left. The trio's stats are already dropping. First cooldown wave. Gu Yiran's voice is tense. Watch for mobs. As soon as she speaks, a horde of shadow abyss crawlers surges from the darkness. A dense, black tide of insects swarms from all directions. Qin Rulin pales. There's too many. They're closing in. Gu Yiran grits her teeth. The unicorn's holy aura still needs 30 seconds. Just as the insect tide is about to engulf them, gray mist swirls. Lin Rawashua bursts from her familiar space. Her crimson eyes lock down the swarm's front. At the same time, Li Qingwan unleashes her nether flame illusions. The world instantly twists in the eyes of the swarm. They see their own as enemies, tearing in. The tide is finally cleared out before the holy aura cooldown ends. Gu Yiran wipes the sweat from her brow. Her pen flies across the notebook again. Succubus's control excels in dense mob fights. Reduces enemy density by over 70%. Qin Rulin leans against the stone wall, panting. That was way too close. Gu Yiran glances at her. Not close. Calculated. She looks at Lin Mo. He hasn't said a word the entire time, just standing at the back, monitoring the status of his two familiars on his interface. He didn't even lift a finger himself. Didn't even use a force command. Two legendary familiars under 17, teaming up, already crushed the midsection of a hard-level dungeon. This guy's potential is off the charts. Deep within the dungeon's boss chamber, a massive shadow colossus sits upon a throne of bones. Its form is bound by chains of pure darkness. Its body is composed of solid shadow energy. Two eerie, emerald green flames flicker in its eye sockets. Shadow Colossus, boss level 18. Trait. Physical attacks are nullified against its shadow form. Deals 50% extra damage to holy type. Gu Yiran took a deep breath. Her team couldn't beat this boss last time. Its shadow form is immune to physical attacks. Only holy type damage gets a bonus against it. But my unicorn is a support type. Its attack power is too low. Chapter 49. You don't have to fight it. Lin Mo looked at the boss. Gray mist swirled in his palm. Activate holy light domain. I'll handle the DPS. Gu Yiran frowned slightly. Your familiars aren't holy type. Damage to shadow form. Who said I only have familiars? Lin Mo raised his hand. The shadow of his bone ring flashed with a ghostly light on his finger. I am the Bone King. Effect. Summon skeleton minions. Quantity scales with mental power. Max 10. 10 skeleton soldiers emerged from the gray mist. Their bones were wreathed in a faint, sickly green aura. This was the necro power boost from the shadow abyss bone ring. Gu Yiran's pupils contracted sharply. That's necro class exclusive gear. Lin Mo didn't answer, merely tilting his chin. The 10 skeleton soldiers charged the shadow colossus simultaneously. They might not have the holy type damage bonus, but they were numerous and unafraid of death. If the boss shattered them, he could just summon more after cooldown. Colossus's shadow attacks were half as effective on skeletons. This was the greatest advantage of the necro class. Skeleton Horde whittled down Shadow Colossus's defenses. Its shadow energy gradually depleted under the intense assault. Gu Yiran commanded her unicorn to fire a holy bolt. A golden beam struck the core with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The boss crumbled. The Shadow Colossus collapsed. First clear reward, Shadow Rift, hard. Legendary Spirit Marrow X1. Necro Spirit Marrow X1. Soul Pack Talisman Fragment X3. ASP 800. Mo opened his status panel. Level 17. 800 over 1700. He stored the Spirit Marrows. Both were key materials for breaking through from level 19 to 20. Useless until he reached the level. This hidden dungeon run, the biggest gain wasn't the levels. It was securing the breakthrough materials way ahead of time. With that levels, easy to grind ESP like crazy. No more scouring the world for Spirit Marrows. Zhao Fei saw them at T's stall. She rushed over, nearly tripping Shadowcat. So, did you win? Qin Rolan flashed a triumphant victory sign, beaming. Gu Yiran trailed, flipping notebook. Didn't even hear the tea stall owner greet her. Zhao Qingyi folded up her chair and walked over. Her gaze swept over Lin Mo. She adjusted her glasses. You look okay. Any injuries inside? Lin Mo sat, drank half iced tea. He directed, no strain. But 6 straight hours of combat with nerves on edge. Letting go now, he felt a bit drained. Zhao Fei immediately closer, picked up the iced tea pot and refilled his cup. Her eagerness made the stall owner do a double take. Fei had been here for 6 hours, only ordering milk tea. Hadn't touched the teapot once. Zhao Qingyi pushed her glasses up, sat in a chair next to him, pulled a thermos from her backpack, and offered it. Iced tea's too cold. This is ginger tea with red dates. Better for restoring stamina. Fei Fei's refilling hand froze midair. She turned to glare at her cousin. Qingyi, you even brought a thermos? Standard field procedure. Jeannie said without a flicker of expression. Field procedure, my ass. You totally planned for Lin and Mo to be thirsty when he got out. The cousins' gazes clashed in the air. Lin and Mo didn't take either drink. He set his cup down and stood up. Let's go. Zhao Fei blinked, confused. Go where? Lin and Mo glanced back at her. A tiny, almost imperceptible smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. But Fei caught it, clear as day. Her face flushed instantly. You already guessed, didn't you? He went to secluded grove. Zhao Fei stood rooted the spot. Her heart hammered. She guessed. She'd waited at this entrance for 6 whole hours, drank 4 milk teas, made 2 bathroom trips. Her mind had been looping the same scenario the entire time. But she hadn't expected Lin and Mo to be this direct. Zhao Jingyi set her thermos down, stood up. Her movements were calm, but the hand holding her notebook trembled slightly. Let's go, you. Zhao Fei with her head around glare. You're going to? Even though you gave me a pass last time. Zhao Jingyi adjusted her glasses. Lenses hid her eyes, turmoil. Not giving up. Jean Roland stood by the tea stall. Holding her teacup, she froze in place. Guli Ran finally looked up from her notebook. She glanced at the backs of the 2 Zhao sisters. Then she looked at Lin and Mo, and then lowered her head to look at her notebook again. The sentence she most wanted, unwritten. Deep grove, gray mist spread, obscuring all vision. A moment later, Zhao Jingyi was pushed out. Her skirt was crumpled, half her leg exposed. Blouse buttons still neat. No time to take off. Zhao Fei stood at the edge of the gray mist, hands on her hips. Her school uniform was long gone, who knows where. But Victor's smile. First come, first served, sis. She licked her lips, her voice sweet and breathy. Wait your turn until I'm done. Zhao Jingyi straightened her crooked glasses. Eyes shifted from calm to pure resentment. She leaned against a tree, listening to the commotion in the mist. Her fingers gripped her notebook so tightly. Her knuckles turned white. Who knows how long it was before? Zhao Fei collapsed on the ground, panting. Zhao Jingyi wasted no time taking place. A while later, both were swallowed by the gray mist simultaneously. Li Qingwan poked half her face out from the familiar space. Grinning, she added a little illusion magic to the mix. The synchronized screams of Zhao Fei and Zhao Jingyi rang out. After returning from the instance, Lin and Mo didn't go anywhere. Life at the old house settled into a fixed routine. Daytime, Lin Ruoxue tutors Su Yuqing in living room. Silver wormling on floor, tail flipping notes. Jingwan knelt in familiar space, grinding illusions. Occasionally, she'd peek out with half her face. At night, Lin Ruoxue entered the bedroom, closed the door, and gray mist filled the room, until the middle of the night, when Li Qingwan took over her shift. The XP bar on the status panel inched forward, notch by notch. Zhao Fei came by twice. The first time, she brought strawberry milk cap and red bean porridge. Su Yuqing blocked her at the gate. The 2 faced off outside the courtyard wall for 10 minutes. Zhao Fei shoved thermal container at him. Drink it. I didn't make it. Housekeeper did. Your choice. The second time, she got smarter. She scaled the wall. Shadow Cat scouted first. She herself climbed over using a trash bin. When she landed, her skirt got caught on osmanthus branch, tore a gash in it. Lin and Mo heard a dull thud from the yard in his bedroom. Then Zhao Fei cursed under her breath. Li Qingwan poked her head out of the familiar space to take a look, then ducked back in to tell Lin Ruoxue who was grooming her tail. The Zhao girl just hopped the fence. Lin Ruoxue's tail paused in mid-room. Yuqing didn't stop her. She's in the living room, cramming. Noise-canceling headphones on. Chapter 50, pre-exam grind. When Zhao Fei climbed through the window into the bedroom, Lin Mo was leaning his headboard, checking stats. She dusted off her skirt, hitched up the torn hem of her uniform skirt bit, revealing a scraped patch of skin on her thigh. You guys really need to trim that osmanthus tree. Lin and Mo glanced at her. The big exam's in 3 days. Zhao Fei sat on the edge of the bed, kicked his calf with her uninjured leg. How's her prep going? Need a prep. Zhao Fei choked back her retort. Level 20. Top of the school. Yeah, you don't need to prep. Well then, she leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. After finals, summer break, wanna come hang in my place? Before Lin and Mo could answer, 2 overlapping snorts of laughter echoed from the familiar space. Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan both fell silent, exchanged a look, then simultaneously turned their heads away. No. Lin and Mo flicked her forehead. Study. Top 10 or no summer visit. Zhao Fei rubbed her forehead. Her eyes lit up. Top 10 meant she could come. Hopping off the bed, she almost stepped on her own shadow cat. On her way out, she detoured through the living room. Gave a triumphant V to Su Yuqing, grinding problems. Su Yuqing looked up and saw her. Her face instantly changed. Zhao Fei was already out the door. Su Yuqing took off her headphones. Turned to her mom. Mom, when did she get in? Playing dumb. Huh? Who? The 3rd day. Su Yuqing was up at the crack of dawn. Ironed her uniform skirt 3 times. Polished her silver wormling scales until they gleamed. Her fingers trembled as she flipped through notes. Lin and Mo came out of his room. Lin Ruoxue had already set breakfast on the table. She wiped her hands on her apron. Her tail tip brushed his wrist as she served kanji. A tiny, subconscious movement. Li Qingwan knelt nearby, peeling fruit. His fingers brushed against Lin Ruoxue's for a moment. Lin Ruoxue shot her look. She replied with an innocent, angelic smile. She kept her head down, silently, sitting porch, pretending she saw absolutely nothing. Qingyun First High's annual end-of-term practical combat assessment. The gymnasium was even more packed than on Awakening Day. Freshmen and sophomores filled the bleachers. Seniors stood assembled in the center of the arena. The West Side spectator section was packed with parents. On the main stage, Principal Zhao Yao sat with third freshman. Dean and judges from the Tamer Association. One of them was Qin Rulin's father, Qin Huaishan, head of the Qingyun City branch. Zhao Tianhao stood at the very front of the senior line, surrounded by lackeys in a new uniform. His hair was slicked back with gel, not a strand out of place. Arms crossed, chin slightly raised. The Zhao family invested heavily in him, forcing his level from 5 all the way up to 12. Sure, it can't compare to Lin Mo's legendary tier, but level is level. Level 12 is a guy who's always sitting class at his tail. No way he loses. The blazing lion lay at his feet. Its mane was thicker, tail flicking. Sparks flew with each swish. How G's got this in the bag today. Level 12, unbeatable among the seniors. Lin and Mo showed his stats in teacher whose class last week. Level 12 versus 17 isn't impossible for How G. It's just a 5-level gap. His 2 legendary summons aren't that high level. Legendary tier needs way more XP. They probably haven't caught up. Zhao Tianhao didn't respond. His gaze swept over the crowd. Su Yuqing stood beside Lin Ruoxue. A silver wormling lay curled at her feet. Its tail tapped the ground rhythmically. She was still holding her notes, flipping through them. It was moving slightly and silently reviewing key points. Zhao Tianhao took a deep breath and strode over. Yuqing. Su Yuqing looked up. Her eyes completely neutral. She used to look at him with annoyance. Now, her gaze was like looking at any random classmate passing by. You're looking focused today. Zhao Tianhao scratched his head. Dad said if I make top 3, he'll back off. Go get him. Su Yuqing cut him off. She lowered her head, flipping her notes. Zhao Tianhao's lips twitched. In the end, he said nothing, just turned and went back to the spot. His lackeys crowded around asking how it went. He stayed silent. Don't sweat it. Haoji. Just beat Lin Mo in the arena later. Then the campus queen will see who's the real deal. Zhao Tianhao clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white as the electronic screen lit up. Begin. Zhao Qing used data analysis to predict every move. He played it safe and won. Stepping off the stage, he glanced in Lin Mo's direction. His glasses pushing gesture lingered half a second longer than usual. Qing's silver wormling have their HP. Back in her seat, she immediately checked if Lin Mo was watching, only to find him staring at his panel, not even looking up. She sat, forcefully turning a notebook page. Phase Pets staged an epic fight. Knocked flying twice, bounced off the barrier, charged back in. Finally won with a sneaky shadow assault from behind. Zhao Feifei wasn't slacking either. Her level advantage ensured total dominance. Getting off stage, her uniform skirt was torn. She nonchalantly tossed her hair and blew a kiss towards where Lin Mo was sitting. Up in the stands, Zhao Tianhao's face was already grim. His own sister blowing a kiss to Lin Mo in front of the whole school? That's not just slapping his face, it's grinding into the dirt. His lackeys pretended to study the schedule. The electronic screen scrolled and stopped again. Lin Mo vs Zhao Tianhao. The gymnasium instantly exploded. Lin Mo's level 17 against his level 12. He's desperate. Zhao Tianhao saw the stats. He saw the stats and still challenges? Clueless. How many resources Zhao Tianhao poured in these past 2 weeks, all aimed at taking down Lin Mo. Zhao Tianhao strode onto the arena. The flame lion leaped up behind him. Its aura made some lower classmen in the front row flinch back. Standing center stage, he lifted his chin. Lin Mo, get up here. I'll show you today. Level isn't everything. So what if you're level 17? I've sweated more than you ever have. Lin Mo stood up from the bleachers. Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan stayed in their seats. Lin Ruoxue had her arm linked with Su Yuqing's. The tip of her tail tapped gently against her daughter's leg. Li Qingwan shot her a glance. A tail quietly coiled around Lin Ruoxue's. Lin Ruoxue didn't shake it off. Lin Mo steps onto the ring, 1 foot after the other. His pace is unhurried. No familiar by side. No mana fluctuations either. He just looks like your average 18-year-old high schooler. Summon your milk for chapter 51. Call out your familiar. Zhao Tianhao narrows his eyes. Lin Mo raises his hand, and a translucent gray panel projects directly onto the gymnasium's largest screen. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Necro class, legendary tier. Level, 20. The entire hall goes dead silent. After a brief pause, a guy in the back row shoots to his feet. His chair clatters to the floor. Level 10. He was level 17 in Teacher Gu's class 3 days ago. The panel was shown publicly. The whole grade saw it. Just 3 days. 3 levels in 3 days. Every level after that needs way more XP than the last. How the hell did he do that? A girl gasps, hand over mouth, her voice trembling. 3 levels isn't the scary part. 17 to 20 has 2 breakthrough thresholds. 19 to 20 needs legendary and necro class marrow. Where'd he get that? On the judge's platform. Qin Waishan, who was leaning back in a chair yawning, jerks his chair forward half a meter to the side of the number. He grabs the arm of the judge beside him. His voice is low, but the shock in his tone is unmistakable. Teacher Gu reported him at level 17 3 days ago. Now you're telling me he's level 20? After 3 days? The judge's voice wavers. Chairman, 17 to 20. That means passing 18 to 19. Where do the breakthrough materials come from? Qin Waishan slowly releases his grip, leaning back into his chair with a long, heavy sigh. The rift. Gui ran, said she took him into a hidden dungeon run. 1 run, and he got all the materials. The other judges fall silent. The dean wipes sweat from his brow, muttering to Zhao Dihao. Chairman, that kid's only been awakened for less than a month. Zhao Dihao doesn't answer. He's watching Lin Mo on the ring. That kid, the necro class orphan everyone in the school pitted, now stands at the center of the arena, becoming the first in the school to reach level 20. On the ring, all confidence drains from Zhao Tianhao's face. After seeing Lin Ma's level 17 panel in Gui Ran's class, he locked himself in the training room for 3 days, pushing his limits. Just to close the level gap today. He thought, as a level 17 versus 12, he at least stood a chance. But Lin Mo is already level 20. 3 levels in 3 days. It took him half a month to go from level 5 to 12. This guy did 3 levels in 3 days. His blazing lion wouldn't even be a warm-up target for Lin Mo. WH, how the hell is this possible? Lin Mo didn't answer. He raised his other hand, gray mist swirling his palm. A newly lit icon in his skill bar flickered faintly. Summon had been idle on his interface for ages. Zhao Tianhao was from the Zhao family. 3 generations of Zhaos had their roots deep in Qingyan City. Old Mrs. Zhao, Zhao Donhao's own grandmother, passed away 3 years ago. She was the Zhao family's matriarch. The memory of running was etched into Zhao Tianhao's very bones. Everyone at Qingyan number 1 high knew it. Zhao Tianhao feared nothing and no one, except his grandma. A translucent figure emerged from the gray mist. Gray hair, stern face, dark blue traditional jacket with frog buttons. She leaned on a dragon-headed walking cane. That cane, Zhao Tianhao, had one broken on his back at age 7. His dad later replaced it with one made of ironwood. Heavier, hurts more. Old Mrs. Zhao stood on the arena floor. Her cloudy eyes were first blank, then slowly focused, and landed on Zhao Tianhao. Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao froze as if struck by lightning. His legs began to tremble violently. A packmaster's physique could keep him steady in battle. But before his grandma, his knees were forever 8 years old. GGR grandma. Forced mode activated. The old lady's gaze shifted from cloudy to sharp. That familiar, nightmare-inducing sharpness that haunted Zhao Tianhao for 20 years. She looked down at Zhao Tianhao, her brows slowly furrowing. She took a step forward with her cane. The dragon-headed cane tapped the stone floor of the arena. The dull thud made Zhao Tianhao retreat another step. The blazing lion, tail tucked, cowered in a corner of the arena. Its level 12 fiery mane was completely extinguished. Its big head buried in its paws. It let out a low whimper. Tianhao. Her voice wasn't loud, but the speakers carried it crystal clear across the entire gymnasium. You were just on this arena. Repeat what you just said. Say it again, in front of your grandma. Zhao Tianhao's lips trembled violently. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Speak. The cane tapped again. Zhao Tianhao had backed up to the very edge of the arena. Half a step more, and he'd fall off. Your father spent so much to get you to level 12. Just to make a fool of yourself in front of the school? That Lin boy was already level 17 3 days ago. He's level 20 now. And you, at level 12, you want to provoke him? Did a door hit your head? Or did your line fry your brain? When your grandma was alive, I hired 3 private tutors for you. For familiar coaches, and what did you actually learn? It all went to the dog. The standard going completely wild. Holy crap, he summoned Zhao Tianhao's grandma. He summoned someone else's dead relative. This skill is literally psychological warfare. Zhao Tianhao is terrified of his grandma. Old Lady Zhao with the iron cane. Everyone in Qingyun City knows her. Lin Mo is brutal. He knows exactly what Zhao Tianhao is afraid of. He specifically saw her. Zhao Feifei was sitting in the front row of the stands. Her jaw dropped for a solid 3 seconds before she could close it. Then she started laughing hysterically, tears streaming down her face. She slid right out of her chair, slapping the armrest like crazy. Her shadow cat freaked out, fur all puffed up. It curled into a black ball and rolled out of the seat. Ha 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 ha. My brother's so scared, Grandma. She chased him with the iron cane. At 7, he stole my money. She broke the cane on him. She broke it. Lin Mo knows how to handle him better than I do. Zhao Qingyi adjusted her glasses. Her fingers trembled, scribbling furiously. Permanent summon. Force summon of opponent's deceased relative. First publicly observed instance in history. By the last word, her pen tore right through the paper. Puffed. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then she quickly covered it with a cough. She adjusted her glasses, but her mouth twitched. One sister was on the floor, laughing herself into convulsions. The other was in a chair, shaking from cold in. On the stage, old Lady Zhao was still going. You stole sister's money for game cards. Grandma whipped you for half an hour. In grade school, you changed a 37 on your final exam to an 87. Your dad beat you, but so raw with a bamboo switch. At 6, you peed the bed and blamed the cat. You thought the whole family didn't know? Zhao Tianhao's face went from white to red to purple. He was curled up at the edge of the stage, wishing he could just disappear into the floor. Chapter 52. A few guys actually fell out of their chairs. The judges on the podium had completely lost their composure. Zhao Dihao had his face in his hands, shoulders shaking violently. Qin Weishan pulled out his phone, pretending to take a call. The screen was actually black. Grandma, please stop talking. I surrender. I surrender. Zhao Tianhao knelt on the stage, forehead pressed to the floor, sobbing. A level 12 familiar tamer. School's most arrogant. Forever 8 to Grandma. Grandma Zhao turned to face Lin Mo, leaning on her cane. The sternness in her eyes softened a bit, replaced by the calm of an old woman who's seen it all. Under control, she can't defy the summoner's will. But deep in her eyes, there's a flicker of her own clarity. Student Lin? She nodded, cane tapping softly. My grandson is spoiled. His father's fault. I apologize to the school on his behalf. She shot Zhao Tianhao a sharp side eye. Aren't you going to apologize to Student Lin? Sorry. Grandma Zhao sighed. Student Lin, you're level 20. Beating a level 12 isn't exactly bullying. He deserved it. The Zhao family won't bother you again. Before leaving, she gave the floor one final tap with her cane, dropping a line only Zhao Tianhao could hear. Her voice laced with the frustration of a disappointed elder. Tell your dad. No more family money for your ego. Grandma will have a little chat with him tonight. Grandma Zhao vanished into light particles. Exam's over. Lin Mo is first. Zhao Qingyi closed her notebook. Zhao Feifei still wept on the ground. Your brother's probably going to be shut in all summer after today. Zhao Feifei wiped away a tear of laughter. Gasping for air, she said, serves him right. He's been bullying me since we were kids. Lin Mo basically got revenge for me this time. I gotta thank him properly later. Zhao Qingyi adjusted her glasses. The glare on the lenses hid the subtle look in her eyes. She muttered quietly, get in line. On the field, under a tree, Lin Ruoxue and Xing Wei. Lin Ruoxue's tail swayed gently. Her tone was lazy, but her eyes held a smile. The kid's got some serious fire in him today. Li Qingwan blinked, licking her lips. As they spoke, both looked towards Lin Mo walking over. In unison, they said, all done? Good work, master. The results are posted. Lin Mo, perfect score, first place. Su Yuqing is second. Zhao Qingyi is third. Zhao Feifei barely scraped into the top 10. She saw her rank and jumped up in class. Tianhao's rank plummeted from 15th midterm to 37th. He skipped report day, called in sick. The old mansion was quiet these past few days. Exams are over. Su Yuqing didn't need to cram like crazy anymore. Yet she appeared at breakfast each morning. The silver wormling was sunbathing in the courtyard, though occasionally a lazy flick, knocking over Lin Ruoxue's osmanthus flower pot. Lin Ruoxue would always bare her teeth and scold it. She'd write it, only for it to be knocked over again. This cycle repeated until she finally gave up. That morning, Lin Mo was woken by his phone vibrating. A message from Qin Ruolan. Qin Ruolan, Lin Mo, about that soul-packed talisman you asked me to keep an eye out for. There's a major underground auction in Qingyun City next Saturday. The preview list has a soul-packed talisman on it, starting at 500K, likely over 2 million. I can ask Dad to reserve a private booth. Lin Mo glanced at his bank balance. He got 2 million from selling the crystals, plus income from the old house and assets. Last soul-packed auction was 6 years ago. It went for 3.8 million. 2 million wouldn't even make a splash. He tossed his phone aside. Lin Ruoxue, lying on his chest, opened one eye. Her voice was still husky with sleep. What does that little brat Qin Ruolan want now? Soul-packed talisman. Not enough cash. Lin Ruoxue fell silent for a couple seconds. The tip of her tail coiled gently around his wrist. She remembered detail. Back when she was getting married, her father didn't just bury the iron chest under the osmanthus tree. There was also a sandalwood jewelry box. It held the heirloom dowry jewelry passed down through the Lin family. I buried it on the other side of the yard. Not with the chest. There's more in the yard. We didn't finish digging last time. Lin Mo looked down at her. Lin Ruoshue's tail went stiff. She buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled. I was originally saving it for Yuqing's dowry. She doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. We'll use it first. 9 a.m., the backyard of the old house. After over half a month, the sound of shovel digging into earth echoed in the yard again. Yuqing stood by the osmanthus tree they dug up last time. Her expression was complicated. Last time, she dug for a whole day. Searched under 4 osmanthus trees before finding the iron chest. Again? Mom, are you sure this is the spot? Lin Ruoshue stood under the east tree. Her tail drooped behind her. 100%. Absolutely sure. The sandalwood jewelry box. I buried it with my own hands, separate from a chest. This was Mom's tree. The jewelry box was under her tree. For sure. So Yuqing closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Lin Mo leaned against the counter, sipping his drink. Back in the yard, they started digging again. Luck struck. They hit something hard after one tree. The sandalwood box was much smaller than the iron chest. Inside, a few pieces of vintage jewelry were neatly arranged. A pair of icy jadeite bangles, a pearl necklace, a few golden-laid jade hairpins and earrings. Rashu picked up the bangles and held them to the light for a moment. She handed them to Lin Mo, her voice calm. The very tip of her tail was trembling slightly. After all, these were from her mother. These bangles and pearls, worth about 4 million. Her mother passed her grandmother's dowry to Lin Mo. Her lips parted, but in the end, she said nothing. Lin Mo took the jewelry box, casually weighing it in his hand. His gaze swept over Su Yuqing's slightly trembling shoulders. He fished out the pearl necklace from the box and held it out to her. Keep this, for your own dowry someday. Su Yuqing's head snapped up, her eyes already rimmed red. Her fingers shook taking the necklace. She opened her mouth, but Lin Mo had already turned and walked back toward the living room. Lin Ruoshue stood under the osmanthus tree, watching the scene. Her tail hissing flick. She discreetly wiped her eye on her sleeve. She filled the hole. Saturday, Qingyun City Auction. Chapter 53. The auction. The auction house was on the busiest street. 3 floors underground in a gray-white building. It had a legitimate business license, an association regulatory stamp. Full security system. Legal, just not publicly advertised. Jean Roland had reserved a private booth for Lin Mo in advance. She didn't come herself, as the branch president's daughter. Showing her face publicly at an auction was frowned upon. The booth was small, facing the stage. Lin Mo lounged back in the plush armchair. Lin Ruoshue knelt by his feet, her tail curled, violet eyes scanning the room. Li Qingwan lay draped over the arm of the chair. Her 7 tails cascaded down like a waterfall of snow. The auctioneer was a balding man in his 40s. A professional, practiced smile. He spoke rapidly. The first few lots were nothing special. Mid-grade spirit crystals, elite tier summoning shards, a few rare quality defensive gear pieces. The bidders were mostly family reps and independent tamer freelancers. The real whales hadn't even started bidding yet. Next lot, a set of antique sandalwood jewelry, traditional craftsmanship. 1 pair of jadeite bangles, 1 strand of pearls, 3 golden-laid jade hairpins, all authentic Lin family heirlooms. The jadeite is top grade. The pearls perfectly round and lustrous. Bid 2.5 mil room falls silent. Then paddles start popping up. 2.6, 3 million. Lin Ruoshue listens as the numbers keep climbing. Her tail instinctively curls tighter. These were her father's wedding gifts to her. Now they're on the block, being bid on by a room full of strangers. Her name isn't even mentioned by the auctioneer. Bidder. She lowers her gaze, can't bear to watch. A hand reaches over and gently squeezes the stiff tip of her tail. Lin Mo doesn't look at her, his eyes still on the stage. But his fingers slowly massage the heart-shaped tip. A light touch, like calming a spooked cat. Lin Ruoshue freezes. The wetness in her eyes is blinked away without a trace. Her tail softly wraps around Lin Mo's wrist. 3.8 million, going once. 3.8 sold. To the gentleman in box 8. Congratulations. Lin Ruoshue leans against Lin Mo's shoulder, closes her eyes, and takes a deep, shaky breath. Next lot, a soul-packed talisman. A top-tier, ancient contract charm. Crafted by the late Grandmaster Luo Wuya. Soulbound, irreversible, unbreakable, till death do you part. First on market in 8 years. Start, 500K. The floor erupts. 600, 800, 1.2 mil. Lin Mo watches the price triple in under 20 seconds. The 3.8 from the jewelry, plus the old house savings. It's barely 5 million total. But that price was from 6 years ago in the capital. 6 years later, a conservative estimate puts it at 5 mil minimum. The bidding slows only after it hits 3.5. Finally, Lin Mo raises title for a million. A brief hush falls. Then a hoarse voice from the opposite box. For 0.5. For mil was already the highest bid of the night. 4.5 blows it out of the water. Lin Mo leans back in his chair, sets his paddle down. Lin Ruoshue looks up at him, her violet eyes full of worry. Li Qingwan lies quietly nearby, but one of her 7 tails secretly coils around Lin Mo's ankle. She's a familiar too. She knows better than anyone. Lin Mo isn't fighting for this talisman for her next companion. It's not for her. For 0.5 going once. For 0.5 going twice. 5 million. A bidder who hasn't raised their paddle once all night. Didn't even touch the Lin family jewelry. Every head in the room swivels to look. Behind the gauze curtain, the faint outline of an elderly figure. A hand gently lowers a paddle. The auctioneer swallows hard. 500K, once, twice. Sold to VIP Box 1. Congrats to Box 1. The silk curtain stayed still. The buyer who won the soul-packed talisman. Lin Mo didn't even get a glimpse of their face. He leaned back, closed his eyes, tapping the armrest. Li Qingwan was silent for a moment. Her tone was unreadable. Disappointment or consolation? Master, you wanted the soul-packed talisman. To contract your next companion, right? Lin Mo didn't answer. My master servant pack takes up a slot. I can't help much. Li Qingwan lowered her head. Her voice grew softer. If you can get the soul-packed talisman, save the slot for a better familiar. Qingwan's fine with just the master servant pack. Lin Mo opened his eyes and glanced her sideways. You've been talking a lot lately. Li Qingwan buried her face in her tails. She didn't speak again. The tail wrapped around Lin Mo's ankle didn't loosen. Lin Ruoshue chuckled softly. Her tail gently nudged Li Qingwan's foxtail. The auction ended. Lin Mo headed out through a side exit. Suddenly, an aged voice came from behind him. Young man. He halted. An old man in a deep gray robe stood at the end of the corridor. His hair was gray, but his eyes were sharp and alert. In his hand was a palm-sized sandalwood box. The old man offered the box to Lin Mo. The soul pack talisman. Someone asked me to deliver it. Lin Mo didn't take it. Who? The old man smiled. He didn't give a direct answer. Xinyan High School produced a level 20 Necro class, legendary tier. The video of the final exam is circulating all over the association. Summoning someone's deceased ancestor for a public trial. At a first in the entire history of the association. The Li family is very interested in you. The Li family? Li Qingwan's tails went rigid. Her gold-red eyes locked onto the old man. Her seven tails flared, nearly shifting into combat mode on the spot. The old man smiled. Please, don't be tense. She has no direct connection to you. At least not now. He turned back to Lin Mo. Gently, he placed the sandalwood box in Lin Mo's palm. He whispered a note inside. Read it and burn it. He turned and vanished into the crowd. Lin Mo opened the sandalwood box. Inside lay the soul pack talisman. Beneath it was a folded piece of rice paper. He unfolded the note. A single line of neat, tiny script was written on it. Young Lin, the Capital Li family invites you to meet. Lin Mo set the sandalwood box down on the coffee table. The soul-binding talisman lay nestled in the black velvet lining. Runes shimmered faintly. The note beside was already burned. Chapter 54, The Li Family. Lin Mo burned it right after reading it. The ashes were swept in the trash by Lin Ruoxue. But everyone remembered the words on that note. The Capital Li family cordially invites you for a talk. Li Qingwan hadn't said a word since she entered. She knelt, tails drooping on the floor. The tips of her tails trembled slightly. Her amber eyes were fixed on the soul-binding talisman on the table. Her pupils were narrowed to slits. Lin Ruoxue came out from the kitchen with hot tea. She glanced at Li Qingwan, curled up in the corner. She set the teacup on the coffee table. Her tail gently brushed against Lin Ma's arm. She hasn't moved since we got back. Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa. His gaze settled on Li Qingwan. He hadn't known this fox spirit for long. From binding him through Qin Ruolin until now, it was barely over 2 weeks. But he'd seen many sides of her in that time. Sickeningly sweet in front of him, arrogant and overbearing in front of Zhao Feifei, putting on airs in front of Su Yuqing, sarcastic and snide in front of Lin Ruoxue. The one thing he'd never seen was her afraid. She's afraid now. Li Qingwan's fox ears twitched violently. Li Qingwan lifted her head. The fear in her red eyes hadn't had time to recede. She opened her mouth, her voice several notes lower than usual. Master. Lin Mo pushed the teacup towards her. Speak. Who is the she that old man from the Li family mentioned? Li Qingwan picked up the teacup. Her fingers trembled slightly. She took a sip. She scalded her tongue, but didn't even react. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Li Muqing, the eldest daughter of the current head of Li family. 26. Epic tier dragon class. An A-rank familiar tamer registered with the association headquarters. She paused, her voice growing softer and softer. The Li family locked me up. It was because of her. Her dragon class familiar was stuck. It needed 9-tailed nether fox energy. I refused to break my nether fox pact, so they locked me up for 20 years, draining my energy every 3 days. I couldn't solidify my tails. I died. They told the world I died from a cultivation overload, then tossed my corpse into a dry well. The living room stayed silent for a long time. Lin Ruoxue's tail froze midair. A flicker of coldness passed through her violet eyes. She remembered being slowly poisoned to death by her own husband. Her and Li Qingwan. One was the Su matriarch, the other a forgotten Li orphan. Worlds apart in status, yet their deaths were weirdly similar. Drained by those closest, then discarded like trash. Her tail involuntarily coiled around one of Li Qingwan's foxtails. Li Qingwan didn't pull away. Lin Mo took a sip of his tea. He reacted as if hearing a weather report, not a tale of 20 years imprisonment. So that old man's invitation. It's about Li Muqing, isn't it? Li Qingwan's voice finally carried a thread of hatred. Her golden red eyes glinted faintly in the dim light. The Li family doesn't show kindness without reason. A 5 million soul pack talisman, just given. They want something. Back then, they locked me up until I died just to steal my nether fox. A master's bloodline summoning is now even more valuable. They won't let that slide. She looked up at Lin Mo. The fear in her eyes was slowly replaced by something else. A survival instinct carved into her bones from 20 years caged. Master, no matter what deal the Li family offers, you must not accept. Lin Mo set his cup down. Are you telling me what to do? Li Qingwan's head snapped down. All 7 of her tails pressed flat against the floor. Qingwan wouldn't dare. Qingwan just. Enough. Lin Mo stood up. He put the box in a drawer. We keep the gift. The invitation can wait. The capital isn't Xinyan City. The Li and Su families aren't on the same playing field. Until we know more, we avoid their trap. He headed for the bedroom. His steps paused slightly as he passed Li Qingwan. Your revenge will come. But not now. Until we have an absolute guarantee of success. Do not seek out anyone from the Li family alone. Understood? Li Qingwan's fox ears trembled violently. She prostrated herself, forehead touching floorboards. Her voice shook, but each word was crystal clear. Qingwan obeys. The bedroom door closed. Li Qingwan remained kneeling on the floor. Her 9 tails spread out around her, shoulders trembling faintly. Lin Ruoxue sighed. She slid off the couch and sat down beside her. Poking Li Qingwan's fox ear with the tip of her tail. Come on. He said he'll handle it. Why are you still groveling? Li Qingwan didn't lift her head. A muffled voice comes from between the floor and her hair. Linjia, if it were you, hearing the name of your enemy, could you really hold back? Lin Ruoxue fell silent for a second. Of course she couldn't. The night Su Zhanshan showed up at the old mansion's gate. She personally lashed him 3 times. Each strike carried all the hatred she'd bottled up for 5 years. If Lin Mo hadn't stopped her, she might have actually whipped him to death on the spot. I couldn't, she admitted honestly. But he'll keep us in check. Don't cross Li family now. Li Qingwan finally lifted her head. Her old red eyes still glistened with unshed tears. Her mouth curved into a smirk. Fox was in front of Lin Mo, but arrogant to everyone else, was back. Linjia, are you actually worried about me? Lin Ruoxue's tail stiffened. She turned her head away. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just worried if you die, no one will cut my fruit for me. Fruit can be cut by yourself. Li Qingwan said, sitting up. She used one of her tails to wipe the corner of her eye, resuming her usual poised and elegant demeanor. But Linjia's tail, Qingwan still needs to help brush it. Piss off. The next morning, the courtyard gate was knocked on. Su Yuqing went to answer it. The person standing outside made her freeze on the spot. Qin Ruolin stood at the door in casual clothes, holding 2 bags of fruit. A sweet smile was plastered on her face. but she wasn't wearing a uniform today. Her ponytail hung loosely over her shoulder, losing some of that professional front counter vibe, and gaining a bit of the awkwardness of the girl next door. Good morning, Sue. I'm here to see Lynn, Mo. She paused and added, it's personal. Sue Yuching looked at her, then at the fruit in her hands. That wasn't local produce from Qingyan City. It's from the downtown high-end market. This woman was up to no good. He's inside, Sue Yuching said, stepping aside to let her in. Her tone was flat, but her eyes were on full alert. When Qin Rulin walked into the living room, Lin Mo was eating the fried eggs Lin Roshiwa had made. Seeing Qin Rulin, his chopsticks paused. What are you doing here? Qin Rulin placed the fruit on the coffee table. Her professional smile faded a bit. It was replaced by a more serious expression. Chapter 55. Li Ro's girlfriend turned out to be. She pulled a manila envelope from her bag. It was about 2 fingers thick. She said in front of Lin Mo, my dad wanted me to give this to you. Lin Mo opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of printed documents. The header read, Capital City Li Family on internal member profiles. Detailed Li Family info. A bold handwritten note. Lin Mo looked up at her. How does your dad have Li Family's internal files? Qin Rulin gave a slight smile. The Qingyan City branch might be small. Association system is connected. He found the Capital City Li Family accessed your file last week. Checked 3 times since level 10. 3 times. Lin Roshiwa put down her spatula and walked over. Tail to chin, alert violet eyes. The Li family has been watching Lin Mo since he was level 10? Yes. Qin Rulin lowered her voice. The first time was the day Lin Mo registered. Necro class, legendary tier. It triggered a high-level flag. The second time was 2 weeks ago when Lin Mo hit level 17. The third time was right after the big exam. His level 20 video went viral. The Li family pulled your full file that same night. Paused. Strange look. One more thing. Dad says Li family's invite isn't just for your bloodline. The Li family's eldest daughter, Li Muqing, her familiar stuck for a year. They've tried everything. Nothing works. And your succubus constitution may help female tamers familiars. Lin Ruoxue picked up the thread. Her tail went still. A complicated emotion flashed in her purple eyes. That passive, she knew it all too well. Ever since she reached level 20. Upgraded. Boost familiar. High evolution chance. The Li family isn't coming for Li Qingwan. They're not even coming for the bloodline summon. They're coming for Lin Mo himself. Li Qingwan's face emerged halfway from her familiar space. Her voice was whole, unlike her usual self. Muqing wants to use Lin Mo to break her dragon familiar's bottleneck. The same move drained my energy to break through. Just a different victim this time. Ruolan was startled by the sudden appearance of the fox spirit. She composed herself after 3 years at the association. She's seen all kinds of weird-looking familiars. A white fox spirit appearing wasn't the weirdest. That's the gist of it. The Li family wants to invite Lin Mo to the capital. Officially, it's a cultural exchange visit. They likely want Lin Mo to help Li Muqing's familiar. In exchange, the Li family is willing to provide resources, protection, and she gestured towards a drawer. A soul-packed talisman. Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa, flipping through the Li family dossier. The info Qin Huaishan could pull wasn't classified. The main members' names, levels, contracted familiars, association registration numbers, all public or semi-public info. The truly sensitive stuff wouldn't be in the association system. But even so, these few pages gave him a rough sketch of the Li family. The capital Li family, 5 generations. Current head, Li Sanhai, level 78 king rank familiar tamer. Dragon class, epic tier. 2 sons, 1 daughter. Eldest son Li Wuyuan, second son Li Zhongang. Eldest daughter Li Muqing, the youngest of the 3. A woman obsessed with breaking her dragon's bottleneck. Li Ro's name was also in the dossier. Li Zhongheng's only daughter. Li Muqing's niece. 23, familiar academy teacher. Holy spirit class, elite tier. The file had a standard ID photo. Light gray trench coat. Hair tied back. Matches the Li Ro teacher who served us tea. Lin Mo pulled out Li Ro's page. He tapped a finger on it, asking Qin Ruolan the last question before she left. Li Zhongheng's daughter is a teacher here in Qingyan City. Qin Ruolan was putting on her shoes at the time. She turned her head to look back. About Li Ro teaching at the familiar academy. She even led a team to your school for an exchange last week. Heard she clashed with students at Qingyan number 1 high. She paused here suddenly, glancing at Lin Mo, then at Li Qingwan curled up, tail wrapped around herself. The student she clashed with seems to be Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing sat at the dining table, flipping through notes she no longer needed to read. Hearing her name, her finger stilled for a second. She got a cold heart and said nothing. Well, they started by poking her nose into her mom's business. Qin Rulin didn't press with her. She just smiled and walked out the door. Between her and Su Yuqing, there were too many layers of separation. The daughter of the association, the liaison for a necro class legendary tier familiar tamer. Neither identity allowed her to speak out of turn before Su Yuqing. Lin Ruoxue peeked out from the kitchen, apron still on, spatula in hand. Her tail flicked in confusion. That's the exchange teacher from your school last time. Li Qingwan sat up on the couch. Her voice regained its usual composure, but the chill in her eyes hadn't completely faded. So, Li Ro coming to Qingyan number 1 high. Was it a school-arranged exchange, or a spy sent by Li family? Lin Mo flipped the file to the last page. Qin Huaishan's handwriting appeared at the bottom. It must have been a note he added by hand. Li Ro's relationship with her family. Her family repeatedly interferes with her relationships. Li Ro is temporarily teaching at the Familiar Tamer Academy. The family is giving her the cold shoulder. The Sioux woman's identity is unclear. Suspected to be from a Qingyan City Sioux family collateral branch. A member of the Qingyan City Sioux family. Lin Mo looked up. Su Yuqing also looked up. Their gazes collided in the air, then transformed into a look of stunned, dawning realization. Su-Wan, Lin Ruoxue's spatula clattered to the floor. Li Qingwan's 7 tails froze simultaneously. Su Yuqing stood up, her voice trembling with awkwardness. Li Ro's girlfriend is Su-Wan, but doesn't Su-Wan have a boyfriend? Wait, no. Su-Wan never said if her partner was a man or a woman. I always thought Li Ro was interested in my mom. Every time she got close to my mom, I thought she was I called her out in class for liking someone's family. That look, her expression back then. She thought I was talking about Sue Wan. She thought I knew about her relationship with Sue Wan. She buried her face in her hands, her voice muffled. What the hell have I been doing? Chapter 56. Seeing Lee Rowe again. Lin Rawashua picked up the spatula. Her expression grew complicated, recalling Sue Wan's visit. Sitting on the living room couch waiting for Lin Mo. The smile on her lips when she texted Lee Rowe. Li Jingwan let out a soft sigh. She patted Sue Yuqing's shoulder with one of her tails. She wanted to say something. She just said something only those who've been through it understand. Don't beat yourself up too much, Miss Sue. What happened between Sue Wan and Lee Rowe? It's not really your fault. Just next time you run into Lee Rowe, try to be a little nicer, okay? Sue Yuqing lifted her face halfway from her hands. Her eyes were red. Yeah, like she'd even want to see me now. I called her a gender-confused freak in front of her class. Li Jingwan's tail paused midair. Then she silently retracted. Lin Mo closed the file and tossed it on the coffee table. He had zero interest in Sue Yuqing's little pity party, but his mind was already racing down another track. Li Rowe is Li Zhongheng's daughter, Li Muqing's niece. Sue Wan was Li Rowe's girlfriend. Sue Wan's blood once triggered a bloodline summoning, which summoned the old Madame Sue. Summoning requires contact with a target family member's blood. He not only has the Sue family's blood on hand, he also got a sample of Li Rowe's blood back in the restroom. A new web of connections automatically unfurled in his mind. The Li Rowe connection, that'll come in handy later. He stood up from the couch and headed for the bedroom. As he passed by Lin Rawashua, his hand gave a light, deliberate squeeze at the base of her tail. The pressure was just right. Lin Rawashua nearly dropped her spatula. Finish reading that stack of files tonight. We start planning the trip to the capital tomorrow. Li Jingwan's fox ears shot straight up. Master, you're going to the capital for the soul pack talisman? Waste not, why not? Lin Mo pushed the bedroom door open. Li Jingwan knelt on the sofa, silent for a few seconds. She lowered her head, a trace of anticipation on her lips. She'd finally found someone willing to face that name for her. The next day, at Qingyi No. 1 High School's office building, Li Rowe sat at her desk, grading student assignments. A red pen made swift marks across the pages. She looked much better than the last time she was at school. Her dark circles faded, her hair neatly styled again. Her dark windbreaker was replaced by a more summery beige shirt. She hadn't fully processed what happened with Sue Wan yet. At least she wasn't crying herself to sleep every night. Today was her last duty day of the semester. Tomorrow, she returned to Capital for her debriefing. A neatly packed cardboard box sat on her desk. Inside were her lesson plans and notes from the past half semester. On top was an unfinished summary report. It was an assessment for a legendary tier Necro class tamer. She stopped halfway through. The rest of the page left blank. She just couldn't bring herself to finish it. It wasn't because the data on her subject was lacking. On the contrary, she had too much data. As a teacher, researcher, and a family member, she was in too deep. Head on beyond just an educational evaluation and a family test. It had become personal. She had 2 encounters with Lin Mo she didn't dare recall. Trading intel on the Shadow Rift for a power boost. Actively meeting him in that secluded grove. Every time she remembered, her face burned with shame. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. She called out as it opened. Lin Mo stood in the doorway. The red pen in Li Rowe's hand clattered onto the homework notebook. It left a long, jagged streak. She stood up on instinct. Her shirt slipped at half meter. Then she realized how over the top her reaction was. Forcing herself, she sat back down and slipped on her professional teacher's mask. Do you need something, Lin Mo? Lin Mo stepped into the office. He closed the door behind him and stood before her desk. He placed a file directly in front of her. A copy of the Li family dossier Qin Huaishan had given him. On top was the page with Li Rowe's own information. Li Rowe glanced down at it. Her professional expression didn't flicker, but the fingers resting on her lap tightened slightly. Of course, she knew her file existed in the association system, but seeing it in Lin Mo's hands, all her secrets, Li Zhongheng's daughter, Li Muqing's niece, her exile to Jin City, he probably knew it all now. He might have pieced everything together. You know, her voice was eerily calm. Li Muqing is your aunt. Li Rowe was silent for a long moment. She took off glasses, sat down, and rubbed her temples. The gesture made her look less like a 23-year-old academy instructor, an ordinary person torn between family duty and conscience. Yes, she's my aunt. His capital invitation under academic exchange. Its real purpose is for me to help her dragon class familiar breakthrough. Li Rowe looked up. She wasn't surprised Lin Mo had found the file. Actually, he could use Li. So why come to me? What do you want to ask? 2 things. Lin Mo leaned against the edge of her desk. First, the bottleneck Li Muqing's dragon class familiar. Specifically, what tier, what level, and how long has it been stuck? What bottleneck is Li Muqing's dragon type familiar stuck at? What specific grade and level, and how long has it been stuck? Second, he looked down at Li Rowe. His voice was low. Your current situation in the Li family. Li Rowe let out a self-deprecating laugh, leaning back in her chair. She put her glasses back on. The first question I can answer. Andy's dragon class familiar is a gold tier frost dragon. It's been stuck at the epic bottleneck for a full year and a half now. Hardest bottleneck in familiar tamer world. Normal methods failed, seeking unconventional paths. First, she tried to find Li Qingwan's 9-tailed metafox. She wants her high succubus blood to break bottlenecks. That intel isn't exactly a secret within the association anymore. My aunt won't let this opportunity slip away. She paused, her voice dropping lower. The second question, you see yourself. I got exiled to Qingyin City because the family doesn't approve of me and Sue Wan. Li family descendant with Sue branch woman? Disgraceful. My teaching position is stuck here at the familiar academy. Can't go back to capital HQ, cold shoulder. Waiting for me to crack under the pressure and break it off myself. But I won't. That last part was almost a whisper, but every word was ironclad. Lin Mo watched her for a couple seconds. Then he picked up a pen from her desk, wrote his number in file margin. Once you're back in the capital, if Li Muqing makes any moves, tell me directly. Li Rowe stared at that number for a long time. You asked me to betray Li family? You already are. Lin Mo put the pen down. You helped Sue Wan hide the legendary tier, Cry Hostile. Traded me intel on the Shadow Rift. And just now, you spilled everything about your aunt familiar to me. Besides, he turned and started walking towards the door. What the Li family is doing to you and Sue Wan isn't protection. It's interference. Chapter 57, Departure. Li Rowe sat alone at her desk, listening to the footsteps in the hallway, fading away. She looked down at the phone number written on the file, slowly picked up her own phone and saved it. After that, she hesitated at the contact name field. Wrote Lin Mo, deleted, Lin Mo, deleted again. Then wrote 4 characters. Research subject deleted. Typed 1 letter. L. She locked her phone, slipped it into her pocket, picked up the red pen, and went back to grading papers. As if nothing had happened at all. After the trip to the capital was finalized, the busiest person in the old house wasn't Lin Mo. It was Sue Yuqing. She spent 2 whole days going through Lin Mo's suitcase 3 times. The first time, she stuffed in thick coats and scarves. It's colder in the capital than in Qingyan City. The second time, she swapped the thick coats out for thinner ones. It's summer. You won't need them. She stood there, spacing out for 10 minutes. Finally, she stuffed both the coats and scarves back in. She added Band-Aids and stomach medicine. Shui watched her daughter pack. Her tail swayed lazily. A barely contained smile played on her lips. She didn't help, and she didn't stop her either. She knew this was Su Yuqing's way of processing her feelings. Every time Su Yuqing gets nervous, she obsessively organizes things. When she was 5, on her first day of kindergarten, she rearranged the crayons in her backpack by color 6 times. Now, at 17, sending Lin Mo on his first long trip, she checked his suitcase 3 times. Mom, stop. Su Yuqing didn't turn around. The tips of her ears were already red. I'm not. Lin Ruoxue straightened her lips, but her tail betrayed her. Its heart-shaped tip was wagging merrily from side to side. The silver wormling was sprawled next to the suitcase. Its tail tapped rhythmically against the floor. It looked up at Su Yuqing, then at Lin Ruoxue. A low rumble sounded in its throat. Su Yuqing finally zipped up the suitcase. She stood, brushed her hands, cool again. The suitcase looked like it was about to burst at the seams. At least a third of the stuff inside, Lin Mo wouldn't even need. But she didn't say a word. She just walked over and pulled her daughter into a hug. Her tail patted Su Yuqing's back gently. I'll take good care of him. Su Yuqing buried her face in her mother's shoulder. Her voice was muffled. I'm worried he won't take good care of you. Lin Ruoxue was taken back for a moment. She smiled. A car waited at the gate. A black business van, polished to a mirror shine. A discreet silver emblem was printed on the door, the symbol of the Familiar Tamer Association. Jean Rulin poked her head out from the passenger seat. Her ponytail swung in an arc as she waved at Lin Mo. My dad sent this. They've been notified in the capital. Someone will meet you when you arrive. The trip's about 4 hours. Charging ports in back, water in front. She paused and added, trying to sound professional, but guilty. I was supposed to go with you, but the branch office is swamped. That my dad said was me. Car's ready. Text me when you get there. Lin Mo tossed the luggage into the trunk. When he opened the back door, 3 people were already inside. Lin Ruoxue was leaning against the left window. Her long dress shimmered with subtle patterns in the dim cabin light. Her tail was curled obediently on her lap. She had changed into more formal attire today. She wore the same succubus suit from her mansion arrival. An air of cool detachment. Keep your distance. Li Qingwan sat in the middle. Her pale green gauze skirt took up most of the seat. Her tails looked a bit cramped and pitiful in the tight space. A phantom tail was pinned under Lin Ruoxue's. She was carefully trying to free it. Halfway through, she noticed Lin Mo getting in. She immediately sat up straight, all 7 tails retracting instantly, looking as innocent as if she just boarded. Su Yuqing sat on the right. She was pretending to study a worn-out notebook. On her lap was an insulated bag. Inside were dumplings she made at 5 a.m. and ginger tea. The silver wormling had been stowed in the familiar space. Its tail was wrapped tight around the yard's osmanthus tree, refusing to leave. Su Yuqing had to force it in. Lin Mo took in the scene. He closed the door. Feels like a negotiation, not a picnic. Su Yuqing flipped a page without looking up. Negotiators need to eat too. Li Qingwan finally freed her 9th tail from under Lin Ruoxue's. She added softly, we don't know the Li family situation. The more backup, the better. Lin Ruoxue said nothing. She just looked out the window. She had been to the capital once, back when she was alive. It was her first year after marrying into the Su family. She had gone with Su Zhanshan to the Familiar Tamer Conference, wearing a bright red cheongsam. Everyone said the Su family's lady was so fortunate. Now she was going to the capital again. But she was no longer the Su lady. She was a succubus. Sitting in the back of an 18-year-old's car. It didn't feel bad. In fact, it felt more relaxed than before. The car left the urban area of Qingyan City. The view shifted from skyscrapers to farmland, then mountains. Su Yuqing finished reviewing her notes once, then started again. Lin Ruoxue leaned against the window, resting with her eyes closed. Her tail unconsciously wrapped around Lin Ma's wrist. Li Qingwan was sprawled in the gap between the 2 front seats. Her fox ears twitched slightly with the car's vibrations. After a long silence, Li Qingwan suddenly spoke up, softly saying, Master, you said once we reach the capital. If Qingwan sees Li Muqing, she paused, swallowing the words she wanted to say, and replaced them with a more restrained statement. Can Qingwan stay by your side? Like literally attached at the hip, close? Lin Mo opened his eyes and glanced at her. This fox spirit hasn't taken off her mask since getting in the car. In front of him, she's all docile. In front of Lin Ruoxue, she's perfectly composed. In front of Su Yuqing, she's putting on airs. But there's a crack beneath that mask, and what's seeping out through that crack is pure fear. Dungeon memories don't vanish with backup. She needs constant reassurance she won't be abandoned again. You want to be glued to me? Depends if you can keep your tails in check. 7 restless tails crammed into a tiny car space. Her succubus tail wraps his wrist. Qingwan's tails are more useful than Sister Lin's tail. Sister Lin only has 1. Qingwan has 9. 6. And doesn't Master like my tails a lot? The 3 still growing don't count. Chapter 58. The capital. Lin Ruoxue opened one eye. A lazy, challenging glint in her violet eyes. You have 9 tails, but yours go limp with a single squeeze. Mine can draw blood with a lash. Want to test that theory? Hard pass. Su Yuqing sat in the back row, listening to the 2 familiars bickering up front. A slight smile tugging at her lips. She unzipped the insulated bag, pulled out a lunchbox, and shoved it toward the front seats. Mom made dumplings this morning. Eat them while they're hot. Lin Ruoxue took the box. Her tail stiffened slightly. The car jolted. Qingwan's chopsticks stabbed in the air. Lin Mo's chopsticks landed right on her tail. Sorry. It's fine, Master. This one's not the most sensitive tail. But, could you maybe pick a different one next time? The back of the van was cramped. 3 people squished in. Plus Li Qingwan's 7 tails. Space was at a premium. Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan were pressed together. Tails tangled. Impossible to tell whose was whose. Su Yuqing sat on the far right, leg against the door, holding the lunchbox with extreme care. The ginger tea on her knee tipped over once, spilling half the cup onto Li Qingwan's tail. Li Qingwan stared at her ginger tea-soaked tail. It silent hangs for 2 seconds. Miss Su, that was Qingwan's most beautiful tail. Sorry. For hours later, the car crosses into the capital district. Unlike Yinshi, it's built into the mountains. Lanes are separated by different colored road markings. Patrols on flying familiars cruise through the air. Billboards play ad for the Familiar Tamer Association. An LED screen flashes Familiar Tamer Association HQ. Welcome. Li Qingwan presses her face against the car window. Her red fox eyes reflect the skyscrapers and neon lights outside. Her expression is calm, but her tail is trembling slightly. It's not fear, but a long suppressed emotion. When she was alive, she was locked in the capital's dungeons. She never got to see this city skyline. After she died, her remnant soul drifted in the shadow abyss. She thought she'd never come back here in this lifetime. But now she's back, and it's nothing like the triumphant homecoming she imagined. The car stops in front of the Familiar Tamer Association HQ building. Gray-white marble exterior, double revolving doors. A few staff in association uniforms stand on the steps. Leading them is a man in gold-rimmed glasses. Around 40, hair meticulously combed. His smile is so standard it looks printed on a brochure. He walks briskly down the steps. He reaches out a hand to shake even before the window is down. Lin Mo pushes the car door open, ignoring his hand. Li Songhai, thank you. Goldrim's hand freezes midair for a second. Then he smoothly retracts it and reaches for the door handle instead. Mr. Lin, you must be tired from your journey. The elder has arranged a welcome dinner. His gaze travels past Lin Mo. It lands on Li Qingwan, who's climbing out of the back seat. 9-tailed nether fox. 7-tailed solid. 2 faint. Pale cyan dress. Qingwan gets out, cradling her tea-soaked tail. She glances up at the gilded sign on the HQ building. A cold smirk flashes in her gold-red eyes. Goldrim's pupils constrict slightly, but his smile doesn't waver. Bisley is here too. A surprise. The Familiar Tamer Association HQ. Top floor banquet hall. A crystal chandelier hangs from the dome. Light reflects off the snow-white tablecloth in a soft glow. Over a dozen people sit along the long table, dressed more formally than the last. Women in custom gowns. Men all in dark suits. When Lin Mo walks into the banquet hall, everyone pauses for a moment. Not because his casual clothes are out of place. It's because Lin Ruoshiwe is trailing behind him. Her dark, patterned dress hugs every curve of her waist and hips. Black horns crown her head, a long tail trails behind. Her tail's heart-shaped tip shimmers faintly. She's not even trying to be alluring. But just by standing there, every guy in the banquet hall is staring like she's a magnet. A few young male waiters almost drop their trays. Li Qingwan follows half a step behind Lin Ruoshiwe. Pale cyan gown sweeps floor, 7 white foxtails fanned. Golden red eyes downcast, submissive. Yet with each step, olderly family members' faces darken. They all recognize that face. The 9-tailed shadow, fox they locked in a dungeon 10 years ago, is back and very much alive. Su Yuqing brings up the rear. Her white dress is just a spare from finals week. Her silver wormling pokes half its head out from her familiar space, sees the crowd, and ducks right back in. At the head of the long table sits a white-haired old man. He's in a dark gray Zhongshan suit. To his left sits a young woman, mid-20s, in a deep blue, backless evening gown. Her long hair is styled in a low chignon. Sharp, cold features, she leans back, wine glass in hand. Her gaze, over the rim of her glass, lands on Lin Mo. The corner of her mouth lifts slightly. Li Songhai, Li Muqing. Young friend Lin, a 4-hour drive from Qingyan City. Must be tiring. Please have a seat. He gestures to the seat directly opposite Li Muqing. The far end of the long table, facing the head seat. The guest seat. Also the seat of scrutiny. Lin Mo walks over and sits down. Lin Ruoshiwe on his right. Li Qingwan on his left. Su Yuqing hesitates for a second, but Lin Ruoshiwe's tail pulls her to the side. Li Muqing sets down her wine glass, resting her chin on her hand. Her eyes sweep over Lin Mo, head to toe. I watched the video of your final exam, Lin. That bloodline summoning was some brilliant strategy. She pauses. But today, I'm more curious about something else. Your succubus constitution can help familiars break bottlenecks? The banquet hall's murmur drops a few notches. Lin Mo takes a sip of his lemon water. I can, but it's not free. What's the deal? Tell me first. What bottleneck is your frost dragon stuck on? Li Muqing snaps her fingers. A waiter wheels in a mobile projector screen. Frost dragon, gold tier, level 57. Epic bottleneck. Frost core coalescence, 89%. Bottleneck, 100 units needed to break through. 18 months. Cryostal fusion failed. Combat with peers, failed to trigger breakthrough. Elemental clash stimulation, failed. Elemental clash stimulation. Li Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk. 9-tailed nether fox aura on Frost Phoenix failed. The cost was Li Qingwan's life. Li Qingwan stared at that line of text. Her 7 tails were completely still, but her 9th, semi-transparent, phantom tail was trembling violently. Snow nudged her tail, whispering comfort. 18 months. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. First condition. The breakthrough location is my call. Not in the lead state, not at HQ. Second, Li Qingwan is present for the entire process. The temperature in the banquet hall instantly dropped several degrees. Li Muqing's smile vanished for the first time. Work with her. She's alive, right next to me. You can still count to 7, can't you? Li Muqing's gaze slowly shifted to Li Qingwan. The two women's eyes locked. 1. The dragon class epic tier heir. The orphan girl she drained and tossed in a well 20 years ago. 20 years later, across a dining table, across life and death. Li Qingwan lifted her golden red fox eyes. She smirked contemptuously at Zhao Fei. Miss Li, long time no see. Your dragon still stuck, huh? Li Muqing's fingers tightened slightly. She looked at Li Qingwan for 2 seconds, then turned back to Lin Mo. Fine, she can be there. Third, after a successful breakthrough, the Li family resource vault is open to me once. No restrictions on category or quantity. Li Songhai finally spoke. Young man, do you have any idea what's in the Li family vault? No idea. That's why I want to pay for myself. Li Songhai stared at Lin Mo for 3 seconds, then laughed. An 18-year-old, level 20 necro class packmaster, sitting across from the head of the nation's most powerful family, laying out conditions without even blinking. All right, but I have one condition too. Bloodline summoning. Summon rival families' deceased female elders. The Li family wants intel sharing. For each new summon, our intel provides target family's bloodline info. The summoning process must allow Li family personnel to record data. Under the table, Snow nudged Lin Ma's wrist with his tail. Intel sharing is intel leaking. Once the Li family has enough data, they'll reverse engineer bloodline summoning's weakness. Lin Mo took a sip of his lemon water. Sharing is fine, but I decide the scope of the data recording. Anything related to my personal stats stays off the record. Li Songhai gave a nod. Deal. Li Muqing raised her wine glass, tilting it towards Lin Mo. To a fruitful partnership. Lin Mo tapped the air. The dinner continued. Dessert was lava cake with vanilla ice cream. The general table mood relaxed a bit. The Lee family's branch members started clinking glasses. But the tension around the head table never really let up. Li Muqing took a bite of her dessert. Her tone casual, like discussing the weather. So Lin, you're succubus. Lin Rawashua, right? I heard you were the Sioux family matriarch in your past life. Zhen Shan hides with an underground guild in the capital. If you need his exact coordinates. I don't. Li Muqing smiled slightly. She didn't press the topic. Shue's tail subtly wrapped around Lin Mo's wrist under the table. As the dinner ended, Li Sanhai stopped Lin Mo. A word of advice, young man. You're holding 3 aces right now. Necro legendary. Succubus body. Bloodline summoning. Any one of those is enough to make a family want you. All 3 together? Enough to make a family want to break you. Know why? Because you don't belong to any family. He clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. A free agent of legendary tier. Your very existence is a threat to the system. The association HQ tolerates you not out of generosity, but because they haven't found the right leash yet. The Lee family offers shelter, but it's temporary. That date depends on your usefulness to us, and your threat level to us. The elevator doors closed. Lin Mo stood in the hallway, watching the floor numbers descend. Lin Rawashua walked up beside him, her tail curling around his wrist again. Her icy composure finally melted in the empty hall. Her violet eyes worried. He was scaring him. It was true. Lin Mo gently took her hand from his wrist, holding it instead. He said, I'm free. But free men don't need shelter. Qing Wan caught up, cradling her ginger tea-soaked tail, hesitating before speaking softly. Master, Li Muqing agreed to let me be present. But her look at me, just like 20 years ago. She's calculating how to use me. Lin Mo corrected her. You're just her excuse to get close to me. Both of you. Su Yuqing leaned against the wall, holding the silver wormling. She'd been waiting. Seeing them, she straightened up immediately. Well, did they give you a hard time? Mom, are you okay? Lin Rawashua walked over and ruffled her daughter's hair. It's fine, just negotiations. Your dad is more shrewd than you think. Su Yuqing paused for a moment, realizing who your dad referred to. She buried her face in the wormling's scales. That night, at the Lee family hotel. In the top floor suite, Lin Mo leaned against the headboard. Lin Rawashua lay on his chest, her tail swishing lazily against his calf. Li Qingwan sat at the foot of the bed, her nether fox fire carefully drying the tail, splashed by ginger tea. Golden flames danced lightly over the snowy white fur. Su Yuqing was in the next room. The silver wormling's snores were audible through the wall. Li Qingwan stared at the damp spot on her tail. Lin Mo raised his hand. You heard? Available familiar slots. Inventory. Soul Pact X1. The Soul Pact hasn't been used yet. No rush. He closed the panel, reached out, and pinched the base of Lin Rawashua's tail. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Lin Rawashua let out a soft hum. Her eyes glowed red. Handsy during training? Li Qingwan crawled over. Used to it? Lin Rawashua's tail blocked her way. Get in line, Sister Lin. We'll help you deal with Li Muqing at the earlier. United outside. Line up inside. Next morning, a Lee family car waited downstairs. Not yesterday's business van. A stretched black limousine. Lee family rest on the door, covered by magnetic cloth. Li Sanghai leaves no stone unturned. Didn't even want a license plate caught by passersby. When Lin Mo got in the car, Li Muqing was already seated in the back. Li Muqing is already in the back row. Totally different from last night's gown. Hair in a high ponytail, familiar tamer badge at waist. Gone from wine-sipping socialite to a blade drawn from a sheath. She glanced at Lin Mo first thing. She glanced at Lin Rawashua and Li Qingwan behind him. Where to? Lin Mo shut the car door. I'll decide. Out of the city. Li Muqing raised an eyebrow. We're outside. You'll see. The car left the capital. Skyscrapers gradually thinned out, replaced by windbreak forests and training ground fences. Li Muqing watched the increasingly desolate scenery outside. Her fingers tapped lightly on her knee. Chapter 60. The Frost Dragon. Lin Rawashua sat to Li Ma's right. Her tail curled obediently on her lap. Quiet, but her purple eyes never left Li Muqing's profile. Last night, Li Muqing used her past as dinner conversation. She hadn't argued a single word back. Li Qingwan sat by the window on the far left. She kept all 7 of her tails neatly gathered today. Not a hair loose. She'd been silent since getting in. Li Muqing's shoulder was near her foxtail tip. The woman who locked her in a dungeon 20 years ago. 2 decades later, separated by combat suit and gauze. So close she could smell the other's faint perfume. Li Qingwan. Li Muqing suddenly called her name. The 3 syllables dropped from Li Muqing's lips, like turning the pages of an old ledger. Li Qingwan didn't turn her head. What? Do you hate me? The car temperature dropped. Lin Rawashua's tail stiffened slightly. Driver stared ahead, sweat beading on his forehead. Li Qingwan finally turned to look. Reading Li Muqing's face, no hatred, no fear in her gold-red fox eyes. Just a calmness settled deep after 20 years of imprisonment. I don't hate you. I hate the Li family. You were just their hand. If it wasn't your hand, it would have been another one. Your father wanted my aura. You just enforced it. Between us, she paused. From the day you told me the truth, we stopped being enemies. Li Muqing fell silent. Of course, she remembered that day. The 13th year Li Qingwan was locked in the dungeon. Li Muqing's first visit down there as the Li family heir. My father stepped down. I'm in charge of the Li family now. Li Muqing's voice had been soft. I can't make up for what happened back then. But you can name one condition. Within my power. I'll try. Li Qingwan had looked at her for a long time, then turned back to the window. That smug little vixen act she puts on in front of others. First condition. Help me get this ginger tea stain off my tail. Miss Sue splashed it on me. Watch twice, won't come off. Li Muqing was stunned. Lin Rawashua snorted a laugh beside her, and quickly covered it with a cough. Lin Mo leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, resting. The corner of his mouth pushed up slightly. They stopped at an abandoned training ground in the north. The iron gate was rusted, the characters unillegible. This used to be where the military disposed of old familiars. Later, the association bought it and turned it into a training ground. Then it was abandoned because the location was too remote. Only stray dogs sunbathe here. No one remembers it. Li Muqing got out of the car and looked around. She frowned. This place? An abandoned training ground? 3 exits, wide open sightlines. If the Frost Dragon loses control during its breakthrough, it's safe. Lin and Mo push the iron gate open. This is only family territory. No surveillance. No intel network. Your dragon breaks through here. Only we know its stats. Li Muqing glanced at him. She didn't argue. The inside was even more dilapidated. The concrete ground was cracked, weeds pushing through the fissures. Several broken training dummies lay tilted in a corner. But the space was vast, the ceiling high enough for a dragon. Li Muqing stood in the center of the grounds and raised her hand. A summoning circle lit up her feet, icy blue light spreading out. The temperature in the entire training ground plummeted. A layer of light frost formed on the surface of the weeds. The water in the concrete cracks froze solid. The frost dragon slowly rose from the summoning circle. Far more awe-inspiring than the 3D model on the projection screen. Its sheer height exceeded 10 meters. Its wings spread out, covering half the dome of the training ground. Each scale was a translucent ice blue. Edges shimmered gold. The dragon lowered its head. Its cold, slitted pupils swept over everyone present. A low, rumbling sound issued from its throat. That was the frost dragon's unique way of breathing. Each sound was like a glacier cracking. Li Muqing placed her hand on the dragon's snout. Her voice softened, a rare occurrence. One last try. Lin and Mo walked up to the dragon. He raised his hand and pressed it against the scale. His necromana touched the frost dragon. His arm went numb. They weren't in the same league. The gap was so vast that he weren't legendary tier. The mana backlash alone could have shattered his bones. Lin Ruashua steps up from behind. Her black dress trails across the frost-covered concrete. She releases a violet-black allure aura from her palm. It spreads over the dragon's icy surface. Massively boosts a familiar's upgrade and evolution odds. The two energies clash in the air with a faint, sizzling sound. The succubus aura forces into the frost core. Li Muqing's breathing suddenly hitches. Her dragon is struggling. Core cohesion stuck at 89% for a year and a half. It's not a lack of power. The flaw. This flaw doesn't usually affect combat. But every time it unleashes its power, the flaw widens a little. In other words, her dragon is barely holding on as it is. Forcing a breakthrough would shatter the core on the spot. Lin and Mo pulls back his hand. Your core has a flaw. Frost core cohesion, 89%. But the flaw is the real problem. Lin Mo's tone is flat. This flaw doesn't usually affect combat. But every time it unleashes its power, the flaw widens a little. Your dragon is barely holding on as it is. Forcing a breakthrough would shatter the core. Your dragon isn't weak. Breakthrough attempts failed. You try to smash through a perfect bottleneck with a flawed core. It's like using a glass hammer to bash down an iron door. Li Muqing is silent for a long time. All these years, she's tried every method. Spent a small fortune of Li family's resources. Even resorted to draining a nine-tailed nether fox's aura back then. No one ever spotted the problem with the core. Not the family's familiar consultants. Not the appraisers from the association headquarters. Every monthly checkup, staring at the panel data. Not a single person saw it. Her voice is tight. Can it be fixed? Lin and Mo raises his hand again. Gray mist pours from his palm. A legendary tier necro class exclusive ability. The only attribute that interacts with the soul level. The core's flaw is essentially a soul level trauma for the familiar. Physical methods can never fix it, but necro energy works directly on the soul level. Gray mist seeps into the frost layer, into the core. Drip by drip, it fills the flaw, like using molten silver to mend a cracked porcelain vat. The frost phoenix's body shudders. With each infusion of gray mist, its breathing grows heavier, but it doesn't resist. A level 57 dragon understands one thing better than its master. This person isn't attacking it. He's saving it. Chapter 61. Truth. The gray mist dissipates. Lin and Mo withdraws his hand. My fingers are trembling slightly. For necro class, it's pushing way past its limits. Mental energy is almost drained. Core repair complete. Concentration 89. Bottleneck persists. Next, breakthrough. He leaned against a pillar, catching his breath. He looked at Li Muqing. Your dragon. Get ready. Dragon class must push limits to break bottleneck. External help can only assist. My high succubus helps break bottlenecks. But you know the trigger condition. Li Muqing knew, of course. She accessed Lin Mo's entire file. High succubus passive. Dual cultivation X2. Can help a female familiar tamer level up her familiar. The trigger method is dual cultivation. Literally. Her voice was calm here. But her knuckles were white, gripping the zipper of her combat suit. Lin and Mo glanced around the training field environment. You could choose to go back to the hotel. Li Muqing didn't answer. She looked at Li Qingwan at the field's edge. That nine-tailed nether fox she'd imprisoned for 20 years. Its gold-red fox eyes were quietly watching her. A faint, almost imperceptible curve at the corner of its mouth. Here. Li Muqing released the zipper. Li Qingwan raised an eyebrow slightly. She turned to look at Lin Ruashua. Lin Ruashua's expression was much calmer than she expected. No jealousy, no resistance in those purple eyes. Just the calm understanding of someone who's been there, done that. Seen the scene way too many times in the familiar space. Zhao Feifei, Zhao Qingyi. Those women had desperate reasons to throw themselves. Li Muqing is just the next one. There was a disused restroom in the corner of the training field. The lock had long rusted away. Inside was an old army cot and a few empty ammo crates. Li Muqing's steps were steady as she walked in, but her fingers trembled the moment she closed the door, because Li Qingwan was standing outside. Woman she drained, tossed in well 10 years ago. Now, separated by a rusted iron door. Listening to her dual cultivate with an 18-year-old boy. Gray mist. Lin Ruashua leaned against the pillar. Her hands swished lazily across the ground. Her tone was as casual as if waiting for a kettle to boil. How long do you think she'll take? Given master's efficiency. Li Qingwan paused. For normal cultivation, 2 hours. But this isn't for cultivation. It's for breakthrough. Dragon bottlenecks are tough. You're not checking on them? Lin Ruashua tilted her head to look at her. Is the door crack wide enough for you? She teased. Li Qingwan withdrew her gaze. I've seen her face for 20 years. Not today. Another amount passed. A low, muffled roar echoed from above the training field. The frost dragon threw back its head and cried out. The sound pierced through the dome of the abandoned training facility, shaking dust loose from the steel beams, sending it pattering down. Dragon epic tier, level 61, frost core cohesion. 100% E epic bottleneck, broken new skill. Glacial storm summons a field of extreme cold. All enemy targets within range have speed reduced by 40%. Ice type damage increased by 60% epic tier. A threshold she had crossed in a year and a half. 2 levels up, a tier evolution. The lounge door opened. Li Muqing stepped out first. The zipper of her ice blue combat suit was pulled up perfectly. Her high ponytail was neatly retied. The expression on her face had returned to its usual icy elegance. If you ignored the mark on her neck that couldn't be hidden, Lin Mo followed her out. His hoodie was wrinkled in a few places. His expression was exactly the same as before they went in. Lin Ruoxi went up to him. Her tail subtly coiled around his wrist. Her nose twitched slightly. Scent of a dragon-class packmaster. Cold, with a lingering trace of frost attribute. Completely different from the familiar succubus fragrance she knew. She didn't say anything. She just wound her tail, tipped one more loop around Lin Mo's wrist. Li Qingwan stood where she was, watching Li Muqing. A trace of genuine amusement finally appeared in her red fox eyes. Miss Li, your dragon broke through. Congratulations. Li Muqing walked up to her and stopped. The two women stood face to face. One just left the lounge, a mark on her neck. The other, imprisoned 20 years, grows her 7th tail. 20 years apart, death apart, a dual cultivation apart. Li Qingwan. Li Muqing's voice was soft. What are your terms? You can say them now. Within my power. All my best. Li Qingwan looked at her for a long, long time.
Tea stained my tail tip. It's still not clean.
I said it last time. Help me get this clean. Miss Sue's ginger tea. I washed it twice and it's still there. Not even Nether Flame could burn it off. Li Muqing was stunned. She thought Li Qingwan would ask for high-tier mana cores. She demanded compensation and an apology. But all she asked for was to clean a single tail. She looked down at that clump of matted white fur. Her lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing.
Frost gathered in her raised palm.
Gently, she applied it to the tip of Li Qingwan's tail. The melting frost carried away the last traces of ginger tea. The snowy white fur fluffed up again, clean and soft. Li Qingwan retracted her tail and gave a look. Decent. Professional stuff should be left to the pros. With her clean tail, she turned and started walking away from Lin Mo. Suddenly, she spoke up, calling after her. Li Qingwan's fox ears twitched.
Your nether fox, before it self-destructed.
I didn't let anyone destroy remains. I buried it in the backyard of the family ancestral. Li Qingwan's footsteps halted. All 7 of her tails froze stiff.
Her fox eyes shattered, then solidified.
She still didn't turn around.
She replied softly, obediently. Got it. I'll visit later.
The car ride back was much quieter than the one coming.
News of the Frost Dragon's breakthrough spread.
Li Muqing received a text. Li Sanhai had only replied with 4 words. Good. Return ASAP. She read it, locked her phone, and tossed it aside. Not a single expression showed on her face. As they neared the hotel, she suddenly spoke. Lin Mo, about my dad, leaving cracks in my dragon. You're sure the core fissures were caused by external force? Precise control, not fatal, but persistent. The only ones who can do that are those linked by a pact. You contracted your dragon yourself. Besides you,
the only one who could take the core
is someone who shares your bloodline. Lin Mo paused. What's your dad's level? Level 78. King tier. A level 78, suppressing the perception of a level 57? Easy. You wouldn't need to touch your dragon directly. Parent-offspring pact resonance can influence. It wouldn't leave any traceable evidence. Dragon class oppression over dragon class is natural. Chapter 62. The Leaf Family Archives. Muqing leaned back in her seat, eyes closed, silent for a long time. No one spoke in the car. Lin Ruoxi's tail was gently coiled around Lin Mo's wrist, its grip slightly tighter than usual. She had no interest in their internal struggles. But Li Sanhai made her deeply uncomfortable.
She felt his hand's warmth through the jacket.
The car pulls up outside the hotel. Li Muqing doesn't get out.
She hands over a key card from her suit.
Leaf Family Resource Vault. Level A access. Unlimited categories, unlimited quantities. Your terms. I said I'd deliver. The password is your birthday. It's not on the mainly system. I set it up with my own permissions. No access logs will be left. Lin Mo takes the card, flipping over. No Leaf Family crest. Just a serial number. She prepared this in advance. She made her decision even before the negotiation at the banquet. Aren't you coming in?
I'm returning to the main estate with questions.
Her voice is calm, but her fingers clench and unclench on her knee. With that level 78 guy, after the black sedan drives away from the hotel, Lin Mo stands by the revolving door.
He flips the crestless key card in his hand.
Lin Ruoxi's tail winds around from behind him. The tip gently brushes his wrist. Her voice is lazy, tinged with curiosity. Level A access, unlimited categories and quantities. When do you think she got that ready? Before last night's banquet? Lin Mo pockets the card. When she agreed to the terms of the negotiation table, the card was already in her pocket. Holding her freshly clean tail, she stands on his other side. Her fox eyes glint under the street lamps. Her voice carries a complicated, hard-to-place note. Li Muqing, she never leaves an out. Preparing the pass in advance means she never intended the negotiation to fail. Let's go. Lin Mo turns and walks into the hotel lobby. The resource vault isn't in the association HQ building, or any of the Leaf family's known estates. The back of the key card has a set of coordinates. It leads to a survey station in the western suburbs. The facade is a 3-story old building with white tiled walls. The sign by the entrance is so faded the words are illegible. Lin Mo pushes open the glass door and walks in. An elderly, bespectacled retiree sits at the front desk. He's watching an opera program on a tablet. He glances up at Lin Mo. His eyes linger on the key card in his hand for a second. Then he looks back down at his show, muttering offhandedly.
Card for sub-basement 4. The elevator opens.
Lin Ruoxi's tail tenses slightly for an instant, not from danger, but from the sheer density of ambient mana. The air down here on sub-level 4 is thick with mana waves.
So dense even normies can feel it prickling their skin.
Corridors lined with rows of alloy shelving, each shelf sealed in a shimmering, transparent mana barrier. Beneath the barriers, glimpses of various spirit cores, talismans, gear, and ancient texts. Li Qingwan's 7 tails flare out slightly, all at once. Her fox ears twitch gently. It's been 20 years since she felt mana this concentrated. Last time she stood in a place like this, she was the Leaf family's captive ghost fox, dragged here to collect her pitiful ration of spiritual energy. Master, 3rd row on your left. I sense necro class energy. Lin Mo walks in the direction she points. 3rd shelf up. A fist-sized, ash-black spirit core lies still beneath the barrier. Her purple veins pulse across the surface, throbbing faintly like blood vessels. Necro class, legendary tier, spirit core. High effect. Core for breaking level 30 bottleneck. Necro only. Irreplaceable. Lin Mo presses his keycard to the barrier. Glass slides up. He lifts the core, testing its weight. Powerful energy triggers his status screen. System, high-tier necrosphere core found. Absorbable, REQ, level. Use after level 25. He tucks the core into his pack. Moves on down the aisle. Leeching Yuan trails behind him, her eyes darting over the shelves. Locked up for 20 years in her previous life, she knows the Li family's resources intimately. What's truly valuable, and what's just flashy junk for show. She knows it better than their own warehouse manager. Master, second row on your right. Third slot. That book, it's not originally from Li family. Looted from a minor family wiped out in the north. A variant diagram of a necro class summoning circle. Lin Mo walks over and opens the ancient text. The pages are yellowed and brittle. Intricate, complex lines of a circle drawn in charcoal. Text is an obscure, unknown minor language. He can't read the words, but he can grasp the circle structure. 70% similar to his bloodline summon skill. But there's an extra filter layer in the target selection criteria. It's not a random summon of a deceased female ancestor. Instead, it uses the blood sample's lineage anchor point. Lock onto the most powerful deceased female in that bloodline. The core principle is the same as its current bloodline summon. It just adds a selection logic. Useful when you have multiple blood samples. Prioritize summoning the most valuable target. Lin Mo puts the ancient text into his backpack. Jing Wan, Master, you've done well. There's a reward for you tonight. Jing Wan's fox ears shoot straight up. A flicker of barely contained joy flashes in her crimson eyes. But her tone remains that obedient facade. Jing Wan thanks her master. Lin Ruashiwa leans against the shelf. Her tail sways lazily. Her violet eyes hold a trace of an all-knowing smile. She doesn't speak. She knows Lin Mo too well. When he says reward, he means it literally. Ear scritches, head pats, maybe a good night kiss at most. When he's actually planning to eat, he never gives a heads up. But Li Qingwan doesn't know that. The fox spirit rejoices. Master rewards me tonight. Lin Mo circles the resource vault one more time. He takes 3 things. A high-grade necro-familiar core, a book on variant summoning arrays, and an unremarkable gray ring. Ring of the Last Whisper. Epic. Equip level 20. Effects. Necro class skill cooldown reduced by 20%. Summon duration extended by 30%. Unique passive. Last Whisper. Upon the wearer's death. Drains all familiar's mana to force a single resurrection. Cooldown 1 year. When Lin Ruashiwa reads that last line, her tail goes rigid. She grabs Lin Ma's wrist. Her violet eyes sharpen. Voice tightens. This ring. Why are you putting it on? Chapter 63. The truth. Lin Mo slides the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand. A perfect fit. Just in case. In case of what? Li Sanghai is level 78. I'm level 20 right now. If he wants me dead, I won't even have time to summon you. But this ring gives me an extra life. She wants to say, you won't die. It's meaningless in the face of a level 78 king tier tamer. In the end, she says nothing. Instead, her tail wraps tightly around his wrist, 3 full coils. Li Qingwan stands to the side, watching as the gray ring slips on a Lin Ma's finger. The joy in her golden red eyes slowly drains away, replaced by an emotion she hasn't felt in a very long time. She's lived for so many years, seen too many people do anything for power. But Lin Mo is the first person who, after securing resources, his first instinct is to buy himself a freaking respawn item. Not because he's afraid to die. We would die too. Soul pact. Master servant. Live and die together. This ring. He's not just protecting his own life. It was already dusk when they emerged from the resource vault. The western sky glowed orange-red at sunset. The exploration station's sign cast a long shadow. Lin Mo stood at the entrance. He glanced down at the gray ring on his left ring finger. He eyed the new mana core and ancient tome. Finally, he looked back at the 2 contracted familiars behind him. Back to the hotel. Not cultivating tonight. Lin Ruashiwa tilted her head. A hint of knowing amusement in her violet eyes. Cultivate later. Food first. Li Qingwan followed behind, clutching the ancient tome. Her 7 tails swayed gently in the evening breeze. A faint coolness lingered from the ice that had washed them clean. For the first time in 20 years, someone had stood up for her. For the first time, someone had cleaned the fill from her tails. Someone put a ring on her to keep her alive. She glanced at her tails, lips curving slightly. When they returned to the penthouse suite, Yuqing scrolled her phone, the wormling in her lap. Seeing the 3 return, she immediately stood up. Her gaze swept over Lin Ma's entire body. Seeing he was unhurt, she sighed in relief. Casually, she said, "You're back. Food's in the fridge. Mom told me to heat up you guys." Lin Ruashiwa walked over and ruffled her daughter's hair. Her tail gave a light pat on Yuqing's back. "You worked hard." Yuqing's ears flushed red, but her mouth remained sharp. "I didn't. It was the silver wormling. Kept waiting by the door. Couldn't stop him." The silver wormling lay on the carpet, its tail tapping the floor rhythmically. A low, aggrieved rumble sounded in its throat. Lin Mo placed the tome and mana core on the coffee table. He leaned back on the couch and closed his eyes. Today was too much. Repairing a level 57 dragon core, negotiations, looting the vault. His mental energy was almost drained. He just wanted to rest his eyes. Lin Ruashiwa sensed his exhaustion. Her tail rested gently on his shoulder. She said nothing more. Li Qingwan knelt quietly by the coffee table. She opened the ancient tome. She translated the array notes, character by character. Outside the window, the night over the capital deepened. In the direction of distant family ancestral. Lights blazed. Li Muqing's car waited at the gate. She sat in the driver's seat, not getting out immediately. Her knuckles on the steering wheel were white. A sealed file from the association lay on the seat. On the file's cover was printed a single line of text. Medical report. Top secret. She took a deep breath, pushed open the car door. Some things had to be clarified tonight. Only when she pushed open the door for the omission. The grandfather clock in the living room chimed 11 times. The whole house was dead silent. Only a few dim wall lamps lit the corridor. The servants had already retired. A sliver of light under the study door. Li Sanghai was still awake. Li Muqing clutched the medical report, paused at the foot of the stairs for a few seconds, then headed up. The study door was slightly ajar. She knocked twice. "Come in." Li Sanghai sat behind the desk. An old, yellow journal spread open for him. A cup of stone-cold tea sat by his hand. He glanced up at his daughter, his gaze lingering for a moment on the file folder in her hand. Then he calmly closed the journal. "Coming home so late. Is there a matter?" Li Muqing placed the file on the desk. She stood, Dad, I saw your physical report. Li Songhai's expression didn't change. He sipped cold tea. And? Your mana channel index is declining. Li Muqing's voice was low, but every word was enunciated clearly. In the association's records, your registered level has always been 78. But your peak readings have dropped to the level of a 62. She pushed the file forward slightly. How long have you been hiding the secret? Silence. Li Songhai set down his cup, leaned back in his chair, and looked up at the ceiling. The light cast a layer of shadow across his face. Weariness touched his composed face. 2 years and 7 months, he said. Li Muqing's fingers clenched tightly. Sit down, Li Songhai said, gesturing to the chair opposite. You want to hear the whole story standing. Li Muqing gritted her teeth and sat down. Li Songhai was silent for a while. When he spoke again, his voice was much lower than usual. 2 years ago, on an overseas mission, deep in the northern Rift Valley, I encountered something. It was a necro-class creature. It was an existence I'd never seen before. It had no physical form, but could directly corrode a Packmaster's mana channel's core. He rolled his sleeve, revealing a dark gray pattern on his forearm, like a vein running from his wrist to his elbow. The pattern's surface glowed faintly. It's attached to me. The association's best healers have looked at it. They're powerless. My core corrosion accelerates. At this rate, I've got maybe a year left. Li Muqing stared at the grayish pattern. Her pupils contracted slightly. So that's why you're rushing to pass the family business to me, right? Li Songhai pulled his sleeve down. I plan to pass the Li family to you this year. But that Lin MO you brought back tonight, he's thrown my entire plan in chaos. Li Muqing looked up. What does he have to do with this? That skill of his. Li Songhai's gaze sharpened. Bloodline summoning. Summoning deceased female ancestors. Do you have any idea what that means? Li Muqing was momentarily stunned. Chapter 64, Return Journey. I looked at the records. Inside the antiquated study of the Li family's Beijing estate. The light was dim. Li Songhai stood with his hands behind his back. His voice was hoarse, grating like rough stones. No necro-class skill like this has ever existed. This isn't some ordinary undead summoning. This forced manifestation crosses life and death. If today he can summon the Su family's dead in public, tomorrow he might set his sights on our Li family. Li Songhai whirled around. In his somewhat clouded, hawk-like eyes, a chilling glint flashed. Your grandmother. Your great-grandmother. Your great-great-grandmother. The Li family's brilliant female ancestors. Their remains and spirits rest in the ancestral tombs. He could drag them all out of their graves at any time. Make them his personal puppets. Hearing this, Li Muqing's delicate frame gave a slight shudder. A profound look of horror flashed in her ice-blue eyes. Last night, at the banquet, she had only seen Lin Mo's terrifying potential and exploitable value. She had completely overlooked the sheer, blasphemous threat hidden behind this near-taboo bloodline summoning. Dad, if that's the case, why do you still have me given the A-class access pass? Li Muqing bit her crimson lip. Her voice took on an edge of urgency. Give it. Not only give it, but give it generously. Li Songhai gave a cold laugh. Slowly sitting back down behind his desk. A calculating look crossed his shrewd, aged face. He's only in his 20s, level-wise. Even with a sky-high skill, he can't flip the table against absolute power. Better than making an enemy before his wings are grown. Tie him firmly to the Li family's worship. Once he becomes the Li family's son-in-law, this forbidden power becomes the sharpest blade in the Li family's arsenal. Li Muqing looked at her father before her. She saw the usually hands-off patriarch in a chilling new light. His mind is a bottomless, dried-up well of schemes. Dad, about your condition, should we tell him? Necro healing can even mint a level 57 Dragon class core. Maybe he can. Slam Li Songhai's fist hits the desk. He cuts her off, his voice sharp. Until we fully scoped out that kid's background and loyalty, we absolutely cannot let him know I'm on my last legs. Holding a king-tier tamer's life. Would they ever be content being just a pawn for the Li family? He'd flip the script. He'd devour us whole. Muqing's mouth opens and closes. Death aura spreads from her old wound. Is finally swallowed by a helpless sigh. She stands, pausing at the study door, without turning back. Dad, how much longer do you have? Li Songhai doesn't answer. He just waves a hand, dismissing her. The hallway is deathly silent. Li Muqing leans against the cold wall, chest heaving. A bitter laugh escapes her. She pulls out her phone, stares at Lin Mo's name in her contacts. Her finger hovers over the screen for a long time. In the end, she doesn't press it, stuffing the phone away, a strange restlessness burning in her chest. She strides away. Meanwhile, in the penthouse suite, Lin Mo reclines on a plush velvet sofa, eyes closed. Ding. Bloodline summoning skill upgrade available. Upgrade condition. Absorb high-tier necro class marrow. Current level, 24. Recommended use after reaching level 30. His gaze drifts to the ashen black marrow on the coffee table. He dismisses the panel. No rush. After level 24, his power has undergone a qualitative leap. An instinctive, bone-chilling necro aura radiates from him. His body, refined by the feedback of power, seems taller, sharper. Master a honeyed, intoxicating moan. Li Qingwan kneels beside the coffee table. A cascade of snow-white hair spills over her shoulders. She's wearing an impossibly sheer, pale green silk nightgown. The neckline plunges dangerously low as she leans forward to write. Something pale and full sways hypnotically in the dim light, like a massive fur rug spread across the floor. While the 8th and 9th semi-transparent phantom tails flicker faintly in the air, tracing their outlines. A faint scent of netherflame hangs in the air, the core logic of this variant array diagram. Qingwan has translated all for you. Spreading the rice paper, she crawls on her knees to Lin Mo's side. Her golden red fox eyes are pools of liquid desire. She looks at him, a picture of Kokesh devotion. It does indeed require blood as a catalyst. But the coolest part, it has an added bloodline filter. If you input multiple blood samples at the same time, sorts by target's mana strength. It'll prioritize summoning the strongest deceased woman. Lin Mo opened his eyes. His hand pinched the fluffy, pale white fox ear on top of her head. Li Qingwan's delicate body trembled. Both Fox's ears instantly flushed red. Her 9 tails obediently coiled around Lin Ma's ankles. Gently rubbing his sweet, barely suppressed moans escaped her lips. Multiple blood samples. So that means if I have blood from both the Sioux and the families, I can pick and choose precisely. Maybe even do a double summon. Lin Ma rubbed the sensitive tip of her ear, asking coolly, that's right. Since Qingwan did such a good job, Master, do I get a special reward tonight? Li Qingwan rested her chin on Lin Ma's knee, like a docile Persian cat, nuzzling his thigh with her ample peaks. Her gold-red eyes were filled with undisguised desire. You sure know how to ask for a treat, Lin Ma sneered. His large hand directly, MPH, Master. Li Qingwan's breathing instantly grew heavy. Her foxtails tightened their grip.
One night without it, and you're climbing walls?
From a void beside them, shadowy energy swirled as Lin Ruoxua stepped out with elegant grace. She wore nothing but one of Lin Ma's oversized white t-shirts, the hem barely covering her bottom.
Her gorgeous legs completely exposed to the air. Her succubus tail wagged playfully behind her.
Immediately coiling around one of Li Qingwan's foxtails, she gave a slight tug. Master is tired today. I'm the one serving him, big sister. You wait.
Sister Lin, you look so cute when you're jealous.
Li Qingwan, far from being angry, wriggled her boneless body deeper into Lin Ma's embrace. She looked back at Lin Ruoxua with a provocative gaze. The taste of soul pact, you an outsider's sister,
could never truly understand it.
Chapter 65, Su Wan's family. The two women subtly vied for position beside Lin Ma. Demonic fragrance and nether fox scent intertwined silently in the air. Lin Ma wasted no words. With a long reach of his arm, he pulled both women into his embrace. Had enough?
Lin Ma's tone was cold. No one's getting off easy tonight. The bed was shrouded. Only faint moans remained.
Gently undulated deep within the mist. The next morning, Lin Ma was jolted awake by a frantic knocking on the door. He opened it to find Su Yuqing standing prim and proper. She changed into a clean white sundress today. Her long, straight black hair fell smoothly over her shoulders.
Her pretty eyes were rimmed with faint dark circles.
Clearly, the questionable noises from the next room last night, which went on the entire night, had made sleep impossible for her. She flinched, avoiding Lin Ma's intensely predatory gaze. Her heart was miscomplicated.
The way she looked at Lin Ma now was incredibly complex.
Not only had he become the absolute master of her mother, Lin Ruoxua, he had stormed the capital and brutally avenged her mother. She felt a primal fear and respect for him. Yet, because of her connection to Lin Ruoxua, she was stuck here, awkward and dependent. As for Lin Ma's feelings towards Su Yuqing, they were cold indifference. He kept no useless people. It was because she was Lin Ruoxua's daughter. To Lin Ma, taking in both mother and daughter was a messy complication. He had zero interest in that. In his eyes, Su Yuqing was just a tag along. A little maid kept around to serve tea and water, nothing more. Li Muqing had breakfast delivered at 7 a.m. sharp. He also left a message saying we have to leave the capital today. Su Yuqing stammered out the report, holding the shrunken, cat's-eyed silver wormling tightly in her arms. Lin Ma gave her a cold, dismissive glance. He took the insulated lunchbox from her hand. Then, with an icy touch, he pinched her pale cheek. Got it. Go pack. Su Yuqing shivered from the pinch, her whole body trembling. Her legs felt weak. Blushing, she managed a soft MHM. She fled with the dragon, utterly humiliated. Lin Ma didn't spare her a single shred of warmth. Hours later, they boarded the train to Qingyan City. Inside the private train compartment, the space felt a bit cramped. Lin Ma leaned against the window, eyes closed, listening. Lin Ruoxua had changed back in her form-fitting black cheapao. Her mature, voluptuous body was practically glued to Lin Ma's side. Her stocking-clad leg subtly rested on his knee under the table. Her demon tail mischievously slithered up his pant leg. Li Qingwan sat on the other side. Her slender, gauze-veiled figure radiated startling heat. Punished too severely by Lin Ma last night, her entire body now felt sore. I had to lean half my body against Lin Ma's chest. Her snow-white foxtail had nowhere to go in the cramped seat. It ended up being awkwardly tucked between his legs. Su Yuqing sat across from them, watching the almost absurd scene across from her. The air in the car felt so thin it was suffocating. She glanced at Lin Ma. He looked completely unbothered. He didn't even spare her a glance. He was just casually enjoying the two girls' attentions. This kind of total indifference, being completely ignored, actually made Su Yuqing feel a bit relieved. But at the same time, a strange sense of loss settled in her chest. Miss Su, were you eavesdropping on us again last night? Li Qingwan suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she giggled. How about you join us at the old house? Master's bed is huge. I'm sure Sister Lin won't mind one more, you know. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Su Yuqing's face flushed bright red. In her flustered panic, the cup of ginger tea in her hand jolted. The hot liquid splashed right on Li Qingwan's prettiest foxtail. Ah, Li Qingwan yelped. It wasn't pain. The sticky tea instantly stained her pristine white fur. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Su Yuqing made a mess trying to wipe it. Lin Ruoxua narrowed her eyes, flicking her tail smugly.
Serves you right, flirting in the car. Lin Ma opened his eyes and gave them a cold look.
He reached out and yanked Su Yuqing from her corner,
pinning her beside him. Can't you all behave in the car? Cut it out. All of you.
He was treating her like nothing more than a compliant body pillow. Su Yuqing held tightly in his arms, inhaling his overpowering, intoxicating masculine scent. Her body stiffened instantly before going mostly limp. Blushing, she curled up against him, frozen. At 2 p.m., the SUV arrived at the Lin ancestral home. Pushing the door open, the familiar, cozy atmosphere washed over them. Su Yuqing, like a bird set free, practically flew into the living room, dragging her suitcase behind her. Slowly, silently pounced at the back of this. It promptly knocked over and shattered Lin Ruoxua's flower pot.
That little beast. I'm going to stew it for dinner one of these days.
Lin Ruoxua spat out in annoyance, but she still sat over her ample hips, clean up mess. Lin Ma sat down on a rosewood sofa. Linimo sat on the redwood sofa. Qingwan immediately knelt by his legs like a docile maid. Using those pale, delicate little hands of hers, she began massaging his thighs with just the right amount of pressure. Her 9 tails were obediently tucked behind her. Things with Sujan. Linimo finally spoke up. He took out his phone and called Qin Roland. Soon after, Qin Roland sent over an extremely detailed encrypted file. Qin Roland found out the mountain allied with Obsidian, a major capital guild. Guildmaster Zhou Chongming, 53, a master familiar tamer. His methods are utterly vicious, and Qin Roland also has this. Obsidian guild people made contact with Su Hao 3 days ago. Hao's locked up by his parents in the slums' old house. Something doesn't seem right. Su Hao. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ma's eyes. Su Wan sacrificed herself to save that base brother, and now his trash airs collude with the tip of Lin Roi Shui's tail lightly tapped his shoulder. Su Hao, huh? You're thinking of using him as bait? No, Linimo stood up, putting his jacket back on. We're going to Su Hao's. Obsidian contacted him. He must know something. Roi Shui, Qingwan, you're with me. Yuqing, you stay here and lock up. Su Yuqing peeked out from a kitchen. Hold the spatula. Look at me, sir. Then be careful. From beginning to end, Linimo didn't spare her a single extra ounce of warmth. The small east house, 2nd floor. Lin Ma's group arrived. They were hit by an overpoweringly pungent smell of blood. The entire house was shrouded in a faint black mist. The loquat tree leaves inside were visibly wilting, turning black. Knock, knock, knock. Linimo rang the bell. A few seconds later, the door opened a crack. Su Hao was pale, paralyzed. When she saw Lin Roi Shui standing behind Linimo, her whole body jolted as if struck by lightning. Her legs gave way, nearly buckling on the spot. Roi Shui, you're really alive? Lin Roi Shui stared coldly at her former sister-in-law. Slender black stockings revealed over her legs. Her tail gave a light flick. Her voice was ice cold. Sister-in-law, where's Su Hao? We need to ask him a few things. He's in the innermost room on the 2nd floor. He's locked himself in there for 3 days. The strange sounds. I can't get the door open. He's locked himself in there for 3 days. Strange noises inside. I can't open the door. Mrs. Chun wailed and scrambled out of the way. Linimo didn't hesitate for a second. He led the 2 girls straight upstairs. The 2nd floor hallway was thick with dark mist. On the door of the innermost room, eerie black runes pulsed with light. Linimo, an urgent panic cry rang out. Su-Wan was there, wielding a blade of wind, frantically hacking at the shimmering barrier on the door. She only wore a loose white shirt today. The top 3 buttons were undone, revealing her delicate collarbone. Fabric rose and felt slightly with breath. Sweat soaked the shirt, making it cling to her skin. It outlined a breathtakingly soft, alluring curve. The door sealed by the obsidian chamber's magic. Su Hao screaming in there. I can't get in. Seeing Linimo, Su-Wan almost sobbed, collapsing weakly into his arms. A faint, intoxicating scent clung to her. Lin Ma's hand naturally found her slender waist. His large palm stroked her side once, with a possessiveness that brooked no refusal. Su-Wan gasped, startled. Half her body went limp. Step back. Let me handle this. Linimo walked to the door, gray mist erupting from his palm. He was level 24 now. The purity and sheer power of his necro energy far surpassed before. The spiritual pressure radiating from the door warped the very air. A gray net instantly enveloped the black barrier. A sharp tug, crack. The formidable level 4 necro power shredded the seal instantly. The door was blasted open by the violent energy. Inside, Su Hao lay spread-eagled on the floor. His face was deathly pale. On his chest, a pitch-black jade pendant glowed with a sinister red light. Black tendrils burrowed into his flesh, frantically devouring his life force and blood. An obsidian chamber parasite pendant. Yijing murmured, her golden red fox eyes narrowing. A vile tool to control pawns. Looks like Su Jinshan wanted to use his useless nephew as an anchor point for the chamber's tracking. Can you fix this? Su-Wan's face was ghostly white. She looked at Linimo pleadingly. Her body unconsciously pressed closer to his. Her chest was tight against his arm. I can, but the price is high. His meaning clear. Su-Wan bit her red lip. She knew exactly what he meant. Thinking of her brother's life, and then I think of Lin Mo's strong body. I feel a bit weak all over, my voice a tiny whisper. As long as you can save him, I'll do whatever you say. Ruo Shui, Qingwan, do it. Lin Mo gives the command. Then Ruo Shui lets out a flirtatious seal. Her bewitching eyes glow with crimson light. The succubus's power instantly envelopes the jade pendant, slowing its devouring speed. Li Qingwan sweeps her 9 tails. A ghostly blue nether flame erupts from their tips, precisely searing the black tendrils on the pendant. Spell ripples before Lin Mo. Their figures sway. Lin Ruo Shui, while casting, deliberately wriggles her waist like a water snake. Her long legs peek through the mist. It's a total visual assault. Li Qingwan, meanwhile, wraps her 9 tails around Lin Mo. One of them even playfully brushes against his neck. Her gold-red fox eyes gaze at him with deep affection. Su-Wan blushes at her fragrant breath. She never imagined that in such a serious rescue scene. The top familiars vie for his attention. Lin Mo snorts coldly. His formidable level 24 spiritual power materializes, and forcibly yanks the weak pendant out of Su Hao's chest. Su Hao screams once before passing out completely. Li Qingwan's nether flame seals the wound. The pendant lands in Lin Mo's hand, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke, leaving only a chilling voice echoing in the room. Lin Mo, the Obsidian Merchant Guild, awaits you in the capital. Crisis averted. Su Jiangwo and Mrs. Chun, hearing Su Hao isn't dead. The wailing starts outside the door. Su-Wan tactfully locks the door, shutting her parents out. The room is dimly lit. The smell of blood mixes with the natural scents of the 3 women, creating a strange, warm atmosphere. Su-Wan leans against the wall, panting weakly from exhaustion. Her white blouse, damp with sweat, clings to her body, revealing large patches of fair skin. Lin Mo walks over. He corners her against the wall, his hands on either side of her, looking down at her from above. Su Hao's life is saved. Now it's your turn to pay the price. Su-Wan's eyelashes flutter. She glances nervously at the smirking Lin Ruo Shui and Li Qingwan. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and these vixens, instinctive tremors and shyness intertwine. Her rhythm falters. My parents are outside. Her voice was barely a whisper. Lin Mo didn't waste words.
A wave of pink, intoxicating fragrance erupted from the void, instantly sealing the entire bedroom. Li Jingwan understood immediately. A barrier of snow-white foxtails, dense and impenetrable, completely concealed their figures. Parents' muffled sobs faded into the mist. In the depths of the dark, swirling fog, Su Wan's wind affinity began to resonate and merge. Amidst the alluring, suggestive scent, the passive effects of the soul link quietly activated. Only the soft rustle of discarded clothes remained, and the low, rhythmic hum of surging mana, echoing in the silent room for a long, long time. Dawn's light pierced the old apartment's curtains, spilling onto the disheveled room. That intense tide of mana had long since calmed. Only warmth and a faint fragrance lingered. Su-Wan slowly opened her eyes. Her whole body felt so weak she could barely lift a finger, but the surging, potent wind mana coursing through her veins clearly told her just how insane the boost from that absurd mana resonance had been. She instinctively summoned her status screen. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Name, Su-Wan. Level, peak of level 19. She jumped 2 whole sub-levels, right to the threshold of breaking through to level 20. The residual, level 24 Necromana. High Succubus, Unreal Dual Cultivation Boost. This shortcut to power, it was disgustingly fast. Su-Wan turned to the fully dressed boy beside her, his expression cold and detached. Lin Mo fastened the last button on his shirt. His handsome profile looked sharp and unyielding in the morning light. He didn't even spare a glance for the woman on the bed, as if last night's desperate entanglement, the aura fusion that had nearly made her lose control, was just another routine chore. This almost cruel indifference stirred a complex mix of humiliation in Su-Wan's heart, and a submissive awe she herself hadn't even noticed. The parasitic toxin in Su-Hao's body has been purged. Lin Mo looked down at her from above, his tone devoid of any warmth. Remember what you promised. Notify me immediately if Obsidian Commerce Guild moves. Su-Wan bit her red lip, pulling the slightly torn white shirt tighter around herself. She whispered, I know. Lin Mo didn't spare her another look. He left without a glance after waiting all night. Lin Mo emerged, startling the haggard couple back. They didn't even dare breathe too loudly. Lin Mo left with the 2 women. But the couple finally collapsed weakly onto the floor. They scrambled on all fours into the room to check on their son. Lin Mo, on the other hand, remained utterly calm the entire time. To him, Su-Hao's life was worthless. What he wanted was the Obsidian Commerce Guild connection, and a useful tool like Su-Wan. It was already 8 in the morning. A steaming hot breakfast was laid out on the dining table. Su Yuqing was sitting at the table, holding a familiar tome in her hands. She flipped idly until the door opened. She instinctively looked up. Her gaze lingered on Lin Mo for a split second, before immediately shifting to Lin Ruoxue and Li Jingwan. As Lin Ruoxue's daughter, Su Yuqing was acutely sensitive to her mother's aura. She sensed lingering wind mana from another woman on her mother's body, and that faint, blush-inducing warmth that still clung to her. Su Yuqing's heart clenched violently. She lowered her head in a fluster, biting her lip hard. Her hands unconsciously gripped her skirt, wrinkling the fabric. She knew exactly what had happened last night. The thought that her own cousin, Su-Wan, was now just like her mother, beneath that cold-hearted boy, and even she herself had to live under his roof, forced to serve her supposed archenemy. A sour, complicated feeling welled up in her chest. But she knew better. Lin Mo had never shown her a single ounce of kindness. The way that man looked at her was so distant, like he was looking at a passing stranger. He only kept her around because she was Lin Ruoxue's daughter. He had no interest in that line. Lin Mo. Breakfast is ready. Su Yuqing took a deep breath, pushing down the sourness, and stood up awkwardly. She proactively ladled a bowl of hot porridge for Lin Mo. Lin Mo gave a faint acknowledgement, took the bowl, and took a sip. Lin Ruoxue, seeing her daughter's wrong yet obedient look, sighed inwardly. She walked over and gently ruffled Su Yuqing's hair. Her tail brushed her daughter's ankles soothingly, sending over a gentle wave of mana. Li Jingwan, meanwhile, sat elegantly to the side. Her 9 snow-white tails lazily groomed themselves behind her. Her gold-tinged fox eyes swept over Su Yuqing. A faint, mocking smile tugged at the corner of her lips. But she was smart enough not to start anything right now. A weirdly tense silence settled over the dinner table. Just then, Lin Ma's phone on the table buzzed. He answered, and Qin Roland's urgent voice came through. Lin Mo, we have a problem. My dad just got word from headquarters. The society already knows the parasitic jade was destroyed. Chamber VP Chongqian, level 35, sent tonight. He's rushing to Qingyan City. Level 35? Lin Ma's eyebrow arched slightly. Qin Roland, Chongqian, lightning rare. Brutal. He's got a nasty rep in the capital's underworld. Her tone was full of worry. And it seems someone at HQ is pulling strings behind the scenes. They deliberately buried my dad's report. Don't count on the branch for backup this time. Be careful. Hanging up, Lin Mo stared at his phone screen. A cold, sharp smile slowly spread across his face. Level 35. To a normal person, that would be an insurmountable wall. But he's level 24 now, with 2 legendary tier familiars in hand. Bloodline summoning is practically a forbidden move. Master, is a big fish going to play? Li Jingwan looked up. Her crimson fox eyes gleamed with a cruel, intoxicating excitement. Her 9 tails fanned out slightly behind her. Lin Ruoxue also stopped what she was doing. Her mature, voluptuous body tensed. Her black succubus tail stiffened into a straight line behind her. Level 35. Looks like we'll have to stretch our legs a bit. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. A terrifying, icy glint shone in his deep, dark eyes. If they're in such a hurry to die, let them come. He turned his gaze to Su Yuqing, who looked pale beside him. Clean up the backyard. No guests tonight. Over Qingyan City, thick storm clouds had gathered without warning. A howling wind swept the old street. Low rumbles of thunder echoed deep within the clouds. The air felt heavy, suffocating. The osmanthus tree thrashed violently. Su Yuqing bit her lip, silently sweeping the shards of a broken flower pot into a dustpan. Her movements were stiff. Her eyes kept darting toward the living room. Inside, the lights were dim. Lin Mo was sitting quietly on the couch, his eyes slightly closed. Lin Ruoxue was practically melted into his embrace, her dark chi-pao shimmering with a subtle sheen in the dim light. Her legs in sheer black stockings crossed Lin Ma's lap, a black succubus tail swaying lazily in the air. Its heart-shaped tip brushed Lin Ma's hand, sending a faint, tingling sensation through him. Qingwan lay curled by Lin Ma's legs like a docile white fox, her pale green gauze nightgown slightly disheveled from the friction, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin. 9 snowy foxtails fanned out across the sofa, one of them slyly winding around Lin Ruoxue's waist, subtly tangling with that black succubus tail. Chapter 68, Thunderstorm Night, the Master's Battlefield. That level 35 guy who came tonight. I heard he's improved due to plays with lightning. Li Qingwan lifted her golden red fox eyes, her breath fragrant, voice dripping with deliberate, syrupy sweetness. Li Qingwan, use illusion first, Master. Make him kneel before you and crawl in like a dog. Lin Ruoxue let out a cold snort, her stocking leg rubbing slightly against Lin Ma's knee. A flash of lazy coldness in her violet eyes. You damn fox demon, with your lousy level 12 illusions. You think you can trap a level 35 lightning class tamer? Don't come crying when your tail gets fried by lightning. And Master has to save your sorry hide. Oh, is Sister Lin worried about me? Li Qingwan giggled lightly, pressing her body even tighter against Lin Mo, her 9 tails swaying, wafting an alluring, mysterious fragrance. Lin Mo didn't open his eyes, but both his large hands came down, precisely seizing the 2 women's vital points. One gripping Lin Ruoxue's stocking thigh, the other clamping down hard on the base of Li Qingwan's foxtail. MMPH. 2 suppressed moans sounded simultaneously. The 2 women who'd been secretly competing instantly went limp. Flushed faces nestled against Lin Ma's chest, not daring to utter another word. Su Yuqing stood at the back door, staring dumbfounded at the scene, watching her mother's usually aloof, elegant form, submitting so effortlessly under Lin Ma's touch, watching that fiercely beautiful 9-tailed foxwoman, acting so subservient, like a slave before the young man. This intense visual shock made Su Yuqing's heart race uncontrollably, a strange, warm, restless heat rising in her lower abdomen. She lowered her head, clutching her shirt, her nails dug into her palms. Lin Ma's coldness toward her was bone deep. He didn't even spare her a glance, as if she was just an unwanted piece of furniture in this house. Yet, that very coldness felt like an invisible chain, locking her deep in a pit of awe and forced obedience. A deafening thunderclap exploded over the old mansion. The osmanthus tree in the backyard shudders violently. Lin Mo finally opened his eyes. In their dark depths, a flicker of ghostly green necroflame vanished instantly. They're here, he stated flatly, his voice devoid of any ripple. Outside, the old mansion's once tightly shut vermilion gates were blasted into charred fragments by a force of lightning. Wind and rain instantly sweep the front courtyard. Black mist and crackling lightning intertwined in the yard, emitting a sharp, sizzling sound. A tall, burly figure stepped over the scattered debris and puddles, slowly walking in. Level 35, Thunder Attribute, Rare Tier, Familiar Tamer. Top Enforcer for the Obsidian Commerce Guild. Clad in form-fitting black combat gear, his body crackled with dense, blue electric arcs. With every step, the water at his feet instantly vaporized, releasing an acrid white smoke. Behind him followed 4 black-clad death soldiers around level 20, each with a sinister gaze and a blade in hand. Lin Mo, get your ass out here and die. Chang Qian's voice boomed like thunder, rolling through the storm. It made the mansion's windows rattle. His eyes, full of violent lightning, fixed on the living room door. His face a mask of contempt and a vicious grin. A measly little level 24 necro class brat, daring to destroy our Obsidian Guild's token. Today, I'm not just taking your life. I'll skin your 2 legendary beasts and haul them back to the capital as an offering to the guildmaster. The wooden door slowly opens in the gale. Lin Mo walked out, hands in his pockets, his expression unerringly calm. He wasn't wearing combat gear, just a faded set of casual clothes. Amidst the raging storm and lightning, his level 24 necro aura silently unfurled around him, pushing back the electric arcs by meters. Behind him, Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan stepped out, flanking him. Both women had shed their earlier seductive airs. Lin Ruoxue's dark chi-pao fluttered, her black succubus tail slowly rising behind her. Her violet eyes gleamed with an alluring, ice-cold killing intent. Li Qingwan's silver white hair whipped wildly in the wind and rain, her 9 white tails spreading out behind her like a massive shield. Her gold-red eyes were filled with cruel excitement. Chang Qian's gaze swept over Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan. His pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. 2 legendary familiars, only level 10. The sheer pressure radiating from their bloodlines is making his own lightning mana feel sluggish and hard to control. So that's your trick, relying on familiars to be cocky. Chang Qian sneered, lightning erupting from his body. A massive, crackling thunder silhouette formed at his feet. But a level gap is huge. Quality can't bridge this. Thunderstorm tiger, come. Roar. A savage tiger's roar split the night sky. A colossal tiger, over 5 meters tall, wreathed in violent lightning, leaped out from the summoning circle. Its overwhelming level 35 pressure crashed down like a mountain upon Lin Mo and the other 2. For a moment, even the raging storm seemed to freeze. Standing beside his thunderstorm tiger, Chang Qian looked down at Lin Mo with utter contempt. His eyes were full of cruel, predatory glee. On your knees, brat. Beg. Maybe I'll make your death quick. Lin Mo stared at the rampaging lightning tiger, but the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a cold, mocking smirk. He didn't even bother taking his hands out of his pockets. He just tilted his head slightly, his voice icy. Qingwan, Ruoxue, try not to mess up the yard tonight. Arrogant punk, die. Chang Qian laughed furiously, the violent lightning around him almost solidifying. With his furious shout, the massive thunderstorm tiger's 4 paws slammed into the ground, kicking up a wave of mud and water charged with blue electric darts. It shot toward Lin Mo like a bolt of blue lightning. The savage thunder tore through the air, emitting a teeth-grinding shriek. A terrifying strike that could turn a regular tamer into charcoal. Lin Mo didn't even blink. A pink mist suddenly billowed through the air, undispersed even by the torrential downpour. Lin Ruoxue let out a delicate, alluring laugh. Her sheer, stocking-clad legs traced a graceful arc through the storm. She advanced, the red light in her violet eyes blazing. succubus domain, plus alluring gaze, instantly unfurled. The thunderstorm tiger had been so ferocious moments ago. The instant its eyes met Lin Ruashiwa's, its massive body went rigid. The savage lightning in its eyes was instantly extinguished, replaced by a look of intense struggle, confusion, and submission. Chapter 69, the mysterious eyesight familiar. Roar. The tiger let out a choked whimper. Its pouncing momentum came to a dead halt, even trying to bow to Lin Ruashiwa with a hint of flattery. What? Impossible. Zhang Qian's face turned ashen. He could feel it clearly. In that instant, it became intensely twisted and murky. Before he could even snap out of shock, Li Jingwan made her move. Blue nether flame ignited silently within the curtain of rain. This fire was bizarre. Not only wasn't it doused by the downpour, it spread rapidly along the rain itself. Her 9 tails spread like a vast wing. Blue flame engulfed the thunderstorm tiger. Oh whoa. This time, the thunderstorm tiger let out a truly harrowing shriek. Nether flame doesn't burn flesh. It sears the soul. That excruciating soul-deep burn sent the level 15 ferocious beast writhing in agony on the ground. No lightning left. Damn it. You 4, take that brat out now. Zhang Qian roared. 4 black warriors flanked the girls. Their poison blades aimed at Lin Mo. The 4 assassins, like black phantoms, closed in for the kill. They went straight for Lin Mo's throat. Lin Mo remained utterly calm. His left hand slowly emerged from his pocket. A ring flashed with a sinister, ghostly light in the rain. I am the Bone King. Lin Mo's thin lips parted. His voice icy, devoid of any warmth. Crack, crack, crack. The hard concrete ground fractured all at once. The skeletal king, its eye sockets blazing with ghostly green fire, climbed for the earth, bone sword in hand, its frame grinding. Empowered by the formidable level 24 necro energy, these skeleton soldiers' bones were as hard as steel. A faint shadowy shield coiled around them. Thud, thud. 10 skeleton soldiers instantly clashed with the 4 death warriors. Bone swords and poison blades sparked violently. Unfazed by death, feeling no pain, they held the warriors back. Goddamn useless trash. Zhang Qian was completely panicked now. He never imagined a level 24 brat could have so many tricks up his sleeve. He even has a freaking legendary bone ring. Thunderflash. Zhang Qian roared, lightning erupting. He transformed into a bolt of blue thunder, streaking toward Lin Mo's face with devastating force. If he could just kill Lin Mo, all these familiars and summons would vanish instantly. A full power strike from a level 35 lightning packmaster was impossibly fast, almost beyond what the eye could see. Yet in Lin Mo's mind, Zhang Qian's trajectory and that sliver of murderous intent were already clearly mapped out. Lin Mo stood his ground, merely tilting his head slightly. The violent blue lightning arc grazed past the side of his face. His hair strands vaporized. Zhang Qian missed. His form materialized behind Lin Mo. Before he could even shift his stance, a violet black energy whip, like a venomous serpent. The whip coiled his neck. Crack agony lashed. The bars on the whip dug instantly into Zhang Qian's flesh. The dual agony of body and mind tore a scream from his throat. The lightning gathered around his body and nearly dissipated on the spot. Lin Ruashiwa swayed her willowy waist, following the pull of the whip. Her voluptuous, mature body floating lightly behind Zhang Qian. With a slight hook of her shapely, black stocking leg, she sent Zhang Qian sprawling into the muddy water. 9 snow-white fox tails formed an impenetrable web of bindings, securely trussing up Zhang Qian's limbs. Entangled, Li Jingwan stood barefoot in the mud. Her nightgown clung to her exquisite curves in the wind and rain. She leaned down slightly, bringing her lips close to Zhang Qian's ear. Her crimson eyes gleamed with a cruel, bewitching amusement. You filthy brute. You think you can lay a hand on our master's neck? Ugh. Let me go. Zhang Qian thrashed desperately in the mud. The agony whip on his neck and the foxtail bindings on his limbs were rapidly draining his mana and stamina. Even worse, her nether fox energy was invading his mind through the tail tips, making his consciousness grow hazy and confused. Lin Mo stepped forward. Raindrops dripped from the tips of his hair. He looked down coldly at Zhang Qian struggling in the muck. Crunch Lin Mo stomped on Zhang Qian's right wrist. The sound of shattering bone was starkly clear amidst the downpour. Zhang Qian let out a piercing shriek. Did Zhou Chongming send you just to test me? Or was there another purpose? Lin Mo asked, his voice calm. You'll never know. Zhang Qian gritted, defiant. Lin Mo's face was blank. He applied more pressure with his foot. I'll talk. Zhang Qian finally broke. In the face of absolute power and soul-searing agony, his pathetic bravado evaporated instantly. The president just want to confirm, can you help high-tier familiars break through? If so, he'll come to Qingyan City. Whatever it takes to bring you back to the capital. Hearing this, a flash of understanding crossed Lin Mo's dark eyes. So it really is about my succubus constitution. Jingwan, Ruashiwa, clean this up. Lin Mo withdrew his foot. He turned back. Yes, master, the women answered. Moments later, amidst the sound of the raging storm, a few dull cracks of bone and the muffled screams gradually fade, until they vanish. Su Yujing clutches the curtain with a deft grip. Her slender frame trembles violently. She has just witnessed what can only be called a one-sided massacre. A level 35 powerhouse with 4 elite deathsworn didn't last a quarter of an hour against Lin Mo's forces. Those 2 breathtakingly beautiful women erased them with the cruelest, most elegant precision. Watching Lin Mo's tall, straight, and utterly cold silhouette in the rain, a tidal wave of awe and terror drowns her completely. And what shames her even more is the absolute submission and allure displayed before her. Deep within her body, a strange, indescribable heat begins to stir. Su Yuqing slumps weakly against the wall. Her legs feel weak, pressed together, rubbing slightly. Her lips part, panting, eyes filled with confusion and inner conflict. That man wouldn't spare her even a shred of warmth. It feels like she's about to drown in this frigid abyss. Next chapter, a new familiar, the Frost Phoenix, Mooning Shiwa. Chapter 70, cold exterior, warm heart. A thin layer of icy mist hovers over Ching Ching's morning streets. The sun wave of extreme cold from last night. Osmanthus trees turn to ice sculptures. Morning light reflects off them, casting a cold, rainbow-colored, but utterly warmthless glow. Inside the living room, the temperature is absurdly low. Su Yuqing, wearing a pink apron, is fumbling to light the stove in the kitchen. Cold suppresses ordinary flames. She has no choice but to summon her silver wormling. It uses its faint dragon breath to carefully control the fire. Su Yuqing's face is pale. Dark circles rim her eyes. Last night's aura clash from the bedroom, both icy and fiery, piercing through the walls. After her defenses were utterly shattered by the absolute pact, the spilled-over, blush-inducing moans kept her awake almost the entire night. The silver-haired woman Lin Mo randomly summoned last night is another terrifying existence, possessing Frost Phoenix bloodline. In an incredibly short time, Ruo Shui and Li Qingwan, with the cruelest yet gentlest methods, thoroughly tamed him. Breakfast is ready. Seeing the master bedroom door open, Su Yuqing instinctively tenses her delicate body. She lowered her head, her voice a barely audible whisper. Mo emerged, now in a fresh set of casual black clothes. Level 24, third legendary familiar, Aura Profound. Every move restrained. Carried a suffocating sense of absolute control. He gave Su Yuqing a brief, indifferent glance. His expression remained cold. Serve the food. Su Yuqing bit her crimson lip, obediently ladling a bowl of hot porridge and offering it to him. Then, as usual, she retreated silently and submissively to the farthest corner. Tap, tap. Light, crisp footsteps from the master bedroom. Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan walked out, flanking the doorway. Ruoxue's black succubus tail swayed lazily behind her, her violet eyes filled with post-coital satisfaction. Li Qingwan's nine tails gave a slight flish, her gold-red fox eyes sparkling with mischievous amusement. And behind them, following, was that slender, ice-blue figure. Silver-white hair, slightly disheveled on her shoulders. Her form-fitting blue dress still bore a few damp traces. On that flawlessly beautiful, aloof face, a blush lingered, ice-blue eyes shimmering. Gone was last night's arrogant, untouchable edge. By nature, she was intensely aloof, a tsundere using coldness to keep distance. No one to express feelings lightly. But under the succubus constitution's alluring influence, her proud, solitary body had developed a near-pathological, instinctive dependence on Lin Mo. Little sister, why are you still standing over there? Li Qingwan turned her head, her gold-red eyes full of teasing. Last night, you were high and mighty, wanting to take master? How come now? You can't even bring yourself to look at him. Mu Ningxue's body trembled slightly. She bit her lip hard. A flash of extreme shame and faint resistance flickered in her eyes, but her body, driven by the pact, moved with extreme obedience, step by step, to Lin Mo's side. She lowered her head, silver hair slipping over her shoulders, hiding her reddened earlobes. She took a deep breath. Her cool voice actually carried a hint of a tremble, almost cloying sweetness. Master. Ningxue was ignorant. Please, punish this servant. Exterior cold, aloof as ice. But the words she uttered in her slightly trembling form were sweet to a degree that was almost criminal. This extreme contrast, eyes cold outside, melting within. The truest reflection of Mu Ningxue's nature conditioned. A tangled, intertwined web of tsundere pride and desperate dependence. Lin Mo took a sip of the hot porridge, then reached out and pinched her delicate porcelain-like chin. He forced her head up. The moment his warm fingers touched her icy skin, Mu Ningxue's body gave a violent shudder. A haze of unfocused light welled up in her ice-blue eyes. Her breathing grew noticeably ragged. Necro level 24 crushes Frost level 1. Its absolute dominance. Lin Mo looked down at her from above. His gaze was cold. Today, I'll help you reach level 10. As for the apprenticeship thing, don't let me hear it again. Yes, master. Ningxue will obey master. Mu Ningxue stared dazedly at the domineering, overpowering boy before her. It felt like all the strength had been drained from her body. She could only nod weakly, her mind in a fog. Su Yuqing watched from the side, her legs trembling as she pressed them together, lips parted, eyes full of awe and terror. That once untouchable ice queen had fallen so completely, so quickly, before Lin Mo. After breakfast, Lin Mo stood and headed for the bedroom. Ningxue, come in. Mu Ningxue's body trembled. A flash of panic and anticipation crossed her ice-blue eyes. Yet, her body moved on its own, obediently following him. The heavy iron door to the master bedroom closed silently. Lin Ruoxue and Li Qingwan waited outside. The two girls exchanged a look. Lin Ruoxue's succubus tail gave a light flick. Her violet eyes were full of knowing amusement. Their auras of necrotic energy intertwined instantly. Mu Ningxue stood by the bed, hands fidgeting awkwardly in front of her. Deep down, that proud, stubborn streak was still fighting a desperate, losing battle. But her body, awakened just last night, the moment Lin Mo drew near, instinctively began to heat up. Master, what should we do? She flusteredly avoided his gaze. Her blue dress rippled with frost aura. Dual cultivation. Aura fusion. Lin Mo said calmly. He sat on the edge of the bed. Come here. Take off your robe. Mu Ningxue's pupils shrank. She was fiercely independent, hated orders. Yet the absolute soul packed deep within her was an unbreakable law. It made her hands move, mechanically, obediently, to the ties of her dress. No, don't. The words were icy, defiant. A single tear of humiliation traced its way down her cheek. The gown slipped from her snow-white, rounded shoulders, sliding down, the icy blue fabric pooling at her feet, revealing a body so pale it was almost translucent. A perfect, art-like figure. The Frost Phoenix's core within her raged, emitting a faint, icy blue glow. It seemed almost sacred, untouchable. Lin Mo wasted no words. Pink, intoxicating mist surged from the void, instantly sealing the entire bed. Mu Ningxue hit a level 1 bottleneck.
Soul Link Fusion initiated. Succubus Constitution LV. 2 activated. Dual Cultivation EXP 2.5x multiplier active. Boom. When Lean Ma's overwhelming. Level 14 Necro class mana forcibly surged into Mu Ningxua's body. The two opposing forces of bitter cold and death. The mist erupted in a tender resonance. A deep, law-level intertwining of soul and flesh. She thought she'd die from that violent necro energy impact. But as the 2.5x boosted dual cultivation EXP began to circulate, the succubus constitution within Linimo actually transformed that violent death energy into the purest, most gentle nourishment, frantically nourishing her parched frost core. Cold, so cold. Master, help me. Mu Ningxua bit her red lip hard, the icy pride in her eyes melting away completely in that instant. Her proud, defiant body betrayed her reason entirely in this moment. Ding. Dual cultivation EXP plus 100. 2.5x multiplier. Ding. Dual cultivation EXP plus 100. 2.5x multiplier. Notification. Soul Link Fusion proceeding smoothly. Under the insane feedback of 25x EXP. Her level began to skyrocket at a visible speed. Level 1. 3, 5. The temperature fluctuated wildly. Frost formed on the walls. They melted into droplets in the mist. Mu Ningxua was utterly lost. Master. Ningxua loves Master so much. Give Ningxua more. Please. The outwardly cold and proud Snow Queen had, in this moment, been completely trained into the sweetest, most clingy. 2 hours later, a clear phoenix cry suddenly rang out from within Mu Ningxua. The icy blue packed mark on her lower abdomen flared brightly. The phantom and ice phoenix spread its wings in the void. Familiar Mu Ningxua breakthrough successful. Upgraded to level 10. Has reached the initial bottleneck. Requires breakthrough to unlock skills. Crystal Domain, beginner. Slows enemies by 15%. On ice type damage increased by 20%. Skill unlocked. Frostbite blades condense into freezing feather house. Linimo unleashes a massive ice attack. Deep within his dark pupils, the ghostly green necroflame recedes. Level 10. Tonight, I'll break through the level 20 bottleneck. Yes, Master. Ningxua will obey her master in all things. Meanwhile, in the same world, hundreds of miles away from Qinyan City, in the demon capital, he searches the Fanchua Mountains for Mu Ningxua, a ring that glimmers with the essence of extreme cold. A roar of utter despair shatters the courtyard walls around him. Ningxua, where are you? The woman he worships, the unattainable moonlight he's never touched, is currently in an old house in Qinyan City, limp and helpless in a young man's arms, sweetly calling out, Master. Now forcibly summoned across dimensions, at only level 1. Her essence can't sustain the cross-realm cost. Amidst a burst of icy blue mist, Xue vanishes before Lean Ma's eyes. All that's left in the snow is a palm-sized, fluffy, ice-blue baby phoenix. She lies weakly on the ice, her frost-blue phoenix eyes, still filled with cold defiance and a flicker of resistance. Mu Ningxua, Frost Phoenix, critically weakened state. Soul essence severely damaged due to cross-dimensional summoning. Limited daily human form. 10 minutes. Recovery requirement. Must consume high-tier ice or soul-type spirit marrow for nourishment. Linimo looks down at the tiny phoenix on the floor. He says flatly, Ruo Xue, Qingwan. Take her down. Teach her the rules of this place. Yes, Master. Lin Ruo Xue and Li Qingwan exchange glance. A flash of excited gleam appears in both their eyes. Qingwan looks at the glaring phoenix. Puffed up with anger, but utterly powerless. Her 9 snow-white fox tails waggle playfully behind her. She walks over gracefully, scooping the little one in her palm. Little sister, even if you can't keep your human form right now, your sisters need to teach you the rules. He. Linimo sits on the couch in the outer room, listening to the strange noises coming from the inner chamber. Mu Ningxua's nature is proud, aloof, and fiercely stubborn, even in her baby phoenix form. Facing the rule teaching from Lin Ruo Xue and Li Qingwan, she stubbornly keeps her beak shut, only occasionally letting out a low, cold phoenix cry. But this feeble resistance quickly crumbles under the two women's ministrations. The phoenix cries grow softer, turning into stifled, trembling, tiny whimpers. Linimo sits in the outer room. His consciousness sink into his mindscape, though Mu Ningxua was too weak to maintain her human form, simply being under the same roof with her. That extreme, bone-chilling aura belonging to the Frost Phoenix started flowing through their action, continuously nourishing his mindscape. He suppressed the restless nether flame within, listening to the gradually softening chirps from the inner room, filled with endless grievance of the young phoenix. A cold, satisfied smirk slowly curled at the corner of Linmo's lips. This ice bird, even if I can't have her now while she's weak, just keeping her by my side, makes her the perfect, living, breathing air conditioner. Chapter 72. The Millennial cry hostile and trembling in the narrow alley. 11:30 p.m. Back of Qinyan Tamer Association. It was an extremely secluded, dimly lit, gray alley. High-stone walls rose on either side. Chill night wind swirled at the alley's entrance. The only street lamp creaked with an annoying, grating sound. Faint footsteps echoed on the cobblestone path. Lin and Mo pulled the hood of his black sweatshirt low. He emerged with darkness, a figure on shoulder. It was a small, ice-blue frost phoenix. Ningxua didn't fidget restlessly like a normal chick. With those ice-blue, utterly emotionless phoenix eyes, she simply gazed silently into the darkness ahead. Even in this weakened, fledgling form, her aloof, untouchable pride hadn't diminished one bit. She was quiet, like a delicate ice sculpture. She loathed this humiliating control by another, even reduced to a mere cooling tool. But the absolute rule of the Soul Pact denied her even the freedom to fly off his shoulder. All she could do was express her resistance. With the most silent, most free silence, Linimo paid no mind to attitude. As the two of them drew closer, the extreme cold continuously emanating from the shoulder suppressed the restless heat of a nether flame within him. A slender figure was pacing anxiously by the iron gate. Qin Ruin wore an extremely low-key black windbreaker today. The hood covered most of her pretty face. Her hands clutched a refined metal briefcase desperately. Her eyes darted around nervously when she saw the tall, imposing figure step out of the shadows. Qin Rulin's breath hitched for a moment. then washed over her in a wave. The moment she got close to Linimo, Jean Rulin felt her legs go weak. A strange, warm weakness flooded through her core. Her body's instinctive submission and craving made her want to turn and run in shame. Even if her memory was blank, her flesh remembered the boy's shape and warmth. Why you're here? Rualan flustered, avoiding Lima's deep gaze. A slight tremor colored her voice. Linimo stopped a step away from her. His cold eyes swept over her tightly clenched legs. Where is it? Jean Rualan bit her red lip. Forcing herself, she handed over the metal case. This is the Millennial Cryostal. I used my dad's seal. Forced to transfer from the branch's level 1 vault. Logged as high-tier familiar breakthrough experiment consumption. But Dad will notice. You. Take it and use it fast. Leave no trace. Linimo took the case, pressed his thumb. Click. It opened. A wisp of pure, ice blue, shimmering cold instantly spilled out. In the center lay a finger-sized, semi-transparent, crystalline liquid. Millennial Cryostal. Top-tier frost essence. Perfectly rare damsel of frost or necro class familiars. The little frost phoenix on Lima's shoulder. The moment she saw the Cryostal, her ice blue eyes blazed to life. Her breathing even hitched. Her instincts as a peak frost mage screamed. This could heal her fractured, weak soul. But she just watched. Silent. No plea. No begging posture. That was mooning Shiwe's pride. She'd rather stay this weak, fledgling form than beg her enslaver for a handout. Linimo noticed the little one's tension. He gave her a cold glance. His long fingers plucked the Cryostal from a case. Held it to mooning Shiwe's beak. Eat. Her phoenix eyes trembled. She stared at the Cryostal before her, then at Lima's expressionless, icy face. 3 seconds of war, desperate need versus haughty pride. Finally, under the Soul Pack's absolute command, she lowered her head in shame. Her tiny beak gave a light peck. Gulp. The Cryostal dissolved into ice blue light and vanished in her small body.